Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale I got hired at a mountain lodge, but Rule 4 says never let the snowman inside is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first snowman was standing at the employee entrance when I went outside to reset the propane regulator. I know how that sounds. There was a mountain lodge full of bored guests, 3 feet of fresh snow, and enough alcohol in the building to make poor decisions feel inspired. A snowman beside a door was not evidence of anything except free time. Still, something about it bothered me. It had been built directly against the outer screen door, its round body pressed into the metal mesh so firmly that the door could not swing outward. Whoever made it had used 2 black stones for eyes, a broken spruce twig for a mouth, and a length of yellow nylon rope as a scarf. The rope came from our maintenance shed. That was the part I couldn't explain. My name is Eli Mercer. I was 29 years old, male, and 3 days into a seasonal job at Black Pine Lodge when I found it. I had driven up from Albuquerque in a 10-year-old Subaru with a cracked windshield, 2 duffel bags, and less than $400 in my checking account. I needed the job because the lodge included meals and housing, and because my previous employer, a residential roofing company, had gone under while still owing me 2 weeks' pay. The official reason I gave people was that I wanted a change of scenery. The private reason was that I was running out of places where nobody knew I had failed. Black Pine sat in the San Juan Mountains of southwestern Colorado, 14 miles outside Silverton on a forest road that became unreliable after the first serious storm. The lodge was not grand. The online photos made it look like a timber palace, but in person, it was a wide, aging building with a stone foundation, 3 guest wings, and a green metal roof that groaned whenever snow slid across it. The original structure had been built in the 1940s as a hunting lodge. 2 additions had been attached over the decades, and the floor changed height between them for no apparent reason. Pipes knocked behind the guest room walls. Doors swelled in wet weather. The main fireplace smoked when the wind came from the northwest. It smelled permanently of pine cleaner, cooking grease, damp wool, and the faint mineral odor of the well water. At 5:12 that morning, the lodge was still dark except for the amber bulbs over the employee hallway. The storm had started around midnight. Snow hissed against the kitchen windows, and gusts pushed loose powder beneath the loading dock door in thin white lines. I stood in the mudroom wearing insulated coveralls over my pajamas, looking through the screen at the snowman. Behind me, the propane alarm gave another short electronic chirp. Not a full alarm, just a warning tone. I tested the inner door before opening it. The outer screen door shifted less than an inch and stopped against packed snow. "Of course," I said. My voice sounded flat in the little room. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No service. That was normal. The lodge Wi-Fi reached the employee wing when it felt cooperative, but the modem had gone down sometime during the night. A blinking red light on the hallway access point confirmed it. I took a photograph through the glass. The flash reflected off the snowman's face. For a second, the stones looked wet. Then the mudroom light came on behind me. You planning to interview him? Mara Voss was 38 years old, female, and the general manager of Black Pine Lodge. She was tall, narrow-shouldered, and almost always looked as though she had been awake longer than everyone else. Even at 5 in the morning, she was fully dressed in dark hiking trousers, a fleece vest, and scuffed leather boots. She held a ceramic mug in both hands. Steam rose between us. "There's something blocking the door," I said. Mara stepped closer and looked through the glass. Her expression changed only slightly. Her mouth tightened at one corner. "Guests," she said. "They used maintenance rope. They use whatever they find. The shed was locked. It should have been." She said it without accusation, which somehow made it feel more accusatory. I glanced at the keys clipped to my belt. I locked it after checking the generator yesterday. Mara drank from her mug. The smell of coffee spread through the mudroom, bitter and burnt. "Can you get out through the loading dock?" "Probably. But the regulator S on this side of the building. Then go around." She turned to leave. I touched the inner door handle. "Shouldn't we move this first? It's blocking an exit." Mara stopped. Wind pressed against the building. Somewhere above us, a roof vent rattled with a loose metallic rhythm. She looked back at the snowman. "No," she said, "leave it outside. I wasn't suggesting we put it in a guest room. Leave it exactly where it is until daylight." The propane alarm chirped again. Mara stared at me long enough to make me aware that I was barefoot inside my boots. Then she pointed toward a narrow shelf beside the coat hooks. A black binder sat there beneath a stack of invoices. "Did you read the winter procedures?" "Most of them." "Most. I read the emergency sections." "That is an emergency section." I lifted the binder. It was heavier than I expected. Its plastic cover cracked around the rings. Mara opened it without taking it from me. She turned past evacuation diagrams, generator instructions, avalanche closures, frozen pipe procedures, and a page explaining how to identify carbon monoxide poisoning. Near the back, a sheet had been inserted into a transparent sleeve. "Winter House, RULES, night staff." The page contained 7 numbered instructions. Rule number 4 had been typed in capital letters. Never bring a snowman, or any part of one, inside the lodge. Someone had underlined it twice with red pen. I looked at Mara. She had already turned away. "Is that supposed to be funny?" I asked. "It's supposed to be followed." "Why?" "Because people make a mess. With snow, with everything." She walked out of the mudroom, carrying her coffee. I stayed there, reading the rule again. Never bring a snowman, or any part of one, inside the lodge. The wording was too specific. Not keep snow outside. Not do not bring wet decorations indoors. It sounded like something written after an argument. Warning tone chirped for a third time. I shut the binder and headed for the loading dock. The air outside hit the back of my throat like crushed ice. I lowered my head and followed the side of the building, keeping one gloved hand against the logs so I wouldn't drift away from the wall in the blowing snow. Visibility came and went. During the gusts, the world narrowed to my sleeve and the dark line of the foundation. Between them, I could see the pale trunks of aspens and the maintenance shed 30 yards uphill. The padlock was hanging open. I stopped walking. The door itself was shut, but the lock had been threaded through only one side of the latch. I remembered closing it. I remembered tugging it twice because Mara had warned me about guests borrowing tools. The propane alarm was probably nothing more than pressure loss caused by the temperature, and the rope could have been taken earlier. Both facts fit neatly into ordinary explanations. That should have helped. It didn't. I continued to the regulator without approaching the shed. The propane tanks stood behind a wooden windbreak. Snow had collected around the base, and the regulator vent was crusted with ice. I cleared it carefully with a soft brush, checked the gauge, and pressed the reset according to the laminated instructions tied to the pipe. A dull mechanical click came through the housing. The warning light changed from red to green. As I stood, I saw the employee entrance around the corner of the building. The snowman was visible from the side. Its head had been built around something square. A pale plastic edge showed through a crack near its neck. I stepped closer. The object was about the size of a deck of cards. Then another gust struck the building, forcing me to brace against the wall. When the snow cleared, I could see the object more distinctly. It was a lodge keycard. Story ledger section, one time and place approximately 5:12 a.m. during a heavy winter storm at Black Pine Lodge, 14 miles outside Silverton, Colorado. Which characters are present? Eli Mercer, 29-year-old man and newly hired seasonal employee. Mara Voss, 38-year-old woman and lodge general manager. Facts revealed Eli urgently needs the job because of financial trouble and professional failure. The lodge is isolated, aging, and vulnerable to winter outages. A snowman is blocking an employee exit. Its scarf was made from rope stored in a locked maintenance shed. The shed is now unsecured. Rule number 4 states that no snowman or portion of one may be brought inside. A lodge keycard appears to be embedded in the snowman's head. Unresolved questions: who built the snowman? How was the maintenance shed opened? Whose keycard is inside its head? Why is rule number 4 written so specifically? Why does Mara refuse to explain it? Current stakes: the propane system has been temporarily restored, but communications are unreliable and the storm is intensifying. An emergency exit remains blocked. Seated objects or details that may pay off later yellow maintenance rope. The unsecured shed padlock, Eli's photograph, the winter procedures binder, the lodge keycard, the propane regulator, weak Wi-Fi, and the blocked screen door. I went back inside through the loading dock and found Thomas cooking bacon in the dark. Only one bank of kitchen lights was working. The rest of the room sat in blue pre-dawn shadow, with stainless steel counters reflecting the flame beneath a wide cast iron griddle. Thomas Krawick was 47 years old, male, and the lodge's head cook. He had been born in Krakow, moved to Chicago as a teenager, and somehow ended up running a mountain kitchen where every delivery required 2 contingency plans. He was broad through the chest, with thinning gray hair and a habit of answering questions, as if the person asking had already made an avoidable mistake. He glanced at my snow-covered coveralls. Propane, working, good. He laid strips of bacon in a straight line. The fat snapped loudly in the quiet kitchen. I removed my gloves and held my fingers near the griddle. Did any guests go outside last night? They are adults. Adults go outside without filing paperwork. Someone built a snowman against the employee door. Thomas looked up. The bacon continued to spit. Which door? East mudroom. His eyes moved toward the hallway leading to it. Big one, about 5 feet. He lowered the heat beneath the griddle. Mara saw. She told me to leave it. Then leave it. There's a key card inside. That got his attention. He wiped his hands on his apron and stepped closer. You touch it. No. Good. I gave a small laugh, mostly because his answer sounded too much like Mara's. Neither of us smiled. What is this? I asked. Some staff tradition. Thomas turned back to the bacon. Old joke. What's the joke? That new people ask too many questions. He separated 2 strips that had curled together. The kitchen exhaust fan slowed, then rose again with a strained hum. Lodge generator had not taken over, so the main electrical service was still functioning, but the storm was making it unstable. I leaned against the prep counter. My keycard works, I said. Mara S. probably does too, so it belongs to someone else. There are spare cards. They're numbered. Thomas stopped moving for half a second. I had noticed the numbers when Mara issued mine. Each staff card had a 2-digit code written on the back in permanent marker. What number? He asked. I couldn't see. Then you know nothing useful. I know the shed was open. His knife struck the cutting board harder than necessary. He was chopping chives now, though I had not seen him take them from the refrigerator. Tell Mara, he said. I did. Tell her about the shed. I'm going to. Then, why are you telling me? Because Mara had acted like the snowman was an inconvenience she had expected. Because Thomas had asked whether I had touched it before asking whose keycard it was. Because I had been at Black Pine for only 3 days, and already everyone seemed to know part of a conversation nobody wanted to finish. Instead, I said, I'm making breakfast conversation. At 5:30, I'm enthusiastic. You are freezing water onto my floor. I looked down. Meltwater had formed a dark pool beneath my boots. Sorry, closet, mop. The ordinary irritation in his voice helped. I found the mop and cleaned the floor while he started a large pot of oatmeal. For several minutes, the kitchen returned to normal. Refrigerator motors cycling, bacon popping, the scrape of a wooden spoon against steel. The calm lasted until Lee came through the service door. Lee Byan was 26 years old, female and responsible for housekeeping, guest supplies, and most of the lodge's informal rumor network. She was from Vermont, spoke quickly when nervous, and wore her brown hair clipped close to her head while working. That morning, she had on a red ski jacket over flannel pajamas and only one boot. Her other foot was covered by a wool sock. Has anybody seen Owen? She asked. Thomas did not turn from the stove. No, you haven't even looked. I know where I have been. Lee shifted her weight off the socked foot. His room is empty. Owen's one of the guides, I asked. She nodded. He was supposed to check the trail markers before breakfast. In this weather, He wasn't supposed to leave until 7. Thomas finally faced her. Bathroom, I checked. Equipment room, locked. Maybe he is with a guest. He left his coat. That changed the kitchen. Nothing dramatic happened. The lights stayed on. The bacon continued cooking. But Thomas reached over and shut off the burner. Lee placed something on the counter. A staff keycard. It was damp, with bits of compacted snow stuck around the edges. "Where did you find that?" I asked. "On the floor outside his room." She turned it over. Number 12 had been written on the back. My card was 14. "What number is Owen's?" I asked. Lee looked from me to Thomas. 12, she said. A warm pipe ticked behind the wall. Once, twice, then again. I thought of the pale plastic edge showing through the snowman's neck. "Are there duplicate cards?" I asked. "Mara keeps one master," Lee said. "Why?" I told her what I had seen outside. She stared at me as though I had admitted to breaking something expensive. "You didn't bring it in, did you?" "No, any of it. No." Thomas muttered something in Polish and walked toward the manager's office. Lee pulled on a pair of rubber kitchen clogs from beneath the sink. They were too large, and her heels slapped inside them as she followed. I stayed behind for a moment. Owen might have dropped his keycard, taken another coat, and gone outside early. Someone might have found a spare card and pushed it into the snowman as a joke. The shed lock might not have caught when I closed it. I kept arranging the explanations because I had always been good at that. When I was 11, I had been trapped for 40 minutes inside a stalled elevator in a Denver hospital. No one had been hurt. The lights had stayed on. An emergency operator had spoken through the panel the entire time. Afterward, I developed the habit of identifying exits in every room. I never told people that part. The kitchen had 3 exits: dining room, loading dock, employee corridor. The employee corridor exit was blocked by a snowman. Mara's office door opened down the hall. "All staff to the lobby," she called. There were no telephones in the employee rooms, so messages traveled by shouting. A few seconds later, doors opened overhead. Floorboards creaked. Pipes shuddered as someone started a shower. In the lobby, Mara stood beside the reception desk with a handheld radio. Thomas was near the fireplace. Lee hovered by the stairs in her oversized clogs. Outside the front windows, snow moved sideways across the porch. Mara turned the radio volume higher. A county emergency broadcast repeated through bursts of static. Highway 550 had been closed south of Silverton because of multiple vehicle slide-offs. Plow crews were suspending work until visibility improved. Non-essential travel was discouraged. The lodge was not officially cut off, but it was close. "We're doing a head count before guests come down," Mara said. "Owen's missing," Lee said. "I know." Mara looked at me. "You saw his card outside." "I saw a card. I couldn't read the number. We need to retrieve it." Thomas crossed his arms. "After daylight. That may be another hour. The snowman stays outside." "I'm aware." Mara placed a ring of keys on the reception desk. "We can cut it apart where it stands and remove the card without bringing any snow through the doorway." "The door opens outward," I said. "It can't open with the snowman against it." Then someone goes around from the loading dock. A gust struck the front of the lodge. Fine powder slipped through the old window frames and dusted the sill. Lee looked toward the white windows. What if Owen is out there? Nobody answered immediately. Mara picked up the keys. We have two choices, she said. We wait for visibility and lose time, or two of us go outside now, check the shed, retrieve the card, and follow the building perimeter to see whether Owen left tracks. She looked at Thomas first. He shook his head. Kitchen, then at Lee, who had one proper boot. Finally, she looked at me. I could hear the slow brush of snow moving across the roof. Mara held out the maintenance keys. You found it, she said. You're coming with me. Mara gave me less than 5 minutes to get ready. That was not enough time to think clearly, which I suspected was the point. I went upstairs to the employee wing, changed into dry thermals, and pulled on the heaviest clothing I owned. Insulated pants, wool sweater, borrowed shell jacket, gaiters, gloves, and a knit cap that smelled faintly of someone else's shampoo. My room was 6 feet wide, with a narrow bed and a dresser that leaned toward the wall. When I bent to lace my boots, the radiator knocked twice, paused, then knocked again. I kept thinking about Owen's coat. It hung on a hook beside his room, Lee had said. A navy down jacket with a lift ticket loop sewn into the sleeve. Nobody went outside in that storm without something like it. Not intentionally. When I returned to the lobby, Mara was laying equipment across the reception desk. 2 headlamps, a 50-foot coil of rope, a compact first aid kit, a thermos, 2 handheld radios, a folding snow shovel, a packet of orange survey flags. She handed me one of the radios. Channel 3, she said. Press. Wait a second, then speak. Don't shout into it. What's our range? Depends on the terrain. That doesn't answer the question. It answers it better than a number would. She checked the batteries in her headlamp. Mara looked calm, but it was the kind of calm that required effort. Her movements were precise and slightly too fast. She clipped a radio to her shoulder, tightened the chin strap on her hood, and counted the survey flags twice. I glanced toward the stairs. Is anybody checking the guests? Lee and Thomas are doing room knocks. How many? 11 guests. 4 staff on site, not counting Owen. So 16 total. 15 if Owen isn't in the building. The correction landed harder than it should have. Thomas came through the dining room carrying 2 wrapped breakfast sandwiches. He pressed one into my hand. Eat, he said. I'm not hungry. Then become hungry. Mara took hers and put it in a jacket pocket. Thomas looked at her. You follow the building only. That's the plan. No tree line. We're checking tracks. Tracks disappear. Mara's jaw shifted. Thank you, Thomas. No tree line, he repeated. She turned away from him. That small refusal to argue worried me more than an argument would have. Lee appeared at the top of the stairs. She had found her second boot and tied her hair back. All guests accounted for, she said. Mrs. Halpern asked if the road closure means they get a refund. Tell her no, Mara said. I told her breakfast was at 7. Good. Lee descended the stairs and lowered her voice. I checked Owen's room again. Mara stopped adjusting her gloves. And his snow boots are gone. That makes sense. His regular boots are gone too. Mara looked at her. Lee swallowed. The brown ones he wears inside. Anything else missing? His backpack, maybe. I don't know which one is his. There's a green pack in the equipment room, but the black one he usually keeps by his bed isn't there. Phone, not on the charger. Mara's expression tightened. I asked, "Does his phone work out here?" "Sometimes near the ridge," Lee said. "Did anybody call?" I did, straight to voicemail. Mara took the first aid kit and secured it inside her pack. "Eli," she said, "we're leaving." The front entrance would have been easier, but Mara refused to use it. "Too exposed," she said. Instead, we went through the kitchen and out the loading dock. Thomas followed us to the door, holding it with one hand as wind pushed loose snow into the gap. The temperature had dropped since I cleared the regulator. The exposed skin around my eyes tightened immediately. "Check in every 5 minutes," Thomas said. Mara stepped outside. I followed. The loading dock door closed behind us with a heavy metal thud. For a moment, all I could see was the beam of my headlamp reflecting off snow. The flakes were not falling straight down. They moved in dense sideways bands, racing past my face so quickly that looking into them made me dizzy. Mara tied one end of the rope around her waist and handed me the other. "You're serious? Visibility's less than 20 feet. I can still see you, for now," I tied in. The rope between us dragged across the snow. We moved along the wall, passing the propane tanks and the side windows of the dining room. Dim yellow light glowed through the curtains. I could see shadows moving inside, guests beginning their morning, without knowing that one of the staff might be missing in the storm. The building gave us orientation. I kept my right hand against the logs and followed Mara's footprints. When we reached the east corner, she raised one fist. The snowman was still there. From that angle, it looked less like a decoration and more like someone standing too close to the door. Wind had scoured one side of its body smooth. The yellow rope scarf snapped against its shoulder. Mara approached it carefully. I watched her face. "You've dealt with this before," I said. "We've dealt with guests building snowmen." "That isn't what I asked." No, you haven't. No, I'm not having this conversation in a storm." She crouched beside the snowman and used a small ice scraper to clear the exposed plastic from its neck. It was not a key card. It was the corner of a transparent badge holder. Mara worked it loose without breaking the snowman's head apart. The plastic sleeve contained a folded piece of paper, damp around the edges. No card. She held it under her headlamp. "What does it say?" I asked. She unfolded it once, then twice. Her eyes moved across the page. "Mara," she handed it to me. The paper was a photocopy of the lodge's winter rules. Rule number 4 had been circled in black marker. Underneath it, someone had written, "He went past the lower marker." The handwriting was blocky and uneven, as if the person had worn thick gloves. "Who's he?" I asked. Mara looked toward the downhill side of the property. The lower marker was an orange reflective post at the edge of the lodge's maintained grounds. Beyond it, the slope dropped through dense spruce toward Mineral Creek. A whiteout could erase that boundary in seconds. "You said we weren't going past the building," I said. "I said we were checking tracks." And Thomas said no tree line. Thomas is the cook. The radio on her shoulder crackled. "Mara, check." She raised it. "Go ahead." Lee's voice came through, distorted by static. "We found something in Owen's room." Mara glanced at me. "What?" "A note, I think. Read it." There was a pause. Paper rustled near Lee's microphone. "It says, 'Don't let anyone use the east door until I'm back. That's all.'" "When was it written?" I don't know. Where was it? Under his pillow. Mara exhaled through her nose. Anything else? His emergency beacon is still here. That was worse than the missing coat. Every guide carried a satellite beacon when traveling beyond the lodge grounds in winter. Mara had shown me the devices during orientation. They were bright orange, about the size of a television remote, and stored in a charging rack inside the equipment room. Going beyond the lower marker without one was a violation serious enough to get someone fired. Stay inside, Mara told Lee. Keep the east hallway clear. What are you doing, checking the marker? Mara, 5-minute check-in. She clipped the radio back in place. I folded the photocopy and put it into my jacket pocket. What does the snowman have to do with the door? I asked. Probably nothing. Then why did Owen write that? I don't know. Why did someone put the rules outside? I don't know. You're saying that a lot. She stared at me through blowing snow. You can go back inside. The rope still connected us. I looked at the east door, blocked by the snowman, then around the corner toward the loading dock. It was only a short distance. I could return alone by keeping one hand on the wall. That would have been the sensible choice. But Mara would continue without me. I knew it before she said anything. She had the posture of someone who had already made the decision and was allowing the conversation only because procedure required 2 participants. Why are you going after him? I asked. He works for me. That isn't the whole reason. Wind roared through the trees downhill. Mara looked toward the lower marker again. Owen knows the property better than anyone. So if he went past that post in this weather, something made him. The words settled between us. Not something supernatural. I didn't think that. Neither did she. A guest could be missing. A pipe could have burst in one of the outbuildings. Someone could have been injured. Owen might have seen lights, heard a vehicle, or gone to investigate an animal near the propane line. Ordinary reasons, dangerous reasons. Mara pulled 2 survey flags from her pack and planted one beside the snowman. Every 20 feet, she said, we mark the route. You're changing the plan. Yes, without telling the others. I'll tell them. You just told Lee you were checking the marker. That is what we're doing. The marker is at the edge of the trees. She gave me a look that ended the argument without resolving it. We moved away from the wall. The moment my hand left the lodge, I felt the scale of the storm. The building had given me a fixed direction, something solid to touch. Without it, the ground and sky became the same pale surface. Mara's dark jacket floated ahead of me in the headlamp glare. The rope tightened between us. 10 steps, 15. Mara planted a flag. We continued. The snow was thigh-deep in places, lighter on top and dense beneath. Each step required lifting my knee high, driving my boot down, testing whether the surface would hold. My breathing grew loud inside my hood. The lower marker appeared suddenly, an orange strip of reflective tape hovering in the white. Mara knelt beside it. Tracks led past the post. They were already softening, but they were human. Set heading downhill. The stride was irregular. Left footprint deep, right footprint shallow. Someone had been limping. Mara touched the edge of one track. Recent, she said. How recent? Before the worst wind. That isn't a time. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. She spoke into the radio. We have tracks beyond the lower marker. 1 person, possibly injured. Static answered. Mara, repeat, Lee said. Mara repeated it. Thomas's voice replaced Lee's. Come back. We're following to the drainage. No, we have flags and rope. Your rope is 50 feet. We'll tie off and extend. With what? Mara didn't answer. Thomas's voice sharpened. You do not go into the trees without a beacon. We have a radio. The radio does not call search and rescue. The handheld radio could reach the lodge. The lodge's landline could contact county dispatch if the line remained up. But with Highway 550 closed and visibility near zero, professional help might take hours. A person with a leg injury could become hypothermic long before then. Mara looked at me. There was no need to state the choice. It was the same one as before, only worse now. Return to the lodge and make the call, losing whatever trail remained, or follow the footprints. How far is the drainage? I asked. 1/4 mile. In this snow, 20 minutes down, longer back. Thomas spoke again through the radio. Mara. She pressed the transmit button. We're checking 50 yards past the marker. Then we reassess. That is not what you said. It is what I'm saying now. You always do this. Mara's grip tightened around the radio. The remark was personal. I heard that much even without knowing the history behind it. 5-minute check-in, she said, and switched the volume lower. We followed the tracks downhill. The trees reduced the wind, but made the darkness thicker. Snow had collected on the spruce branches in heavy shelves. Occasionally, one released its load with a soft, rushing collapse, dropping powder onto the ground beside us. The tracks curved around a fallen trunk. Mara planted another flag. My headlamp caught something dark on the bark. Blood, not much. A smear about 2 inches long, already crusted at the edges. Mara touched it with a gloved finger. Could be from a hand, she said. Could be from anything. Yes. We moved faster. The rope snagged on a branch. I turned to free it, and when I looked forward again, Mara had disappeared. The rope went tight. I stopped. Mara, no answer. I pulled once. The rope pulled back, then her voice came from below me. Hold position. I took one careful step forward and saw the slope drop sharply. Mara had slid 10 feet into a shallow depression where wind had covered the edge of an old service trench. She was on one knee, half buried in loose snow. Are you hurt? Fine. She tried to stand and slipped. I braced against a tree and pulled on the rope until she climbed high enough to grab a root. Her face was pale when she reached level ground. Still fine, I asked. Twisted it. Ankle, knee. She tested her weight. Her right leg held, but barely. We go back, I said. She looked downhill. The tracks continued. Mara, I can walk. You're limping. So was whoever made those tracks. That's not an argument for continuing. Her radio crackled. She ignored it. I reached for the transmit button clipped to her shoulder. She caught my wrist. Don't. The force in her grip surprised me. We need to tell them you're injured. It's minor. It wasn't minor 10 seconds ago. We tell them Thomas locks this down and calls county. Good. And county tells us to shelter in place until visibility improves. That also sounds good. Owen may not have that long. There it was. Not professionalism. Not procedure. Guilt. I could hear it in the way she said his name. What happened between you and Owen? I asked. Nothing, Mara. She released my wrist. He wanted to leave yesterday, she said. I told him he couldn't. Leave the lodge. Quit. Why? He said the winter rules were getting out of hand. I looked uphill through the trees, though the lodge was no longer visible. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning. He was angry. Angry enough to go outside without a coat. He had other gear. Lee said his coat was there. He keeps equipment in the guide shed. Which shed? Mara said nothing. I understood before she answered. The maintenance shed, she said. The same shed I had found unlocked. The radio crackled again. This time Lee's voice came through clearly. Mara, you need to come back right now. Mara lifted the radio. Why? We found Owen. For one sharp second, the whole situation rearranged itself. Mara looked at the footprints. Where? She asked. In the lodge. Felt the muscles in my shoulders loosen, but Lee kept speaking. He was in the old laundry room behind the boiler hall. The door was jammed. Is he hurt? He's unconscious. Thomas is with him. Mara closed her eyes briefly. Call County Medical. We're trying. The landline is dead. Use the emergency cellular booster. It won't power on. What about the generator circuit? That's why you need to come back. A burst of static swallowed several words. Mara pressed the radio closer. Repeat. The east wing lost power, Lee said. Then the boiler shut down. Thomas says if we can't restart it, the pipes could freeze. That takes hours. He says one of the water lines already split. A faint sound carried through the trees, not from the radio, from downhill. 3 quick knocks, then 2. Mara turned toward it. I held my breath. The sound came again. Metal striking metal. 3 knocks, 2. The footprints at our feet led directly toward it. Lee was still talking through the radio. Mara, did you hear me? Mara raised the radio slowly. We heard something outside, she said. What? I don't know. Thomas came onto the channel. His voice was tense and breathless. Forget it. Return now. Is Owen breathing? Yes. Any head injury, bruising, cold skin. I think he was in that room for hours. Then who made these tracks? Nobody answered. The knocking came again from somewhere below us. 3, 2. My headlamp beam caught another survey flag 20 feet farther downhill. It was not one of ours. Its orange fabric had been tied around a short branch, almost completely buried by fresh snow. Beside it stood a second snowman, smaller than the one at the lodge. Its head was tilted to one side, and a dark rectangular object had been pushed into its chest. Mara took one step toward it. Her injured knee buckled. I grabbed her pack before she fell. The radio hissed against her shoulder. At the same moment, a heavy cracking noise rolled through the trees above us. Not thunder. Wood breaking under weight. We both looked uphill. A spruce branch the width of my thigh dropped across the root behind us, striking the rope and pulling it hard from my waist. Snow collapsed with it, burying 3 of our flags and covering the trail we had used to descend. The path back to the lodge vanished beneath the fall. Mara leaned against me, unable to put full weight on her right leg. Downhill, the knocking continued. 3, 2. Then, for the first time, a man's voice called through the storm. Help me. It did not sound like Owen. The voice came again from below us. Help me. It was faint, dragged thin by the trees and wind, but unmistakably human. Mara tried to straighten and nearly folded at the knee. I tightened my grip on her pack. We're going back, I said. The route's buried. We still know the direction. We know uphill. That's enough. She looked behind us at the fallen spruce branch. It had come down diagonally across the slope. its upper limbs wedged between two standing trees and its trunk buried in the snow. The rope we had used to mark our descent disappeared beneath it. 3 orange flags were gone. The lodge was uphill and northeast. I knew that much. Mineral Creek was downhill and southwest. The lower marker stood roughly 200 yards above us, though in the storm those numbers felt theoretical. Mara pointed downhill. That person may be injured. So are you. I can move. You can barely stand. Another 3 knocks carried through the trees. 2 knocks followed, then nothing. The silence afterward had shape, not supernatural silence. Snow still moved through spruce needles. Branches creaked. My own breathing rasped against the inside of my scarf. But the missing voice made every ordinary sound feel like it was hiding something. Mara reached for her radio. Thomas, we have an unidentified person below our position. Static. She tried again. Thomas, respond. The radio hissed, popped, and gave us Lee's voice in broken pieces. Can't hear boiler room water. Mara raised the antenna and turned her body toward the lodge. Lee, repeat. A burst of noise swallowed the reply. The radio signal was fading because we had dropped below the shoulder of the hill. The lodge sat on a flattened shelf above us. From where we stood, the slope curved upward between us and the building, blocking a direct line. Mara put the radio away. We go to the second snowman, she said. Check the object, call out. Then we turn uphill. You're making that sound reasonable because you want to keep going. I'm making it sound reasonable because it is. You said 50 yards past the marker. We're already beyond that. That doesn't make farther better. Her face hardened. You can leave me here. It was a cruel thing to say because she knew I wouldn't. My fear of enclosed places had never been limited to elevators. It was really a fear of having no usable choice. A locked door, a blocked exit, a narrow passage, a plan that depended on someone else opening something from the outside. Leaving Mara alone on the slope felt too much like closing a door behind me. Fine, I said, we check it. Then we turn around. I retied the rope so it ran from my waist to Mara's harness with only 6 feet between us. If she fell again, I wanted less distance for her to gain speed. We descended toward the second snowman. The snow was deeper in the protected trees. My boots sank past the tops, and each step came out with a sucking resistance that pulled at my hips. Mara leaned heavily on one trekking pole and dragged her right leg in a shallow arc. The snowman stood beside a shallow service path that ran across the slope from east to west. I had seen the path on an old property map during orientation. In summer, it connected the lodge to a water intake shed near the creek. In winter, it was not maintained. The dark object embedded in the snowman's chest was a handheld radio. Not one of ours. It was older, larger, with a long rubber antenna and strips of black tape around the battery housing. Mara pulled it free. The snowman's front collapsed around her glove. She froze. So much for the rule, I said. We're outside. That distinction seems important to everybody except me. She examined the radio. Its display was cracked, but lit. A single channel number showed on the screen. 6. Try it, I said. She pressed the transmit button. This is Black Pine Lodge staff. Identify yourself. Nothing. Then a voice burst from the speaker. Help me. The exact same voice, the exact same tone. Mara and I looked at each other. The radio repeated the phrase. Help me. A click followed. Then 3 metallic knocks. 2 more. The sounds had not come from deeper in the trees. They had come from the radio. Mara turned the unit over. A thin wire ran from the battery compartment to a small digital recorder taped beneath the casing. The terrible voice was a loop. I felt relief first, immediate and physical. My shoulders dropped, and my lungs took a full breath for the first time in several minutes. Then the relief curdled. Someone had placed a radio in a snowman below the lodge and programmed it to play distress calls. Someone wanted people to follow it. Mara shut the device off. That's our answer, I said. We go back. She stared downhill along the service path. Why put it here? To lure us? Or to mark something? Mara. She knelt with difficulty and brushed snow away from the base of the snowman. Beneath it lay a narrow piece of plywood. Black arrows had been spray painted across the surface. One arrow pointed west along the service path. Another pointed uphill. Between them, someone had written, "Not the same way." What does that mean? I asked. Mara dug deeper. The plywood covered a plastic storage tote sunk into the snow. She lifted the lid. Inside were 3 items: a red wool hat, a flare gun, and one of the lodge's orange emergency beacons. Owen's missing beacon. The beacon's protective cap was open. Mara pressed the test button. No light. She removed the battery panel, empty. Someone took the batteries, I said. Yes. Did Owen do this? I don't know. Did he own that hat? No, you answered quickly. It belongs to my brother. I stared at her. She looked down at the hat in the tote. The wool had darkened with age and moisture, but the shape was intact. A stitched white mountain logo was visible near the folded brim. You have a brother here? I asked. No. Then why is his hat in the snow? Mara closed the tote. He worked here. When? 8 years ago. And he left. That is not an answer. It's the answer you're getting while we're exposed. She tucked the useless beacon into her pack and took the flare gun. We turn uphill now. That should have been our first successful decision. It was. We followed the arrow that pointed uphill because the direct route back was blocked by the fallen spruce. According to Mara, the service path curved east for about 100 yards before meeting an old utility cut that climbed toward the lodge's rear generator enclosure. On paper, it made sense. The utility cut was wider than the trees around it and should have offered a clean line uphill. For the first 10 minutes, the plan worked. We moved east along the contour rather than fighting directly up the slope. The old path was buried but relatively level. I planted survey flags at each bend. Mara's breathing became rougher, though she refused to stop. The radio on her shoulder crackled once. Mara, she snatched it up. Go ahead. Thomas, here. Where are you? On the old intake path, east of the lower marker. We're heading to the utility cut. A pause. That cut is closed. Mara slowed. Since when? Since the September slide. What slide? Rock and trees. County map was updated. Nobody updated ours. I told you last month. You said the intake route was blocked. It is the same route. No, it is. Thomas swore under his breath. The transmission weakened. Do not use the cut, he said. The upper retaining fence failed. You could walk into the washout. Mara stopped. I looked ahead. The path disappeared around a stand of young firs. Beyond them, the land seemed to rise steeply, exactly where the utility cut should have been. We turned back to the branch, I said. That costs 20 minutes. It costs less than walking into a washout. Mara keyed the radio. How S. Owen, conscious for a few seconds, confused. He said one word. What word? Inside. The radio popped. Mara looked toward the lodge, though we could not see it. What about the boiler? Manual restart failed. Water is moving into the east corridor. We shut the main valve, but the handle broke. Can you isolate the wing? Not without the basement key. Mara touched the key ring at her belt. The basement key was with us. Thomas knew it too. His next words came slowly. You have it? Yes. Then come back. We're trying. Try better. The signal dropped. Mara lowered the radio. I pointed behind us. Back the way we came, she nodded. That was our first attempt to retreat. We had covered perhaps 60 yards when we found the survey flag lying flat. I had planted it upright beside a young spruce less than 10 minutes earlier. Now the orange fabric was half buried, its metal stem bent sharply near the base. I picked it up. Snow load? Mara asked. No, the stem had been folded, not crushed. A few steps farther, the next flag was missing. Then the next. Our marked route had been erased. We stood in the trees, looking at a corridor of white that resembled every other corridor of white. I checked the compass app on my phone. The screen lit at 12% battery. No service. No map tiles loaded. The compass needle swung, hesitated, and settled east. Mara held her mechanical compass beside it. Her needle pointed northeast. Why are they different? I asked. Phone could be affected by the radio, metal in your jacket, anything. Mechanical one could be damaged. It is. You just fell into a trench. She ignored that. We keep the slope on our right and move west. The path curves, only slightly. That's how people get turned around. You have a better option. I looked at the footprints behind us. They were filling quickly. Follow our own tracks. We did. That was our second attempt to retreat. For several minutes, the impressions were obvious. Mara's dragging right foot, my deeper steps, the groove from the rope. Then the wind increased, and loose powder began moving across the path. The tracks softened. At a fork created by two fallen trees, they vanished completely. Mara turned left. I stopped her. We came from the right. No, we didn't. Yes, the slope was below us on the left coming in. Now it should be on the right. It is on the right. Then we go left. That makes no sense. It does if you understand contour. I understand not walking away from the lodge. You don't know where the lodge is. The anger in her voice hit harder because it was true. I pulled my phone out again and opened the photo I had taken of the first snowman. The timestamp was visible. So was the direction of the blowing snow against the door. What are you doing? She asked. Wind direction. It shifts in the trees. The storm was coming from the northwest, mostly. If I can line up the gusts, a deep growl sounded behind us. Mara spun, raising the flare gun. Something dark moved between the trees, low to the ground. Fast, it crashed through the brush, stopped, and made a harsh panting noise. For 1 second I thought bear, though bears should have been denned and the shape was too narrow. Mara aimed. Don't shoot, I whispered. The shape lunged toward us. I stumbled backward, catching my heel on the rope. Mara pulled the trigger. The flare struck a tree trunk 6 feet above the animal and burst in red light. The woods flashed crimson. The animal yelped. A large black dog bolted across the path with a length of broken chain dragging behind it. It disappeared downhill, barking wildly. The flare hissed in the snow. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. Mara lowered the gun. "That was stupid," I said. "It came at us. It was a dog. I saw that after I fired. It could have started a fire. In this, dry branches still burn." She stared at the glowing patch of snow. The dog barked again farther downhill. Then another bark answered from the west. "A guest's dog?" I asked. "No pets. Someone from town. Not in this weather." We followed the chain marks for 15 feet and found a metal tag caught on a branch. Silver Creek Avalanche Dogs. A phone number was engraved beneath it. Mara turned the tag over. The back had been scratched repeatedly, as if the dog had chewed at it. "That's a rescue kennel near Auray," she said. 30 miles away, more by road. So what is it doing here? I don't know. The explanation for the terrifying shape was ordinary. The reason for the dog's presence was not. Mara put the tag in her pocket. The flare had given us one useful thing. For several seconds, the bright red light illuminated the slope around us more clearly than our headlamps could. I had seen a structure uphill. "A roofline. Building," I said. Mara followed my gaze. Through the moving snow, the edge of a low metal roof appeared between the trees. "The intake shed?" I asked. "Too high." "Generator enclosure?" "Too low." We climbed toward it anyway. The structure stood on concrete piers, half sunk into the hillside. It was about 12 feet square, clad in gray metal siding, with no windows and a single door facing downhill. A faded sign read, "Black Pine Lodge, Old Pump House Decommissioned." Mara approached the door. A chain had been looped through the handle, but the padlock hung open, just like the maintenance shed. She pulled the door. It opened 3 inches and stopped. Something blocked it from inside. "Hello," she called. No answer. We pushed together. The obstruction scraped across the floor. The gap widened enough for my headlamp beam to enter. A folding chair had been wedged beneath the handle. Behind it, shelves held rusted pipe fittings, old filters, and plastic chemical containers marked empty. The air smelled of metal, mouse droppings, and kerosene. "Shelter," Mara said. "We don't know who was here. We know we need to get off your feet." "My feet? You're shaking." I looked at my hands. She was right. Cold had worked through my gloves. My fingers trembled around the radio. We entered and pushed the chair back against the door to keep the wind out. The pump house was not warm, but it was still. After the constant movement of the storm, the quiet interior felt unreal. Meltwater dripped from our clothes onto the concrete floor. The room had 2 exits, the main door and a square maintenance hatch in the floor. I noticed immediately. The hatch was secured with a recessed steel ring. "What's under that?" I asked. "Old pipe tunnel. How far to the intake line? Can it reach the lodge?" "No." My chest loosened slightly. Mara sat on an overturned bucket and examined her knee. It had swollen beneath her pants. She could bend it only halfway. I opened the first aid kit, wrapped the joint, and gave her 2 ibuprofen with water. Then I checked the pump house. Someone had been using it recently. A kerosene heater sat in one corner. Beside it were canned food, 2 wool blankets, a battery lantern, and a pair of men's boots. The ashes in a coffee tin were cold but dry. On the wall above the supplies, photographs had been pinned beneath clear plastic. All showed the lodge, the east entrance, the loading dock, the generator enclosure, the maintenance shed. Some photographs had been taken in summer, others in deep winter. Several were close enough to show faces through windows. Mine was among them. I stood near the propane tanks, looking down at the regulator. The photograph had been taken that morning. Mara rose too quickly and grabbed the shelf for balance. "Let me see." She studied the image. The timestamp printed in the corner read 5:18 a.m., 6 minutes after I found the first snowman. "Someone was down here watching us," I said, "or the time is wrong." "Why do you keep doing that?" "Doing what?" "Taking the least useful explanation." "Because panic kills people faster than bad theories." "This isn't a theory. That's me." She pulled down the other photographs. One showed Owen entering the maintenance shed 2 nights earlier. Another showed Mara standing outside the east door with a man I didn't recognize. The man wore the red wool hat from the tote. Mara stopped breathing for a moment. "Your brother?" I asked. She didn't answer. The radio crackled. Thomas's voice came through stronger inside the metal structure. Perhaps because the building's old antenna still ran up the exterior wall. "Mara, respond." She lifted the radio. "We found the old pump house." A long pause followed. "You need to leave," Thomas said. "Why? That building is not safe." "Structurally, no." Mara glanced at me. "What does that mean?" "I found Owen's phone," Thomas said. "It was hidden behind the boiler control panel. And there are videos." The radio hissed. "Videos?" Mara asked. "Owen recorded someone inside the lodge at night." "Who?" "I cannot see the face." "Then what can you see?" "A maintenance uniform." I looked down at my borrowed shell and work pants. All lodge maintenance staff wore the same dark uniform. Thomas continued. "The person uses the east door. They carry snow inside in plastic bins." Mara's face changed. Not fear exactly, recognition. "What for?" she asked. "I do not know." The video ends when Owen follows them downstairs. "To the boiler hall?" "Yes." A metallic bang sounded beneath our feet. I looked at the floor hatch. Mara heard it too. The steel ring lifted half an inch, then dropped, once, twice. Someone was beneath the pump house. I backed toward the main door. "Open it," Mara whispered. "The outside door?" "Yes." I pulled the folding chair away and tried the handle. It did not move. The door had closed easily behind us. Now it was locked from the outside. I shoved my shoulder into it. The frame rattled, but the latch held. Mara limped over and examined the mechanism. It shouldn't self-lock, so someone locked it. The floor hatch lifted again. A narrow black gap appeared beneath one edge. Cold air rose through it, carrying the smell of creek water and wet stone. I grabbed the steel shelving and dragged it across the hatch. The legs scraped loudly on concrete. The movement beneath stopped. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the radio gave a sharp burst of static. Lee's voice came through, high and frantic. "Eli, Mara, the east door is open." Mara pressed transmit. "Close it." "We can't." "What do you mean?" the snowman fell through. I pictured the 5-foot figure collapsing inward when the blocked screen door finally gave way. Lee's words rushed together. The outer door came off the hinge. Snow is all over the mudroom. Thomas says the water is rising in the corridor, and Owen keeps saying someone is in the basement. Keep everyone upstairs, Mara said. Lock the kitchen and dining room doors. We already did. A heavy thud struck the pump house hatch from below. The shelving jumped. I put my weight against it. The radio crackled again. This time the voice was not Lee's. It was a man speaking quietly, close to a microphone. You should have followed the other arrow. Mara stared at the radio. Who is this? She demanded. The man ignored her. Open the hatch, Eli. Hearing my name made the room feel smaller. I looked at the recent photograph of me pinned to the wall. The voice continued. The lodge route is gone. The creek is rising. That door won't open from your side. The hatch moved beneath the shelf. Not a hard strike this time. A slow, steady lift. The shelf tilted. Mara grabbed one side. I grabbed the other. The old metal legs screeched across the concrete. Who are you? I shouted. The radio clicked off. A cracking sound came from outside. Then another. The pump house shifted beneath us. Dust fell from the rafters. Mara looked toward the uphill wall. What was that? I heard water, not dripping, rushing. The old pump house had been built above a narrow concrete channel connected to the intake line. Somewhere below, water had broken through. The sound grew rapidly. The maintenance hatch bucked upward, throwing the shelf sideways. I saw a man's gloved hand curl around the edge from below. At the same moment, the main door bowed inward under the pressure of moving snow and debris outside. The building had become a box with both exits failing. Mara raised the empty flare gun as if it were a weapon. I grabbed the hatch ring and pulled. What are you doing? She shouted. The door is blocked. There's someone down there. There's water coming through the wall. The concrete floor vibrated beneath my boots. A seam near the uphill corner split open, and a thin jet of brown water sprayed across the room. It struck the kerosene heater and knocked it onto its side. The point of no return came without ceremony. The main door disappeared behind a sudden impact of snow, mud, and broken branches. The lower half of the metal panel bent inward. Water began pouring through the floor crack around our ankles. The hatch was now the only exit, and someone beneath it was pulling from the other side. The hand beneath the hatch belonged to Mara's brother. I didn't know that when I first saw it. I knew only that it wore a black insulated glove and that the fingers had hooked over the steel rim with enough force to lift the shelf an inch. Water spread across the pump house floor. It covered the soles of my boots, brown and painfully cold. Push, Mara said. We drove the shelving back over the hatch. The man below resisted. Metal groaned. One shelf tipped, spilling rusted pipe fittings into the water with a series of heavy splashes. The hand disappeared. Then a voice came through the gap. Mara. She stopped pushing. Not for long. Maybe half a second. It was enough. The hatch jumped upward and struck the shelf. One leg folded beneath it. The entire unit leaned toward me, knocking my shoulder into the wall. Pain ran down my arm. The hatch opened 6 inches. A man's face appeared in the dark space below. He was in his early 40s, lean and hollow-cheeked, with a gray beard crusted by ice. A headlamp burned above one eyebrow. There was blood dried beneath his nose, and his eyes moved too quickly between Mara and me, the key ring at her belt, and the water breaking through the floor. "Nate," Mara said. Her voice became smaller than I had heard it before. Nathan Voss was 42 years old, male, and Mara's older brother. I learned the rest in fragments while the pump house came apart around us. He drove his shoulder into the hatch. The damaged shelf rolled aside. I grabbed the steel ring, but the hatch tore out of my hand. My glove caught against a sharp edge and split across the palm. Nate climbed halfway through. Mara raised the flare gun. He saw it and laughed once. "You fired it. Stay down. You always were bad at counting." "It's empty, Nate," I said. He looked at me. "Eli Mercer," he said. "Roofing company folded in October. $283 in the bank when you arrived." My stomach tightened. He had been in my room, or had access to my employment forms. Neither possibility helped. Nate climbed onto the floor. A climbing harness circled his waist, attached to a rope disappearing into the tunnel. He wore a lodge maintenance jacket, old enough that the embroidered logo had begun peeling away. The same uniform Owen had recorded. Mara lowered the useless flare gun. "You locked Owen in the laundry room," she said. "He followed me. You could have killed him." I left the vent open. "That room has a steam line. I know the building better than you do." Water reached our ankles. The floor crack widened with a brittle snap. I stepped between Nate and Mara, though my injured shoulder made the movement clumsy. "What do you want?" I asked. "The basement key." Mara covered it with one hand. "No," Nate's expression barely changed. "Then the lodge floods." "It's already flooding," I said. "This is nothing." A deeper vibration moved through the concrete beneath us. Nate glanced toward the uphill wall. For the first time, he looked uncertain. "You broke the intake line," Mara said. I opened the bypass. "The supports are moving. They held for 60 years. You've been heating this place with kerosene. You've thawed the ground under the piers." Nate looked at the overturned heater. A small ribbon of fuel spread on the water. The room filled with the sharp, oily smell of it. He stepped toward Mara. "Give me the key." She backed away, dragging her injured leg. I blocked him again. He struck me without warning, not a theatrical punch. He shoved his palm beneath my chin and drove my head into the wall. White light flashed across my vision. My knees softened. He caught the front of my jacket and threw me aside. I landed against the shelving. My damaged shoulder folded beneath me, and something shifted inside it with a wet, internal click. For a few seconds, I could not breathe. Mara swung the flare gun at Nate's face. He raised an arm. The metal grip struck his cheekbone. He cursed and grabbed her wrist. Her bad knee gave out, fell together into the rising water. The radio on Mara's shoulder broke loose and skidded across the floor. Lee's voice came through it. "Mara," we heard shouting. Nate pinned Mara against the concrete and reached for her belt. I tried to stand. My right arm hung uselessly. The room tilted, then steadied. Beside my boot lay one of the rusted pipe fittings that had fallen from the shelf. A short iron elbow, heavy and threaded at both ends. I picked it up with my left hand. Nate pulled the key ring free. Mara clawed at his face. He struck her once in the ribs. The sound she made was low and involuntary. I hit him behind the ear with the pipe fitting, not hard enough. The blow knocked his head sideways, but he stayed conscious. He turned toward me, blood running from a cut above his jaw. I swung again. He caught my wrist. We struggled in water now halfway up my shins. He was stronger than he looked, stronger than me with one working arm. He twisted my wrist until the pipe dropped. Then he drove me backward against the damaged main door. The metal panel bowed under my weight. Snow and mud pressed against its outer surface. "You should have gone back to Albuquerque," he said. A burst of static came from the radio. Thomas's voice followed. "Nate." Everything stopped for a moment. Nate looked toward the radio on the floor. Thomas continued. "I know you hear me." Nate released my jacket. Mara was on her side, one arm wrapped around her ribs. "You knew?" I asked her. She didn't answer. Thomas's voice remained calm. "The basement vault is empty, Nate." Nate picked up the radio. "You opened it 8 years ago. You're lying. The insurance files are gone. The cash is gone. There's nothing in there." Mara pushed herself upright against the wall. "What vault?" I asked. Nate's attention stayed on the radio. "The lodge used to keep payroll in cash," Mara said through short breaths, "and guest valuables during storms." Nate stared at her. She continued. 8 years ago, he caused a boiler failure so the lodge would evacuate. He planned to use the old pipe tunnel to reach the basement after everyone left. "I didn't cause the failure," Nate said. "You packed snow into the intake housing to slow the pumps. You flooded the boiler hall. The valve was already failing. A maintenance worker almost drowned. He lived. He lost a leg." Nate's mouth tightened. The winter rule finally made sense. Snowmen had never been the danger. They were containers. Nate had built them outside the lodge 8 years earlier, hollowing their centers and hiding tools, radios, spare clothing, and fuel inside. Staff carried pieces through the east door without noticing what had been packed into them. Afterward, the lodge wrote the rule in the simplest language possible. Never bring a snowman or any part of one inside. Not because of melting snow, because Nate used them to move equipment through the building without being seen. "You helped him," I said to Mara. Her face changed. "I found the first snowman," she said. "I brought the head inside. I thought it was a prank." "It had a master key in it," Nate said. "She left it in the laundry sink for me." "I didn't know. You knew after." Mara looked at the floor. "And you told everyone he left," I said. "He did leave, because you gave him time." The answer was in her silence. Outside, something large struck the pump house. The whole building shifted downhill. The rope attached to Nate's harness snapped tight, pulling him toward the open hatch. He caught the rim. Water surged up through the gap, black and fast. "The intake channel's backing up," Mara said. Nate unclipped the rope from his harness. "You opened the bypass wrong," she told him. "I know what I opened." "No, you knew it 8 years ago. The system was rebuilt." Another crack ran across the floor. The corner near the heater dropped half an inch. The kerosene tin tipped over. Fuel spread in a rainbow film around our boots. Nate gripped the basement key. "The tunnel still reaches the lodge. The lower section is flooded," Mara said. "I came through it, before the channel backed up." He moved toward the hatch. I caught his jacket with my left hand. "Where are you going?" He spun and struck my injured shoulder. The pain erased the room. I dropped to one knee, gagging. Nate climbed into the hatch. Mara crawled after him and grabbed the rope trailing from his harness. "Don't," she said. He looked up at her. For the first time, I saw something resembling affection in his face. It made him more frightening. "You should have left when I told you," he said. "You put the snowman there to bring me out. I needed the key. You could have asked. You stopped answering. You disappeared for 8 years. You knew where I was." "No, I knew you were alive because things kept going missing." Nate's expression hardened. The pump house moved again. One of the concrete piers failed with a grinding roar. Floor tilted downhill. Water rushed toward the hatch. The main door tore partly open under the pressure outside, creating a gap near the top. Snow poured through it, followed by branches and stones. Nate lost his grip. Mara held the rope with both hands. Her injured knee slid across the concrete. I grabbed the back of her harness. My right shoulder screamed under even that small movement. Nate hung in the hatch, the tunnel below him filling rapidly. "Pull me up," he said. Mara tried. I tried with her. The rope cut into my left palm where the glove had split. Blood mixed with the water around my wrist. Nate rose several inches. Then something below caught his leg. He jerked downward. "What is it?" Mara shouted. "The line." "What line?" "The dog chain. The black avalanche dog." Nate had chained it in the tunnel, likely as an alarm or deterrent. When the animal escaped, part of the chain must have remained wrapped around old pipework. Now it had snagged Nate's harness or boot. He reached down, trying to free himself. Water rose to his chest. Mara strained against the rope. Her face had gone gray. "I can't hold him," I said. "Don't let go." The pump house settled another inch. The hatch frame bent. Nate's headlamp disappeared beneath a surge of brown water and reappeared. He was coughing now. "Cut the harness," Mara told him. "My knife's gone." I remembered the ice scraper Mara had used at the first snowman. It was still clipped to the outside of her pack. I pulled it free. The blade was short and serrated on one edge. I lay flat and reached into the hatch. Nate grabbed my wrist. "Give it to me. I can cut you loose. Give it." Another surge struck him. His fingers tightened hard enough to bruise. I saw the strap caught below the water, not the harness itself. A secondary gear loop had twisted around the chain. I reached down. The water was snowmelt cold, immediate and crushing. My hand went numb before I found the strap. I began sawing. Blade slipped twice. Nate kicked beneath the surface. Mara screamed at him to stop moving. The strap frayed, almost through. Then the radio on the floor sparked. A tiny blue arc jumped from its cracked battery, housing to the kerosene film. Flame traveled across the water. It moved low and fast, a sheet of orange running toward us. Mara released one hand from the rope and kicked the overturned heater away. The flame followed the fuel trail to the wall. Dry wool blankets caught. Smoke rolled along the ceiling. "We have to go," I said. Mara still held Nate's rope. The main door gap was barely wide enough for a person to crawl through, but it was our only route out. The hatch tunnel was filling. The room was burning. Nate looked up at his sister. "Don't do this again," he said. Mara stared down at him. 8 years ago, she had protected him, given him time. allowed him to escape the consequences of what he had done. Now she held the rope that could save him, or kill all three of us. The strap below the water finally snapped. Nate surged upward. For 1 second, I thought we had him. Then he grabbed Mara's key ring instead of the hatch rim. His weight pulled her forward. Her chest struck the concrete edge. She cried out. The keys fell into the tunnel. Nate let go of the rope to catch them. That was the choice. His fingers closed around the ring. The current took him. He vanished beneath the hatch. Mara lunged after him. I caught her harness and dragged her backward as water exploded through the opening. The hatch tore free from one hinge. A wave crossed the room, extinguishing some of the flames while spreading burning kerosene into the corner. "Nate," Mara shouted. No answer, only water. I pulled her toward the main door. She fought me at first, not with strength, with refusal. "He's gone," I said. "No, Mara, the tunnel bends. He's gone." Smoke thickened above us. The pump house leaned farther downhill. I shoved the top of the damaged door with my left shoulder. It opened another few inches. Snow packed the gap from outside. I dug with my glove. Mara joined me. Her hands shook uncontrollably. We cleared a narrow channel, pushing snow inward between us. Cold air entered with enough force to flatten the smoke. "You first," I said. "My knee, you first." She crawled through on her elbows. Her injured leg caught beneath the bent panel. She screamed. I lifted the door with my back while she twisted free. Something in my right shoulder shifted again. I nearly blacked out. Mara grabbed my jacket from outside and pulled. I squeezed through as the floor behind me cracked completely. The pump house dropped, not far, maybe 3 feet as another pier failed. But the movement folded the door inward and sealed the opening seconds after my boots cleared it. We lay in the snow beside the building. The storm had weakened, not stopped, but the wind had lost some of its force, and pale morning light showed through the trees. The black rescue dog stood 20 yards uphill. It barked once, then turned and moved toward the lodge. Mara tried to stand. She couldn't. I couldn't use my right arm. We tied the rope around her waist and began climbing. I walked backward, pulling with my left hand while she pushed with her good leg and used both arms to drag herself through the snow. It took nearly an hour to cover the distance. At the lower marker, Thomas found us. He had tied himself to the lodge with multiple lengths of kitchen utility rope and extension cords knotted together. Lee was behind him, carrying blankets and a fire extinguisher. No sudden rescue, no helicopter, just 2 exhausted people who had ignored instructions because we were overdue. Thomas reached Mara first. "Where is he?" he asked. She looked downhill. "In the tunnel." Thomas understood. He closed his eyes. Then he helped lift her. Lodge behind him was still standing, but the east wing windows were fogged from moisture. Water ran from beneath the mudroom door and froze in ridges across the porch. The first snowman had collapsed inside. Its stones, rope, and packed snow were scattered across the tile. Among the debris, Lee had found a plastic bin containing bolt cutters, a lodge floor plan, spare radio batteries, and 3 bottles of kerosene. Nate had intended to get inside. The rule had delayed him. It had also drawn Mara out. By the time county rescue teams reached Black Pine that afternoon. Highway 550 had reopened to emergency traffic. Owen was taken to a hospital in Durango with hypothermia, a concussion, and chemical irritation in his lungs from the boiler room. Mara had torn ligaments in her knee and 2 cracked ribs. My shoulder was dislocated with a fracture near the socket. 2 fingers on my left hand required stitches, and the cold had damaged the tips badly enough that I would not regain full sensation. Nathan Voss was not recovered that day. The intake tunnel had collapsed near the creek. Search crews found his rope, 1 boot, and the basement key ring caught in a grate 30 yards downstream. They did not find his body. The conflict was over because the tunnel was sealed. The sabotage was documented, and the lodge was evacuated. But as they loaded Mara into the ambulance, she caught my sleeve with 2 fingers. "He always carried 2 knives," she said. I looked toward the buried pump house. "What?" "The one in his pocket," she whispered, "and 1 in his boot." Search crews had found only 1 boot. The first person who asked whether Nathan Voss was dead was a deputy I never met in person. I was in an exam room at Mercy Hospital in Durango, with my right arm strapped against my chest and 2 fingers wrapped in gauze, when a nurse held a phone near my ear. The deputy introduced himself as Calvin Ortega from the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. His voice had the patient, level tone of someone who had learned that frightened people gave better answers when they weren't pushed too hard. "Did you see Mr. Voss stop breathing?" he asked. "No." "Did you see him become unresponsive?" "No." "Do you see him exit the tunnel by another route?" "No." "Then we're listing him as missing and presumed deceased for now." The nurse adjusted the sling beneath my wrist. Pain sharpened through my shoulder. "What does for now mean?" I asked. "It means we don't certify a death without remains or stronger physical evidence. He went underwater. I understand. The tunnel collapsed. I understand that too." His repetition wasn't dismissive. That almost made it worse. He wasn't arguing with me. He was leaving room for the facts to be less final than I wanted them to be. "My name is Eli Mercer," and by the end of that day, I had been employed at Black Pine Lodge for 4 days. I had also helped destroy part of it, though the insurance adjuster later assured me that was not how liability worked. The doctors reduced my shoulder while I was sedated. The socket had fractured near the rim, which meant I could not simply wear a sling for 2 weeks and go back to lifting propane tanks. I needed surgery, then months of physical therapy. The cold injury to my fingers was considered superficial, but the nerves in the tips of my index and middle fingers had been damaged. They felt as if I were touching everything through thin cardboard. The cut across my palm required 11 stitches. My bill arrived before I was discharged. That part felt normal. Mara was 2 floors above me. Her knee required reconstruction, though the surgeons waited for the swelling to decrease. One of her cracked ribs had shifted enough to make breathing difficult, and she had a small lung contusion that kept her under observation. Owen was in the intensive care unit for the first night. He regained full consciousness the following afternoon. Lee was the one who told me. She came into my room carrying a paper cup of bad coffee and wearing a borrowed sweatshirt from the hospital gift shop. The front showed a cartoon mountain under the words Colorado. Take the high road. She looked older than she had at the lodge, not dramatically. There were no movie-style signs of devastation. Her hair was unwashed, and the skin beneath her eyes had gone gray. She kept rubbing the edge of the cup lid with her thumb until it bent. He remembers most of it, she said. What happened? He saw someone behind the east wing around midnight. Nate. He didn't know who it was, just a man in an old maintenance coat. I shifted against the raised bed. The movement pulled at my shoulder. Lee noticed and waited until my face relaxed again. Owen followed him through the boiler hall, she continued. The man was carrying plastic tubs. Owen thought he was stealing fuel or tools. He recorded from the corridor, then went after him. And Nate caught him, hit him with a valve wrench. I looked toward the narrow hospital window. Snow had stopped in Durango, and the parking lot below was divided into wet black lanes by plowed banks. Why put him in the laundry room? The door locked from the outside. Nate told him the boiler would fail if he didn't give up the alarm codes. Did Owen give them to him? He says no. The failed cellular booster suggested otherwise, but Owen might not have known its code. Nate had worked at Black Pine before most of us. He understood the building's weaknesses because he had helped create some of them. Lee lowered her voice. Owen says Nate kept asking where Mara stored the basement key. That tracks. He also asked whether the vault was still there. It was empty. That's what Thomas said. She stared at her coffee. Thomas knew a lot. That question had started bothering me before the pain medication wore off. How much? I asked. Lee shook her head. The deputies are still talking to him. Thomas had been taken to the sheriff's office in Silverton, not under arrest, according to the deputy, but not exactly as a casual guest either. Mara had already admitted that she helped conceal the circumstances of Nate's escape 8 years earlier. Thomas had been working at the lodge then. So had the previous owner. A maintenance worker named Richard Vale had lost his left leg after being pinned in the flooded boiler hall during Nate's first attempt. The official report blamed a failed valve and delayed evacuation. The report had been false. Mara had told investigators that she altered the night log after Nate fled. Thomas had claimed he did not know why she changed it, but that became difficult to believe once deputies found an old set of bolt cutters and one of Nate's radios sealed behind a pantry wall. The radio had Thomas's fingerprints on it. He later said he had hidden it because he was afraid the lodge would close and everyone would lose their jobs. It was not a noble explanation. It was believable. That was the pattern beneath nearly everything that happened at Black Pine. Nobody had done one enormous theatrical evil. They had made small decisions while tired, afraid, embarrassed, or desperate. Then they made new decisions to protect the old ones. Eventually, the truth required an entire building to hold it up. When the building failed, so did the story they had been telling. The lodge remained closed after the evacuation. County inspectors found water damage in the east wing, fractured supports beneath the old pump house, contaminated insulation, and extensive corrosion in the boiler system. The fire in the pump house had burned itself out after the structure shifted and flooded, but kerosene leaked into the intake channel. Environmental crews spent weeks testing water downstream. The first snowman had not caused the east screen door to fail by itself. Nate had removed 2 hinge screws and partially cut the lower pin. Wind pressure and the weight of the snowman did the rest. The propane warning had also been deliberate. He had packed ice around the regulator vent and loosened a protective cap. The system's automatic safety controls prevented a serious leak, but the warning drew maintenance staff outside exactly as he intended. He had taken the yellow rope from the shed, left the lock open, placed the photocopied rule in the first snowman, and photographed me while I worked. He knew my name because staff applications and payroll forms were stored in an unlocked filing cabinet inside Mara's office. The details were humiliating in their simplicity. No hacking, no elaborate surveillance network, no supernatural knowledge. A man who had once worked in the building knew where people left things. The photographs in the pump house covered 6 months. Nate had been watching the property since early autumn, sleeping intermittently in the abandoned structure, and in an old hunting trailer discovered 2 miles west near a disused mining road. Inside the trailer, deputies found food wrappers, lodge schedules, fuel receipts, maps, radio equipment, spare clothing, and copies of Mara's emails printed at the Silverton Public Library. They also found veterinary antibiotics, gauze, and dog food. The black avalanche dog had a name. Rook. He belonged to Silver Creek Avalanche Dogs, a private training company outside Ouray. Nate had stolen him 3 weeks earlier, likely intending to use him as an early warning system near the pump house. The dragging chain and damaged tag suggested Rook broke free during the storm. Rook survived. He was dehydrated, had cuts on 2 paws, and developed a respiratory infection. But the kennel owner later sent me a photograph of him lying beneath a desk with his front legs bandaged. That picture helped more than it should have. The modified distress radio was traced to an online sale under a false name. The recording itself had been taken from a wilderness rescue training video. Nate cut the voice into a loop and added the knocking pattern to make the call easier to locate through wind. 3 knocks. 2, not a code, just sound design. The second snowman had marked the supply tote, while the arrows on the plywood directed Nate toward 2 possible routes depending on whether he approached from the creek or the lodge. Not the same way was a reminder to avoid leaving a single obvious trail. The red hat had not been placed for Mara. That was one of the stranger disappointments. It belonged to Nate, not merely as an old possession, but as part of a cache of clothing he had stored years earlier. Mara recognized it because he wore it in the photograph from their final winter together. Its presence in the tote felt like a message to her because guilt had trained her to interpret everything through him. Some of what frightened us had been deliberate. Some of it had been coincidence. Some had become frightening only because we already knew enough to be suspicious. Owen's duplicate card was one of those details. The card Lee found outside his room was his assigned key card. The plastic corner in the first snowman had belonged only to the badge sleeve containing the copied rules. There had never been a second number 12. My angle in the storm created the resemblance. When Deputy Ortega explained that to me, I felt embarrassed for about 3 seconds. Then I remembered that Nate had intended someone to see plastic in the snowman and investigate. Being wrong about the object did not mean I had been wrong to worry. I was discharged after 2 nights and moved into a motel near the hospital because I could not drive and had nowhere else nearby to stay. The lodge's insurance covered the room after several unpleasant phone calls. I slept badly. The heating unit clicked on and off beneath the window. The ice machine outside my room released cubes every 40 minutes with a deep mechanical crash. Each time, I woke expecting the floor hatch to move. I stopped closing the bathroom door. I kept the chain off the motel room lock because the idea of a second barrier suddenly felt worse than the idea of someone getting in. Before Black Pine, I had hidden my fear of confined spaces because it seemed childish. Afterward, I told every nurse, technician, and physical therapist before they placed me near a machine. I thought honesty would make the fear smaller. It did not. It made it manageable. There is a difference. Mara called me 3 weeks later. Her voice sounded rough, either from the rib injury or from speaking less. "I owe you an apology," she said. Yes, I heard her breathe out. She might have expected me to soften it. I didn't. "I should have told you about Nate," she said. Yes, I should have stopped at the lower marker. Yes, a long pause followed. I don't know what else to say. That's probably enough for now. She had resigned from the lodge before the owners could fire her. The sheriff's office referred her old conduct to the district attorney. But too much time had passed for several possible charges, and the falsified log had been part of a civil investigation rather than a sworn criminal statement. She was charged with obstructing the current investigation after admitting she initially withheld her knowledge of Nate's former routes and caches. She pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor, probation, community service, a fine. Richard Vale, the injured maintenance worker, filed a civil suit against the lodge owners and Mara after the old cover-up became public. I never learned how much it settled for, only that it did settle. Thomas was not charged in connection with the original incident. Investigators could prove that he hid evidence, but not that he understood Nate's full plan at the time. He lost his job anyway. He moved back to Chicago and mailed me a chef's knife. No note, just the knife in a padded box with the receipt removed. I did not keep it. Lee took a housekeeping job at a hotel in Montrose. Owen left Colorado after finishing outpatient rehabilitation. He sent one group email to all of us saying that he did not blame anyone for failing to find him sooner. Nobody knew how to answer. I replied that I was glad he lived. He wrote back 2 words, "Me too." The owners announced that Black Pine Lodge would remain closed through the following winter. 6 months later, they sold the property to a hospitality company based in Denver. The new company applied for permits to demolish the east wing, replace the mechanical systems, and convert the old employee quarters into guest suites. Their promotional material described the project as a restoration. That word did a lot of work. In October, I returned to Silverton to give a final recorded statement and collect the belongings left in my employee room. By then, I could lift my right arm to shoulder height. 2 fingers still tingled in cold weather. The drive north from Durango followed the same narrow highway that had been closed during the storm, winding between exposed rock and steep drops. The mountains looked smaller without snow. Not safer, just easier to measure. Black pine stood behind a temporary chain link fence. The east wing windows had been removed and covered with plywood. Construction dumpsters occupied the guest parking area. A yellow excavator sat beside the lodge with its bucket lowered. Deputy Ortega met me at the gate. He was younger than his telephone voice had suggested. Mid-30s maybe, with a trimmed mustache and sunglasses resting on the brim of his hat. "Thought you'd want an escort," he said. "Is that necessary?" "No." He unlocked the chain. Inside, the lodge smelled of cut lumber, mildew, and dust. The lobby furniture was gone. Pale rectangles marked the walls where paintings had hung. The reception desk remained, though its drawers had been removed for evidence and never replaced. We walked through the kitchen. The floor tiles had cracked near the loading dock. Thomas's stove was covered in plastic. At the east mudroom, the inner door stood open. The damaged screen door had been removed. New framing surrounded the opening, exposing raw wood where the old logs had been cut back. There was no snow, no yellow rope, no stones on the floor, just daylight. My room had been searched, cleaned, and packed into 2 cardboard boxes. Most of what I owned fit inside them. While I checked the dresser, Ortega stood in the hallway. "Did you ever find him?" I asked. "No, any remains downstream. Nothing confirmed. Boot." He knew which one I meant. No second boot. The tunnel had been excavated from both ends. Search teams found sections where the ceiling collapsed completely, and others where air pockets remained between old pipes. They recovered Nate's backpack, 2 empty battery packs, a knife sheath, and part of his maintenance jacket. No body, no second knife, no proof of escape. Ortega leaned against the doorframe. "Water can carry things farther than people expect," he said. "That's what everyone says. It's true. It's also convenient." He did not argue. I carried the boxes downstairs one at a time. Outside, construction workers were erecting temporary covers over the old drainage channel. Someone had spray painted measurements across the concrete foundation. Normal work, tape measures, impact drivers, a radio playing classic rock from inside the excavator cab. One of the workers had built a small snowman from leftover insulation foam near the dumpster. 3 white spheres, a hard hat on top, black screws for eyes. I stopped walking. The worker noticed. "Little early in the season," he said. I looked at the foam figure. A bright orange extension cord had been wrapped around its neck like a scarf. "It's not snow," he added. "I can see that." He laughed, then returned to cutting plywood. Deputy Deputy Ortega carried the second box to my car. Before I left, I looked back at the lodge. For a moment, it was only an old building undergoing repairs. Sawdust moved across the porch. Sunlight reflected from the bare windows. A delivery truck reversed near the kitchen with a steady electronic beep. Almost ordinary. Then the worker with the foam snowman lifted it by the torso and carried it toward the open east doorway. I heard myself shout, "Don't bring that inside." Everyone turned. The worker froze with the figure in his arms. I stood beside my car, my bad hand clenched hard enough to hurt. There was no danger in the foam. No hidden radio. No fuel, no key. I knew that. The worker looked at Ortega. Ortega looked at me. Then he walked over, took the foam snowman from the man, and set it back beside the dumpster. "Site S cluttered enough," he said. Nobody laughed this time. I drove away before they could decide what to call my reaction. The lodge reopened the following year under a new name. I saw the advertisement online. Updated rooms, new boiler, improved emergency communications, winter adventure packages. The photographs showed smiling couples beside the fireplace and children building snowmen on the front lawn. I closed the page. A week later, an envelope arrived at my apartment in Albuquerque. No return address. Inside was my original photograph of the first snowman, printed on matte paper. The one I had taken through the mudroom glass at 5:12 that morning. Deputies had copied the image from my phone, but the original file had never been printed. On the back, someone had written 5 words in block capitals. "You left the east door open." I called Ortega. He collected the photograph, tested it, and found only my fingerprints. The paper was sold in office supply stores across the country. The postmark came from Denver. Mara lived in Colorado Springs by then. Thomas was in Chicago. Lee was in Montrose. Owen had moved to Oregon. Nathan Voss was still legally missing. Ortega told me the message could have been sent by someone connected to the investigation. A reporter, a former employee, a construction worker who heard the story, someone making a joke, all plausible. He asked whether I wanted patrol checks near my apartment. I said no. Then I replaced the screws in my door hinges, installed a camera, and started checking the hallway before I slept. That winter, Albuquerque received less than an inch of snow. It melted before noon. I still kept a shovel beside the door. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story my HOA demands one offering every month, and this time they chose my house is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The envelope was pinned to our front door with a roofing nail. not taped, not tucked under the mat. A thick, galvanized nail had been driven straight through the cream-colored paper and into the blue fiberglass, leaving a crescent of chipped paint beneath the head. Whoever had done it had struck hard enough to sink the nail almost flush. I could see the shallow dents where the hammer had missed twice. It was 6:12 on a Tuesday morning, and I stood on the porch in my socks, holding a travel mug while the sprinklers clicked from lawn to lawn down the street. There were explanations. A contractor had the wrong address. Teenagers were being idiots. One of the neighborhood kids had found a hammer. Maybe the HOA had hired someone who did not understand that mailboxes existed. All reasonable. Still, I did not touch it. A delivery truck grumbled along the main road beyond the brick entrance to the subdivision, its brakes making a soft metallic squeal. Somewhere behind the houses, a dog barked 3 times and stopped. The sprinklers hissed over clipped grass, and the smell of wet soil mixed with the burnt coffee rising from my mug. I went back inside and locked the door. My name is Evan Mercer, 38, male, and at that point, I had lived in Bellwether Estates for exactly 23 days. I worked remotely as a claims analyst for an insurance company based in Richmond, Virginia, which meant my days were mostly spent deciding whether strangers had misunderstood their policies or were simply lying. That profession had given me the unhelpful habit of treating every unusual detail as evidence. It had also taught me that the first explanation people offered was rarely the complete one. The move to Bellwether was supposed to quiet that part of my brain. The house sat in a planned community outside Frederick, Maryland, where newer subdivisions pressed against old farmland and narrow roads still carried names from families who had owned the land before developers flattened it. Bellwether had 86 homes, 3 looping streets, a shallow retention pond, and a clubhouse nobody seemed to use. The houses were close enough to hear garage doors open across the street, but spaced far enough apart for everyone to pretend they had privacy. My wife, Laura Mercer, 36, female, came downstairs wearing one of my old college sweatshirts, her dark hair pinned messily at the back of her head. She taught 8th grade English at a public school 10 minutes away and had developed the teacher's ability to notice disorder before fully waking up. "Why did you lock that?" she asked. "There's something on the door." She paused at the last stair. "Like what? An envelope? That's terrifying. It's nailed to the door." Her expression changed, but only slightly. Laura did not like giving anxiety too much oxygen. She believed most fear grew because people fed it with conversation, revisiting the same concern until it had a shape and weight it had not earned. That made her steadier than me in emergencies. It also meant she sometimes ignored warning signs because acknowledging them felt too much like surrendering control. She crossed the living room and looked through the narrow window beside the door. "You weren't exaggerating." "I don't usually exaggerate about hardware." "You absolutely do. You once called a loose cabinet hinge a structural failure. It was pulling out of the frame." She unlocked the deadbolt before I could stop her. "Laura, what? Maybe don't open it." She gave me a look over her shoulder. "It's paper, Evan. She stepped outside barefoot. I followed, although I put on the rubber sandals we kept by the door, which felt like a small victory for caution. Up close, the envelope looked handmade. Paper was heavier than normal stationery, slightly rough, and sealed with a strip of clear tape instead of adhesive. Our address was written in black marker. 1427 Harrow Lane, no names. Laura set 2 fingers against the edge and tried to pull it loose. The nail did not move. "Who does this?" she said. "Someone with a hammer. Helpful." I went to the garage for a claw hammer. The overhead light flickered twice before holding steady, illuminating unpacked boxes stacked against the wall. We still had not finished organizing after the move. A folded dining table leaned beside a box marked BOOKS, office, and my father's old metal toolbox sat on the workbench where I had placed it the day we arrived. That toolbox bothered me more than it should have. My father had died the previous winter, suddenly enough that I had spent months feeling as though I had forgotten an appointment. The house had been his idea, or more accurately, buying a house had been the last thing he repeatedly told me to do. He believed rent was money poured down a drain, and that adulthood could be measured by gutters, property taxes, and whether you owned a ladder tall enough to reach your roof. After he died, Laura and I stopped postponing things. We left our apartment near Rockville, stretched our savings for the down payment, and moved to Bellwether because the area was quiet. The schools were good, and the listing photos made the back deck look larger than it was. The private fear I did not tell Laura was that I had bought the house because I wanted my father's approval after he was no longer alive to give it. I took the hammer from the toolbox and returned to the porch. Laura had crouched beside the door, examining the marks around the nail. "Hit it at an angle," she said. "You're touching it now. I'm looking. You told me not to obsess over details. I tell you not to invent details. Existing ones are fair game." The nail squeaked as I worked it free. The sound carried farther than expected in the damp morning air. Across the street, a curtain shifted in the front window of the pale gray house, then settled. The envelope came away with a round hole punched through its upper corner. Laura took it from me. "Open it," she said. "You open it. You're the investigator." "I investigate water damage and suspicious medical bills. I don't open nailed correspondence." She smiled, but it faded when she peeled back the tape. Inside was a single sheet of white printer paper. No letterhead, no signature. Laura read it first, her lips pressed together. "What?" She handed it to me. The message was centered on the page in a plain serif font. "Residents of 1427 Harrow Lane. A property review will take place this evening at 7:30 p.m. All adult occupants are expected to attend. Do not contact the management company regarding this notice." Beneath the message was a simple line drawing of a bell. I read it again, then a third time, because the wording was just strange enough to make me wonder whether I was missing something obvious. Laura folded her arms. "Property review. We didn't schedule one. Could be the HOA. They have email and stamps. Maybe it's some kind of welcome committee thing." With a roofing nail, she looked down the street. Morning was arriving in pieces. Garage doors rose. A man in running clothes jogged past the end of the block, his shoes slapping rhythmically against the wet pavement. The school bus stop at the corner was still empty. Every house looked sealed and ordinary, with porch lights switching off one by one as daylight strengthened. "We should call the management company," I said. "The note specifically says not to." "That's why we should." Laura glanced toward our doorway. After breakfast, I took a photograph of the paper, then another of the nail damage. My phone automatically sharpened the images, making the chipped paint look brighter than it did in person. The HOA documents had arrived in a thick folder at closing, along with bylaws, architectural restrictions, parking rules, and a list of fines detailed enough to make ordinary life feel like a series of possible violations. We were not allowed to park commercial vehicles overnight. Trash bins could not be visible from the street. Exterior paint colors had to be selected from an approved palette with names like oyster shell, stone path, and heritage moss. Nothing mentioned property reviews conducted at night. Inside, Laura poured cereal into a bowl and checked the time on the microwave. "I have a department meeting before classes," she said. "I need to leave in 15 minutes. You're not concerned. I'm concerned that someone damaged the door." "Only the door." She set the cereal box down harder than necessary. "What do you want me to say?" "That it's weird. It is weird. That whoever did it knew we were the new owners. Our address is on the house. They knew we were adults. It's a 4-bedroom colonial. That's not difficult to guess. They specifically told us not to call management. That could mean management already knows, or that they don't." Laura looked at me for a moment, then softened. "This is what you do," she said. "What do I do? You find the gap in something, and then you keep widening it until everything falls through. That's dramatic. You spent 3 hours checking the basement after you heard one drip. There was water, condensation on a pipe. That is technically water." She took a breath and came around the counter. Her hand settled against my forearm. "We moved here because we wanted normal," she said. "Remember?" I nodded. Normal was Laura leaving for school before 7. Normal was me answering emails from the room we had agreed to call an office, even though half the boxes still contained winter coats. Normal was arguing about where to hang pictures and whether the upstairs toilet always made that faint whistling sound. Normal was not a paper notice nailed to the front door. "I'll call the HOA during lunch," she said. "I'll call them now." "No," her voice sharpened. "You have that review meeting at 8, and if you go down this rabbit hole, you'll be useless all morning." She was right, which irritated me. My job had become less forgiving since the move. Our company was preparing for an audit, and my supervisor had warned everyone that remote productivity was being watched closely. I could not afford to look distracted. The mortgage payment was nearly 40% higher than our rent had been, and I had run the numbers often enough to know how quickly one lost income could turn the house from achievement into trap. That was my everyday motive, although I would not have called it that then. I wanted the move to work. I wanted the house to prove we had made a responsible decision. I wanted to stop waking at 3 in the morning thinking about interest rates, roof repairs, and the old stain in the basement, sealing that the inspector had called inactive. Laura kissed my cheek, grabbed her bag, and left through the garage. Before the door closed, she said, "Don't interrogate the neighbors." I wasn't planning to. You're looking at the house across the street. I saw the curtain move. People have curtains, Evan. The garage door descended behind her with a rattling mechanical growl. I stood in the kitchen holding the notice while the refrigerator compressor kicked on. At 7:03, someone knocked on the front door. Not loudly, 3 light taps. I checked the window before opening it. A woman stood on the porch wearing jeans, a green quilted vest, and gardening gloves. Her silver blonde hair had been cut into a neat bob. She held a small plastic bucket filled with hand tools. This was Marion Pike, 62, female, who lived across the street in the pale gray house. We had met once on moving day when she brought over a grocery store pound cake and asked whether we had purchased an extended warranty on the water heater. Marion was friendly in the way some people were friendly at property lines, warm enough to invite conversation, careful enough to reveal nothing of consequence. I opened the door halfway. "Morning," she said. "Hi, Marion." Her eyes moved immediately to the hole in the paint. "They got your door." The sentence came out casually, too casually. "You know who did this?" She looked down at the hammer still resting on the porch. "No, I saw you working on it. You said they." Marion removed one glove finger by finger. Figure of speech. "Did you get one?" "One what?" I held up the notice. Her face did not change, but she stopped pulling at the glove. "Where did that come from?" "It was nailed to the door." "I see. Do you know what a property review is?" Marion looked past me into the house. Not rudely, more like she was checking whether anyone else could hear. "You should probably attend," she said. "That wasn't my question." No, you don't know." "No, that wasn't your question." A lawn service truck turned onto Harrow Lane, towing a trailer full of mowers. The engine noise filled the space between us. Marion waited until it passed. Then she lowered her voice. "You're still settling in," she said. "Some things here make more sense after you've been around longer." "What things?" She put the glove back on. "Rules, traditions, personalities. The HOA traditions involve damaging houses." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." Marion glanced over her shoulder at her home. The curtain I had seen moving earlier hung perfectly still. "I came over because your recycling bin is visible from the street," she said. I stared at her. "What?" "It's beside the garage. The lid is blue. I know what our recycling bin looks like. You'll get a warning if it stays there." We got a warning nailed to our door. That is not an HOA warning. The lawn truck stopped 2 houses down. A mower engine coughed, caught, and rose into a steady roar. "How do you know?" I asked. Marion stepped backward off the porch. "You should move the bin before 9, she said. Then she crossed the street without waiting for an answer. I watched her enter her garage through the side door. She did not look back. For the next several hours, I tried to work. I really did. I logged into the company system, joined the review meeting, and discussed a warehouse fire claim involving disputed inventory records. My supervisor shared a spreadsheet. Someone's microphone picked up a child asking for waffles. Numbers moved across my screen while, on the corner of my desk, the notice sat beneath a stapler to keep the air vent from shifting it. At 10:41, I searched the HOA portal for property review. No results. I searched evening inspection, resident attendance, and bell symbol. Nothing. At 11:18, I called the management company. A recorded voice told me that all representatives were assisting other residents. I stayed on hold for 9 minutes, listening to soft piano music interrupted by reminders that exterior changes required written approval. A woman finally answered. "Bellwether Community Management, this is Dana." I explained the notice. There was a pause, followed by keyboard sounds. "We don't have any inspections scheduled for your address," she said. "Could it be from the board? Board communications are sent through the portal or by postal mail." "So this isn't official." "I didn't say that. I said I don't see anything scheduled. The note says not to contact you." The keyboard sound stopped. "What exactly does the notice say?" I read it aloud. Another pause. "Mr. Mercer," she said, "are you available this evening?" "That depends on why." "I recommend speaking directly with the board president. Can you give me their number? I can send a message." "I'd rather call. We don't distribute personal numbers." "Who is the board president?" Before she could answer, my doorbell camera sent an alert to my phone. "Person detected at front door." I opened the live view. Nobody was on the porch. The image showed the front walk, the wet grass, and the edge of Marion's driveway across the street. The video stuttered for a second, compression blocks smearing the shrubs into green squares. Then, a folded piece of paper slid into view from below the camera and was placed beneath the doormat by a hand wearing a pale latex glove. The hand disappeared. I stood so quickly my chair rolled into the wall. "Mr. Mercer," Dana said through the phone. I crossed the hall and stopped at the front door. Through the side window, the porch appeared empty. The mower engines had stopped. For the first time all morning, I could hear the faint ticking of our sprinkler system cooling in the utility closet. "Someone's here," I said. "Who?" "I don't know." The phone camera showed no person leaving the porch, no body passing the walkway, no vehicle pulling away. Only the doormat, with one corner raised slightly higher than before. Dana said something I did not catch. My hand hovered over the deadbolt. I could open the door and retrieve the second note. I could wait for Laura, or I could call the police and explain that an unidentified person had left a piece of paper under my mat in broad daylight, in a neighborhood where delivery drivers, lawn crews, contractors, and residents moved between houses constantly. None of the choices felt sensible. That was the first moment I understood that normal explanations do not always make a situation feel normal. Sometimes they only make it harder to justify walking away. I opened the door because leaving the paper under the mat felt worse than reading it. That was the first mistake. The porch was empty. The street looked ordinary again, almost aggressively so. A white contractor van idled near the corner. Someone 2 houses down dragged a green trash bin up a driveway, its plastic wheels bumping over each seam in the concrete. Across the street, Marion's garage door was closed. I crouched and lifted the mat. The folded paper had been placed inside a clear sandwich bag. It was dry despite the wet porch, and whoever had left it had pressed all the air out before sealing it. A short length of red thread had been trapped inside with the note. I did not touch the thread. I carried the bag into the kitchen by one corner and set it on the counter. Dana was still on the phone. "Are you there?" she asked. "Yes." "What did they leave?" "I haven't opened it." Another pause. I had begun to notice those pauses. They were not the normal kind, where someone searched a screen or considered a response. They felt edited, as though Dana was deciding which version of the truth would create the least trouble for her. "Mr. Mercer, I need you to listen carefully." I put the phone on speaker. "All right, do not discard anything that was delivered to your home. Why? And do not damage it." The first notice was nailed through. "I mean, from this point forward." I stared at the sandwich bag. "You know what this is?" "I know there have been disputes involving unofficial neighborhood communications." "Disputes?" I'm using the terminology available to me. That sounds like something written by a lawyer. "I work for a property management company." "Who is the board president?" Dana exhaled softly through her nose. "His name is Grant Bell." "Bell?" "Yes, like the symbol on the page." "I can't interpret symbols for you." "Can I have his address?" "That information is available in your closing packet." I looked toward the stack of documents on the dining table. "What happens at 7:30? "I don't know. You just told me not to throw anything away." "Because if this becomes a harassment complaint, evidence matters." The answer was clean, reasonable. I almost accepted it. Then she added, "Make sure both of you are home before sunset." I stopped breathing for a second. "What did you say?" "I said I recommend that both property owners be available this evening." "No, you said before sunset." "I may have misspoken." "Dana, I have another resident on hold." She ended the call. The disconnect tone sounded twice through the kitchen before the line went dead. I stood there with the phone in my hand and felt the old pressure beginning behind my ribs, the tight band that appeared whenever money, work, or responsibility started stacking faster than I could sort them. Laura called it spiraling. I called it planning. The distinction mattered to me more than it did to her. I photographed the second package from every angle before opening it. Then I put on a pair of dishwashing gloves, which made me feel ridiculous until I remembered the latex-covered hand on the camera. Inside the bag, the red thread was tied around a small brass key. The paper contained only 4 lines. "Your review begins at 7:30 p.m. The house must be presentable. Place the blue bin at the curb by 6:00 p.m. Do not leave the community after 5:00 p.m. At the bottom was the bell symbol. I read the third line twice. The recycling bin. Marion had specifically told me to move it out of sight before 9. Now someone wanted it at the curb by 6. I checked the time. 11:32 a.m. There were 6.5 hours until the review, and just over 5 until the instruction about leaving the neighborhood became relevant. That should have been plenty of time. It did not feel like it. I called Laura during her lunch period. She answered on the 4th ring, speaking quietly. "I have 12 minutes. Someone left another note." A chair scraped near her end of the call. Voices moved in the background, teachers talking over microwave beeps and the clatter of plastic containers. "What does it say?" I read it aloud. She was silent. "Laura, I'm thinking. The management company knows something." "What exactly did they say?" I told her about Dana, including the sunset comment. "You need to call the police," Laura said. Her response surprised me. That was usually my role. I was considering it, Considering, I don't want to overstate what happened. Someone hammered a notice into our door and walked onto our porch with their face hidden. The camera didn't show a face. That is not better. I know. Call the non-emergency line. Take photos. Don't touch anything else. I already opened it. She made a small sound of frustration. I used gloves. Evan, I needed to know what it said. You always need to know. There was no anger in the sentence at first. Then it arrived. This is exactly what I meant this morning. You keep moving closer to whatever bothers you until you're standing inside it. So I should have left the package there. You should have called someone before opening it. I was already speaking to management. That is not the police. I'm calling them now. Another voice said Laura's name in the background. She lowered her voice further. I'm leaving early. You don't have to. Yes, I do. You have classes. I have planning last period. I'll tell the office there's a problem at home. I can handle it. That's the issue. The line went quiet between us. I knew what she meant. She did not trust me to handle a threat without making it larger. Not because I was reckless in the usual sense. I did not start fights or drive too fast or climb onto roofs without tying off the ladder. My recklessness was administrative. I kept asking questions after people wanted me to stop. I'll call the police, I said. I'll be home by 4, before sunset. That isn't funny. I wasn't joking. She hung up. The Frederick County Sheriff's Office sent a deputy at 12:26. Deputy Aaron Cole, 44, male, arrived alone in a marked SUV and parked with 2 wheels slightly on the curb. He had a tired, square face and the calm movements of someone who had learned not to match the energy of whoever called him. His uniform smelled faintly of rain and the stale interior of a patrol car. I showed him the door, the nail, both notices, and the camera footage. He watched the clip 3 times. There's a blind spot below the lens, he said. I know. Person probably approached tight against the wall. They'd still have to cross the walkway. Not if they came from the side. The side yard between our house and the neighbors was narrow, screened by boxwoods and the outdoor air conditioning unit. There's a gate, I said. Locked. I hesitated. No. Deputy Cole glanced at me. Then they came through the gate. The simplicity of his answer irritated me, mostly because it was plausible. What about the note telling us not to leave? That's not legally enforceable. I understand that. Do you feel threatened? Yes. Does the note threaten violence? Not directly. Any ongoing dispute with the board. We've lived here 23 days. That doesn't always prevent disputes. He photographed the damage with a department phone and placed the nail and sandwich bag into separate evidence envelopes. He left the brass key with me after wiping it gently with a cloth and finding no markings. What does it open? He asked. No idea. Could be nothing. People don't usually deliver nothing in plastic bags. You'd be surprised. He walked the perimeter of the house. I followed him through the side gate, where wet leaves clung to the concrete path. The wooden latch had a fresh scrape through the green paint. It might have been new. It might have been there since the inspection. Near the air conditioning unit, Deputy Cole stopped. A muddy footprint pressed into the mulch beneath the dining room window. The tread pattern was clear at the heel and smeared at the toe. There was another partial print near the fence. Work boot, he said. Can you take a cast? He gave me a sideways look. This isn't television. I know that. We'll photograph it. A thin black cable ran along the foundation beside the air conditioning line. Deputy Cole crouched and touched it. Doorbell wiring. No, the doorbell is wireless. He traced the cable beneath the siding. One end disappeared into the wall. The other had been cut cleanly and pushed behind a downspout. I stared at it. Is that, you tell me? I've never seen it. He stood and looked toward the dining room window. Could be old cokes, security line, landscape lighting. Could someone have installed a camera? Not with this cable by itself. That isn't what I asked. He studied me for a second. You should have an electrician inspect it. That answer went into the same mental folder as Dana's pauses. Not proof, not reassurance either. At 1:10, the power went out. The air conditioner stopped first. Then the refrigerator hum vanished, followed by the soft whir of my office computer's fan. The house settled into a stillness made noticeable by everything missing from it. Deputy Cole looked toward the ceiling. Storm nearby. The sky outside was pale gray, but there had been no thunder. I checked my utility app. It showed no neighborhood outage. Across the street, Marion's porch light was on. Our house only, I said. We went to the garage. The breaker panel door stood open. I knew I had closed it after the home inspection. I remembered because the inspector had shown me how the main disconnect worked and made a joke about labels written by electricians with bad handwriting. The main breaker had been switched off. Deputy Cole's expression changed for the first time. Not fear, attention. Did you do that? No, your wife. She's at work. He looked toward the interior garage door, then at the overhead garage door. Any cameras in here? No. He switched the main back on. The lights flickered, and somewhere inside the house, the refrigerator compressor started with a heavy thunk. Someone would need access, I said, or you bumped it moving boxes. The panel was closed. You certain? Yes. He did not challenge me, but he did not agree. Then his radio crackled. A dispatcher's voice reported a two-car collision on Route 15 near the Motter Avenue exit. Possible injury, traffic obstruction. Deputy Cole pressed the radio at his shoulder. I'm clear in 2. He turned to me. I'll file a report. Install a lock on the side gate. Keep your doors secured. If anyone attempts entry, call 911. What about tonight? What about it? They're expecting us at 7:30. You don't have to participate in anything. And if they come here, record the interaction. Don't escalate. Can you come back at 7:30? We can't station a unit here for an HOA dispute. It isn't an HOA dispute. You don't know what it is. That was the problem. He said it gently, but it still sounded like criticism. I followed him to the porch. As he stepped off, Marion opened her front door across the street. She stood there holding a yellow watering can, watching the patrol SUV. Deputy Cole noticed her. Neighbor, she knows something. Did she witness the delivery? She said they got our door. Ask her to contact us. She won't. Then I can speak with her now. Marion vanished inside before we crossed the street. Deputy Cole knocked. No answer. He knocked again, harder. A small camera above Marion's door rotated toward us with a faint motorized buzz. Ms. Pike, he called. Sheriff's office. Nothing. Her car was visible through the side window of the garage. A silver sedan. The hood was cool when the deputy placed his hand near it. She's home, I said, or she left with someone. She was at the door 10 seconds ago. Deputy Cole looked at the camera. Then his radio sounded again, sharper this time. Left his card and told me to call if anything changed. Something changed 11 minutes later. The blue recycling bin was gone. I had left it beside the garage that morning, exactly where Marion said it would earn us a warning. Now, the concrete was empty, except for a wet rectangle where the bin had shielded the pavement from rain. I checked the street. No bin. I walked to the side yard, thinking perhaps someone had moved it behind the fence. Nothing. Then, I noticed the side gate standing open. I had closed it after the deputy inspected the muddy prints. The latch hung loose. I called him. It went to voicemail. I called Laura. "I'm 20 minutes away," she said. "The bin's gone." "What? The blue bin? Someone took it. Stay inside. I'm looking for it. Evan, go inside. It might be at the curb." Why would it be at the curb? Because the note said, "Stop following the note." I reached the sidewalk and looked toward the entrance to Bellwether. The bin stood at the far end of Harrow Lane, almost 300 yards away, positioned in the middle of the road. Its lid was open. A red thread had been tied around the handle. "Evan," Laura said through the phone, "I found it." "Where?" "At the end of the street. Leave it. A car could hit it. Then let someone else move it." The ordinary part of me agreed. The part that paid insurance claims imagined a driver swerving around the bin, clipping a cyclist, hitting a child at the corner. It was absurd, but once the possibility entered my head, responsibility attached itself. "I'm just pulling it to the curb." "No, I'll stay on the phone." "Evan," I walked toward it. The street was empty. Lawn crews had left. Garage doors were closed. The cloud cover had thickened, muting the afternoon light until the houses looked flatter, their windows dark and reflective. Halfway down the block, I heard an engine. A black pickup turned onto Harrow Lane behind me. It moved slowly, not suspiciously slow. The posted limit was 25. The driver might have been looking for an address. Still, the truck stayed far enough back that I could not see through the windshield. I stepped onto the sidewalk. The pickup stopped. I stopped too. "What are you doing?" Laura asked. "There's a truck. Come home." The truck rolled forward again. I kept walking. When I reached the bin, I saw something inside it. A cardboard box had been placed at the bottom. The pickup was closer now, engine idling with a low diesel rattle. I grabbed the handle of the bin and pulled it toward the curb. The box shifted. A phone began ringing inside it, not vibrating, ringing loudly with the old-fashioned electronic trill used by cheap prepaid phones. The pickup stopped 30 feet away. I looked back. The windshield was tinted. "Evan, talk to me. There's a phone in the bin. Do not answer it." The ringing continued. Once, twice, 3 times. Then it stopped. A second later, my own phone beeped with a text from an unknown number. "You have until 5:00 to return what belongs to the house." Below the message was a photograph of Laura leaving her school. She was walking toward her car, bag over one shoulder, unaware of the camera. I looked at the time. 3:41 p.m. The black pickup's driver's side window lowered 2 inches. Something small and metallic dropped onto the road. Then the truck accelerated past me. Its rear plate had been smeared with mud. The object on the pavement spun in a tight circle before falling flat. It was another brass key. larger than the first. Laura was still speaking, asking what had happened. I stared at the photograph on my screen. "Don't come home," I said. "What? Turn around. I'm already on the highway. Go back to the school. Call the police." "Why?" The prepaid phone inside the bin started ringing again. Across the street, one of the houses opened its garage door. Then another farther up the block. The doors rose almost in sequence, exposing dim garages and people standing just inside them, watching. Nobody came out. The phone kept ringing. And from somewhere behind me, close enough that I could hear shoes scuff against pavement, Marion said, "You need to answer before they decide you refused." Marion did not look frightened. That bothered me more than if she had been screaming. She stood 10 feet behind me in the middle of Harrow Lane, one hand pressed against her ribs, as though she had hurried farther than she was used to. Her yellow watering can lay on its side near the curb, leaking a thin stream across the pavement. The water moved downhill toward the storm drain, carrying bits of mulch with it. The prepaid phone rang inside the blue bin. The people in the open garages watched. "Answer it," Marion said. I turned on her. "Who are they?" "Not here. They photographed my wife." "I know." "You know?" Her face tightened. The ringing stopped. For 1 second, every garage seemed to hold its breath with us. Then the phone started again. I reached into the bin and lifted the cardboard box. It was heavier than I expected, maybe 15 pounds, and the bottom had softened from old moisture. I set it on the road. The prepaid phone lay on top, taped to the lid with gray duct tape. Laura was still on my phone. "Evan, what is happening?" "Marion's here." "Put her on." Held my phone toward Marion. "Tell her." Marion shook her head. "Tell her why someone followed her from school." "I didn't say they followed her. They took a picture. That picture could have been taken by anyone. Listen to yourself." The prepaid phone rang again. One of the residents standing in a garage lifted his wrist and checked his watch. It was such a small gesture that I nearly missed it. I picked up the prepaid phone and answered. "Hello." Static filled the speaker. Not digital interference. And road noise. Someone was calling from outside. A man spoke. "You moved the bin." His voice had been altered somehow, made lower and rougher, but the effect was cheap. I could hear a faint doubled edge, like a voice filter running through an app. "Who is this?" "You were asked to place it at the curb." "It is at the curb. Not that curb." I looked around. Harrow Lane ran east to west before curving south around the retention pond. Our house stood near the eastern end, 3 properties from the cul-de-sac. The neighborhood entrance was west, beyond the clubhouse and the stone sign. The bin had been placed almost exactly halfway between our home and the entrance, where the lane widened around a planted traffic island. "What do you want returned?" I asked. "You already have it." "The keys." A pause, then, "The house came with more than walls." Behind me, Marion whispered, "Don't mention the keys." The caller heard her. "Ms. Pike," he said, "go home." Marion's shoulders dropped. That was the first time I saw actual fear on her. "Who is Grant Bell?" I asked. The call ended. The garages began closing, not all at once. One after another, motor chains rattling, segmented doors descending with hollow metallic shutters. The residents disappeared behind them. Within 30 seconds, the street was empty except for Marion and me. Laura's voice came sharply from my phone. "I'm turning around." "Good. I'm going back to school. Call Cole." I already did. It went to voicemail. Call 911. For what? A photograph. For stalking. I'm doing it now. She hung up. I looked at Marion. Start talking. She glanced toward her house, then toward the clubhouse 2 streets over. Bellwether's layout was shaped like a bent tuning fork. Harrow Lane formed one prong, Wren Court formed the other, and both connected to Bellwether Drive near the entrance. The clubhouse sat at the junction beside the pond, a low brick building with a covered patio and a locked community office. Not in the road, Marion said. We're not going anywhere. The box cannot stay there. Why? Because traffic will come through at 4. There hasn't been a car for 10 minutes. That's the point. She bent and tried to lift the box. I stopped her. What's inside? I don't know. You told me to answer the phone. You know enough. Marion looked past me toward our house. Take it home, she said. Use the large key on the basement storage room. My grip tightened around the brass keys in my pocket. There's no storage room in our basement. Yes, there is. I stared at her. She walked away before I could ask another question. I called after her, but she did not turn. That was our first attempt. Get the police involved and force someone to explain the rules. It failed because everyone involved understood exactly how little had technically happened. 4:02, a dispatcher called me back instead of sending a deputy. She asked whether Laura had been physically followed, whether the black pickup had attempted to block me, whether anyone had displayed a weapon, and whether I could identify the person who sent the text. No, 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 no. The answers sounded weaker each time. She told Laura to remain in a public place and advised me to go inside, lock the doors, and preserve the phones and messages. A unit would respond when available. When? I asked. I can't give an estimated time. There's a deadline at 5. What happens at 5? I don't know. The dispatcher paused. Sir, if you believe you are in immediate danger, leave the area. The note says not to. The note has no legal authority. That's not what I mean. But it was difficult to explain the difference between a rule and a threat when the threat remained implied. I dragged the bin and the box back toward our house. The wheels clattered over the pavement. Every few yards, the cracked left wheel caught and pulled the bin sideways. By the time I reached our driveway, sweat had soaked the back of my shirt despite the cool air. My right palm burned. I looked down and found a shallow cut below my thumb where the bin handle had split. Blood had worked into the crease of my hand. Inside the garage, I shut the overhead door and locked the interior door behind me. The house smelled stale without the air moving properly. Even though the power was back, the rooms had not cooled. My shirt stuck to my skin. I washed the cut, wrapped it with gauze from the upstairs bathroom, and carried the box into the kitchen. The first brass key was small, the kind used for a padlock or desk drawer. The second had a long shaft and an old-fashioned rectangular bow. It looked theatrical until I compared it to the deadbolt key for the back door. The teeth were modern. I cut the duct tape, securing the prepaid phone. Underneath, the cardboard lid had been marked with a black number, 17, nothing else. I opened the box. Inside were 6 one-gallon plastic jugs of water. For a few seconds, I thought I had misunderstood what I was seeing. The jugs were the cheap, translucent kind sold in grocery stores, their handles molded into the sides. Each cap had been sealed with a strip of red tape. Beneath them was a white bath towel and a coil of clear vinyl tubing. No weapon, no blood, no animal. The relief came so fast it embarrassed me. Then I lifted the towel. Under it lay a framed photograph of our house, not the listing photo. This had been taken recently from across the street after we moved in. Laura was visible through the front window, standing on a step stool and hanging curtains. On the back, someone had written, "Water first, house second, owner last." I called Laura. She answered immediately. "I'm at the school office. There are people here." I opened the box. "Why?" "'Cause it was in my garage." "What's inside?" I told her. "What does that mean?" "I don't know." "Stop saying that like it makes this less serious. I'm trying to understand." "That is the problem, Evan. You are treating this like a claim file. What do you want me to do? Leave. The police told me to preserve everything. They also told you to leave if you felt unsafe. I'm safer here than on the road if they're watching the entrance." "You don't know that." "No, but I know the house. I can lock it." "You just found out there may be a room in the basement you didn't know about." That landed harder than she intended. I looked toward the basement door at the end of the hall. During the inspection, the basement had seemed simple. Finished recreation room at the bottom of the stairs, utility room behind a louvered door, unfinished storage area beneath the front half of the house. The rear wall had built-in shelves and a workbench left by the previous owner. No hidden room. No extra door. "I'll check," I said. "No, if Marion's lying, we know she's part of this. And if she is, then there may be a way into the house we haven't secured." Laura swore under her breath. "I'm coming home. You said you were staying there. I'm not leaving you alone. That's exactly what they want. Stop deciding what they want." The call ended. Our second attempt was to leave the neighborhood separately and regroup somewhere public. It failed before Laura reached Bellwether. At 4:26, she called from a Possumtown Pike, less than 2 miles from the subdivision entrance. "Traffic has stopped," she said. "What happened?" "Utility truck across both lanes." I went to the front window. From our house, I could not see the entrance directly. Harrow Lane curved behind a row of maples, and the clubhouse blocked the lower portion of Bellwether Drive. But I could hear engines idling beyond the houses. "Can you turn around? There are cars behind me." "Go through Worman's Mill. The side connection is gated." Bellwether had one official vehicle entrance. A narrow service road behind Wren Court connected to an older development, but the gate was usually locked and marked for emergency access. "Call the police again." I did. They said a power line came down. The explanation was ordinary enough to loosen something in my chest. Then she added, "The truck isn't from Potomac Edison." "How do you know?" "There's no company name. It's plain white." I moved to the second floor front bedroom for a better view. From there, through a gap between roofs, I could see the raised boom of a utility truck near the stone Bellwether sign. Orange cones blocked both lanes. 2 men in reflective vests stood beside a cable stretched low across the road. It looked legitimate. It probably was. That was the misdirection. For nearly 10 minutes, I convinced myself the HOA had staged a road closure to trap us inside. Then a county fire engine arrived, followed by an actual Potomac Edison truck. A branch had fallen onto a distribution line after the morning rain softened the soil around an old roadside maple. The plain truck belonged to a private tree service contracted by the county. No conspiracy, just timing. The fact that it was explainable did not make it harmless. The entrance remained blocked. Laura was outside. I was inside. 5 o'clock was approaching. "Stay where you are," I told her. "I'm walking." "What?" "I parked in the church lot. I can cut through behind the pond." "No, the ground back there is wet. I have boots in the car." "Laura, don't. I can see the clubhouse roof." The church sat north of Bellwether, separated from the subdivision by a strip of woods and a drainage creek that fed the retention pond. Teenagers used the path despite the no trespassing signs. It was less than half a mile, but after rain, the creek banks became slick. "I'll meet you," I said. "Stay at the house. You shouldn't cross alone, and you shouldn't leave the evidence." We were both speaking too quickly now, each of us trying to manage the other. At 4:39, I put the keys in my pocket, grabbed a flashlight, and went to the basement first. The storage area smelled of concrete dust and damp lumber. A dehumidifier hummed beside the utility sink. The rear shelves were deeper than I remembered, built from plywood sheets fixed to vertical studs. I measured the room with my eyes. The exterior wall extended another 6 feet beyond the shelving. There should have been space behind it. I pulled boxes away from the lower shelves. One contained Christmas decorations. Another held old curtain rods left by the previous owner. Behind them, near the floor, I found a small brass escutcheon nearly hidden under gray paint. A keyhole. The larger key fit. I turned it. Something clicked inside the wall. Then the entire shelving unit shifted forward half an inch. I stepped back. Shelves were a door. Not concealed perfectly, but well enough that anyone accepting the room at face value would never question it. I pulled. The unit moved on hidden casters, scraping softly across the concrete. Behind it was a narrow passage, unfinished and dark, running beneath the front porch. The air smelled cooler there, with a sharp chemical note under the mildew. Bleach. I raised the flashlight. The passage ended at a metal door 8 feet away, painted blue. A small number had been stenciled above it. 17. My phone rang. "Laura, I'm at the creek," she said, breathing hard. "Go back. I'm already down the bank. I found the room." There was a sudden scraping sound on her end, followed by a short cry. "Laura, I slipped. Are you hurt? My ankle, how bad?" "I don't know. I can stand." "Don't move. I can see the houses." I ran upstairs, leaving the hidden shelf open. The clock on the microwave read 4:47. 12 minutes until 5. I went out the back door and crossed our yard, cutting between our property and the house behind us. Bellwether's retention pond lay southwest of Harrow Lane, beyond a narrow paved walking path and a line of ornamental pear trees. The clubhouse stood on the pond's western edge. Behind it, the ground sloped toward the creek and the church woods. The path was empty. I jogged past the clubhouse patio. Every muscle in my shoulders felt tight. My bandaged hand throbbed in time with my steps. Rainwater had collected in low points along the path, soaking my shoes. "Keep talking," I said into the phone. "I'm near a concrete pipe. There are 2, the bigger one." placed her north of the pond, close to where the creek passed beneath the maintenance road. I found her sitting against the bank, one leg stretched out, mud covering the side of her pants. Her face was pale with anger. Not panic, anger. "I told you not to come," she said. "I know." Her left ankle had already begun to swell above the shoe. I crouched and pressed gently around the joint. She hissed, "Can you move your toes?" "Yes." "Can you put weight on it?" "Some. We need to get you home." She looked past me toward the subdivision. A low mechanical hum had started near the pond. The service gate behind Wren Court was opening. For a moment, I thought help had arrived. Then a black pickup rolled through. Mud still covered the rear plate. It turned onto the maintenance road between us and the nearest houses. We could not reach Harrow Lane without crossing in front of it. Laura gripped my arm. The truck stopped beside the clubhouse. The driver did not get out. At 4:55, every phone in Bellwether began to chime. Mine, Laura's, phones audible through open windows and back patios. A scattered chorus of alert tones moved across the neighborhood. I looked at my screen. A message had been sent through the official Bellwether HOA portal. Mandatory water interruption, effective 5:00 p.m. All residents should remain in their homes until further notice. Do not use interior plumbing. Laura read it over my shoulder. "That box," she said. "The water, the jugs. Water first, house second, owner last." At exactly 5, the clubhouse lights went out. A second later, the irrigation heads around the pond rose from the ground and began spraying. The water came out brown. It smelled like sewage. Laura covered her mouth. The black pickup's door opened. A man stepped down wearing rubber boots, work pants, and a reflective utility vest. He held a bolt cutter. Behind us, on the church side of the creek, another man appeared between the trees. Not supernatural, not impossible, just positioned. The man by the truck pointed toward the clubhouse entrance. "Inside," he called. I put Laura's arm over my shoulder. "We're not going with you." He raised the bolt cutter and rested it against one shoulder. "Then she walks back on that ankle." Laura tried to straighten. Pain folded her halfway down. The second man moved closer through the trees. The brown sprinkler water swept across the path behind us, leaving a slick film on the pavement. The route to our house was cut off by the truck, the spraying water, and Laura's injury. My phone vibrated again. A private message from the HOA portal. Property 1427 has failed to return the house asset. Review status escalated. The man beside the clubhouse unlocked the door. Warm yellow light spilled onto the wet concrete. "Inside," he repeated. I looked toward Harrow Lane, barely visible beyond the pond. Our house stood less than 400 yards away, close enough to see, too far to reach. I helped Laura toward the clubhouse. The door closed behind us with an electronic click. Then my phone lost signal. The clubhouse smelled like wet carpet and pool chemicals. The man with the bolt cutters shut the door behind us. The electronic lock gave a soft beep, followed by the heavier sound of a deadbolt turning manually. Laura leaned most of her weight against me. Her left shoe was dark with creek water, and the swelling around her ankle had pushed the leather tight against the bone. The lobby was small, beige tile, bulletin board, trophy case, a folding table stacked with old community newsletters. To our left, a hallway led toward restrooms and a meeting room. To the right, glass doors opened onto the covered patio facing the retention pond. The brown irrigation water slapped against the windows every few seconds. The second man came in through a side door. Up close, both of them looked less like organized criminals than maintenance workers. That made it worse. They wore mismatched reflective vests, old work boots, and gloves stained with mulch and grease. The man with the bolt cutters was Raymond Voss, 51, male, though I did not know his name until someone used it later. He had a narrow face, graying hair clipped close to the scalp, and a white scar splitting his right eyebrow. The second man was Caleb Dunn, 29, male, broad-shouldered and flushed from the walk through the woods. Caleb kept rubbing one thumb against the edge of his glove. He was nervous. Raymond was not. "Phones," Raymond said. "No," I said. He looked at Laura's ankle, then back at me. "We can take them, or you can hand them over." I gave him mine. Laura did not move. Raymond held out his hand. She stared at him. "Laura," I said. Her jaw tightened, but she surrendered the phone. Raymond dropped both into a gray plastic toolbox on the floor and closed the lid. "Sit her down," he said. There was a padded bench beneath the bulletin board. I helped Laura onto it. "What did you do to the water?" she asked. Raymond ignored her. Caleb pulled the blinds across the front windows. Through the narrowing gap, I saw the black pickup parked beside the clubhouse. Beyond it, the pond sprinklers kept turning in slow arcs. "You caused a sewer leak," I said. "That isn't sewage," Raymond replied. "It smells like it. Pond sediment, iron bacteria, stagnant irrigation lines." The explanation was immediate, practiced. "Then why shut off the drinking water?" Raymond looked toward the meeting room hallway. "Because the community needs people to stay inside." He said community, the way other people said company. Something managed, owned. A door opened at the far end of the hall. Marion stepped out. She had changed clothes. The gardening vest was gone. She wore dark slacks and a navy cardigan, as if she had come for a board meeting. She would not look at me. Behind her came Grant Bell, 67, male, tall and stooped, with a pink scalp visible through thin white hair. He wore a tan windbreaker over a pressed blue shirt. His face was mild and carefully composed, the face of someone who could explain a fine increase while making it sound like a favor. The board president, the bell symbol. Grant looked at Laura's ankle. That was not supposed to happen. Laura laughed once. There was no humor in it. "You had men chase us through the woods. Nobody chased you. You blocked the roads. A tree blocked the road. Your truck blocked the path." Grant glanced at Raymond. Raymond said nothing. Grant folded his hands in front of him. "This became untidy because your husband would not follow simple instructions." I stepped toward him. Raymond caught my shoulder and shoved me back. The push was not dramatic. It did not send me flying. It made me stumble into the edge of the folding table, where my injured palm struck hard against the wood. The cut reopened beneath the gauze. Pain flashed up my wrist. Laura stood on instinct. Her ankle buckled. She hit the bench with her hip and grabbed the wall. "Don't touch him," she said. Grant's expression changed slightly. not guilt, irritation at the loss of order. "Sit down, Mrs. Mercer. What is the offering?" I asked. Marian shut her eyes. Grant looked at her, then at me. "Every neighborhood has costs that are not evenly distributed. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you need. The box, the room, the keys." Grant's eyes moved to my pocket. "You opened the passage." That was the first thing he said that sounded genuinely concerned. I noticed Raymond look at him. A small exchange, quick, but there it was. The hidden room mattered. "What is behind the blue door?" I asked. Grant ignored the question. Instead, he walked to the bulletin board and removed a framed evacuation map. Behind it was a small metal cabinet. He unlocked it and took out a binder. The cover read, "Bellwether Water Continuity Program." He placed it on the folding table. "Your home is lot 17, he said. "The original developer installed emergency water infrastructure beneath several properties. Cistern access, shut-off controls, pressure balancing equipment. Most of it was abandoned when the county upgraded the municipal lines. Some remained useful, the water jugs, the tubing, the hidden passage." I looked toward Marian. "You knew." She spoke without meeting my eyes. "My house is lot 16. Grant opened the binder. Inside were diagrams, inspection sheets, and photographs of basement rooms. Some showed tanks. Others showed pipes passing through concrete walls. Dates had been written in the margins. "Bellwether has had recurring drainage and pressure problems for years," Grant said. "The county will not assume responsibility for private infrastructure. Full replacement would require a special assessment large enough to bankrupt several homeowners. So you maintain it yourselves. We manage it. With threats. With participation." Laura pressed one hand against the wall to stay upright. "What gets offered?" Grant finally looked at her. "Access." The words settled into the room. "Each month," he continued, "one property grants temporary use of its utility space. Supplies are staged. Valves are inspected. Sediment is flushed into the irrigation pond. Records are updated." "That's all," I said. Grant's mouth tightened. "No, of course not." Raymond shifted near the door. Caleb stopped rubbing his glove and turned a page in the binder. "Some owners refuse. Others threaten legal action. Contractors ask questions. Management companies distance themselves. So the board developed a system to ensure continuity." Marian spoke quietly. "An offering is a house that absorbs the risk." I looked at her. "What risk?" she answered before Grant could stop her. "Flooding, contamination, damage, liability." Grant closed the binder. Marian kept going. "When the lines are flushed, pressure has to go somewhere. If a valve fails, one property takes the overflow instead of the main line rupturing beneath the road." Laura stared at Grant. "You deliberately flood someone's house." "Controlled discharge," he said. "You destroy it. Usually only the utility area. Usually." The word hit harder than anything else. I thought of the old stain in our basement ceiling. "Inactive," the inspector had said. I thought of the bleach smell behind the shelves. The water jugs were not supplies for us. They were what we were expected to drink after the house plumbing was shut down. "Why our house?" I asked. Grant's calm returned. "Lot 17 is due. We just moved in. The obligation belongs to the property, not the owner, the house." That was what the caller meant. The house came with more than walls. Grant gestured toward Raymond. Your refusal delayed the cycle. Pressure is already building in the lower branch. We need access to the basement valve before 6. I checked the wall clock. 5:19. What happens at 6? If the branch is not relieved, the failure point becomes unpredictable, meaning water may back into multiple homes. Laura looked at me. There it was. The trap tightened by responsibility. If we refused, other houses could flood. If we cooperated, ours would. My mind began doing what it always did, calculating liability, comparing losses, looking for the option that harmed the fewest people. Laura saw it happening. No, she said. I looked at her. Evan, no. We need to know how much water. You are not sacrificing our house for these people. If the line ruptures, you believe him, Grant spoke calmly. You saw the irrigation discharge. I saw you create panic, Laura said. We prevented residents from using contaminated water during flushing. You used the official portal to trap them indoors, to protect them. Raymond looked at the clock. Grant nodded. We are out of time. He held up his hand. Caleb opened the side door. 2 more men entered carrying a red portable pump and a coiled black hose. They intended to go to our house, with or without us. I moved toward the toolbox holding our phones. Raymond stepped in front of me. Don't. Laura threw the framed evacuation map. It struck the wall beside Grant and shattered. Everyone flinched. That was enough. I grabbed the gray toolbox. Raymond caught my jacket. I twisted. The fabric tore under my arm. Caleb moved to help him, but Laura kicked the red pump with her good leg. It toppled into Caleb's shin. He went down hard, swearing. I ran for the patio doors. Locked, electronic latch, the brass key, the small one. I pulled it from my pocket and jammed it into the manual release beneath the handle. It fit. The latch turned. Behind me, Raymond hit me between the shoulder blades. My face struck the glass. A white burst filled my vision. My nose made a wet crunch against the pane. I dropped the toolbox. Phones scattered across the tile. Raymond grabbed the back of my neck. Then Laura drove the metal leg of a folding chair into his knee. He collapsed sideways with a sound that was more breath than voice. Go, she said. Blood ran over my upper lip. I scooped up one phone. I did not know whose. Laura could barely walk. I pulled the patio door open and got her arm over my shoulder. We went outside. The brown sprinkler water hit us immediately. Warm, metallic smelling. The pavement was slick with mud and algae. Behind us, Grant shouted for Raymond to stop us. Raymond could not stand. Caleb came after us instead. We moved east along the pond path toward Harrow Lane, but Laura's injured foot dragged. Caleb gained quickly. I looked at the clear vinyl tubing coiled beside the portable pump near the doorway. Payoff arrived as instinct. I grabbed the loose end and pulled. The coil unwound across the patio. Caleb stepped into it. His boot caught. He fell forward and struck his chin against the concrete. Hard. He rolled onto his side, hands covering his mouth. Blood ran between his fingers. No one got up quickly after that. Not Raymond, not Caleb, not Laura. There was no clean escape. I dragged Laura behind the clubhouse, where the maintenance road curved toward Wren Court. The black pickup blocked it. The keys were still in the ignition. Grant had made a mistake because he believed we were already contained. I helped Laura into the passenger seat. "Can you drive?" I asked. "With my left ankle, maybe. I can't see straight." "You have to." My nose had swollen enough that I could only breathe through my mouth. Blood dotted my shirt. The edges of my vision pulsed. I climbed behind the wheel. The service gate stood open. We drove through it. Not fast. 10 miles an hour felt dangerous on the wet maintenance road. The truck fishtailed once near the creek, and Laura braced both hands against the dashboard. Behind us, men ran from the clubhouse. No one fired a gun. No one magically appeared in front of us. They shouted and tried to follow on foot. That was all. At Wren Court, the service road ended at the emergency gate connecting Bellwether to the older subdivision. The gate was closed again. Heavy chain, padlock, bolt cutters. Raymond's bolt cutters lay in the truck bed. I climbed out. My knees nearly gave way. I took the cutters and tried the chain. The first bite slipped. The second crushed only the outer coating. The third cut halfway through one link. My injured hand gave out. The cutters fell. Laura opened her door. "I'll do it. You can't stand." "I can use my arms." She slid sideways from the seat and landed on her right knee, keeping her left foot raised. Together, kneeling in mud beside the gate, we put our weight on the handles. The chain snapped. The gate swung outward. The black pickup rolled into the neighboring subdivision at 5:37. There were people outside there, a man walking a beagle, 2 teenagers beside a basketball hoop, a woman unloading groceries. They stared at the damaged truck, at my bloody face, at Laura half collapsed in the passenger seat. "Call 911, I shouted through the open window. This time, the threat had witnesses. This time, we had crossed out of Bellwether. We stopped 3 houses down. I used the phone I had grabbed. It belonged to Grant. No passcode. His carelessness saved us. The screen displayed dozens of messages from a group labeled Continuity Committee. Property addresses, schedules, photographs, instructions. One message sent that morning, 17 new owners, male likely to challenge, use door notice, Pike will condition. Another, keep wife outside until review if possible. Another, Cole responded. No action expected. Deputy Cole's name. Not proof he was involved. Proof they had watched him leave. At the bottom of the thread was a photograph taken from inside our hidden basement passage. The blue door marked 17 stood open. Behind it was a concrete chamber containing a corroded steel tank, valves, and a pump assembly. One pipe had a red tag. Discharge, lot 17. The final message had been sent at 5:31. Begin manual relief. Our house. I called 911. Then I called Deputy Cole directly from Grant's phone. He answered on the second ring. Sheriff's office. This is Evan Mercer. A pause. Where are you? Outside Bellwether. We escaped through the emergency gate. Escaped from what? I have Grant Bell's phone, messages, photographs. They're entering our basement. His voice changed. Do not go back. I'm already turning around. Laura grabbed my arm. No, if they open that valve, the house is not worth your life. It may flood the entire basement. Let it. I looked at her. Mud on her clothes. Face gray with pain. Both hands shaking. Let it. The house I had bought to prove I was responsible. The house I had turned into a measure of whether I had failed my father. Let it. Behind the gate, black smoke began rising above the roofs of Harrow Lane. Not thick at first, then darker. An electrical fire, we learned later, started when the portable pump overloaded an improvised circuit in the hidden chamber. The old wiring behind the basement wall heated, sparked, and ignited insulation. People trying to save their system had set our house on fire. I stopped the truck. Sirens were audible in the distance. Laura leaned her head against the seat. "Don't go back," she said. I watched smoke gather above the maples. Every instinct in me demanded action. Save the documents. Save my father's toolbox. Stop the water. Protect the house. I stayed where I was. Fire engines reached Bellwether through the main entrance once the utility crews cleared one lane. Sheriff's deputies entered through both sides. Residents came out despite the portal order. Some shouted, some filmed, some tried to leave. Grant Bell was arrested near the clubhouse, carrying the continuity binder. Raymond was taken away on a stretcher with a fractured kneecap. Caleb needed stitches in his chin and lost 2 teeth. Marion walked out of her house with both hands visible and asked for an attorney. Our basement filled with nearly 4 feet of water before firefighters shut the valve. The fire destroyed the concealed wall, the utility room, and half the first floor framing. Smoke blackened everything we owned. My father's toolbox was recovered 3 days later. The metal had warped from heat. The clasp would not open. Laura had a severe ankle sprain and a small fracture near the fibula. She wore a boot for 8 weeks. My nose was broken. 2 fingers in my right hand had tendon damage from the bolt cutters and never fully regained strength. We survived, not because we won, because we finally stopped trying to save the house. The first night after the fire, Laura and I slept in separate rooms at Frederick Health Hospital. Not because either of us wanted to. Her ankle needed imaging and observation after the fracture was found. My nose had to be reset, and the cuts in my right hand required a surgeon to check whether the tendons had been severed. They had not, but 2 were partially torn. Doctor explained this while pressing the tips of my fingers and asking me to resist. I could not. My ring finger bent. My middle finger barely moved. "Swelling contributes," he said. It was the kind of sentence designed to leave room for hope without promising anything. I stared at my hand while a nurse replaced the blood-stiffened gauze. Under the hospital lights, the injuries looked smaller than they felt. A cut across the palm, purple bruising around the knuckles. 2 fingers taped into a splint. Nothing dramatic enough to explain why I could still feel the bolt cutters resisting, the handles trembling between Laura's hands and mine. A deputy came in just after midnight. Not Cole. This one introduced herself as Detective Lena Ortiz, 41, female, from the Frederick County Sheriff's Office. She wore plain clothes and carried a legal pad instead of a tablet. Her expression was attentive without being soft. She asked me to tell the story from the beginning. I started with the roofing nail. Halfway through, I realized I was speaking too quickly. I slowed down, went back, corrected times, explained where the bin had been where the truck stopped, which gate we used, how the service road connected to Wren Court. Detective Ortiz did not interrupt except to clarify direction. Was the truck facing north or south? South when it stopped by the clubhouse. East when we took it. Which phone did you recover? Grant Bell S. Did you alter anything on it? I called 911 and Deputy Cole. Anything else? No, that was not entirely true. I had scrolled. I had opened photographs. I had read far enough into the continuity committee thread to see addresses, initials, repair estimates, and short notes beside dates. 4 cooperative. 22 refused, settled. 31 vacant, ideal. I told her that too. She wrote it down. When I finished, she rested the pen across the top of the pad. Mr. Mercer, this was not an HOA inspection. I know. I'm saying that because people are already describing it that way. Who? Residents, attorneys, the management company. Of course they were. An inspection sounded bureaucratic. Mishandled, perhaps. Excessive. Something that could be resolved with policy changes and a resignation. What happened at the clubhouse had involved unlawful confinement, stalking, assault, property damage, and what Detective Ortiz carefully called a coordinated coercion scheme. What about the water system? I asked. County engineers are evaluating it. Was Grant telling the truth? Parts of what he said appear consistent with infrastructure found beneath several homes. Several. At least 9 access chambers. I thought of the neighborhood map. 86 houses. 9 hidden rooms. Did the previous owners know? We're still determining that. What about our cellar? She glanced at her notes. The cellar moved out of state. That wasn't my question. No, she said. It was. She sounded almost like Marion. That kept me awake after she left. Across the hall, a patient coughed every few minutes. A floor polishing machine whined somewhere near the elevators. At 2:17 a.m., my phone vibrated on the bedside table. Laura, I answered. Are you awake? She asked. Yes, I can't sleep. Me neither. There was a pause. Then she said, I keep hearing the clubhouse door lock. I looked at the closed door of my room. I keep hearing the phone in the bin. Do you think that stops? I don't know. Don't say that. Her voice cracked on the last word, and then she inhaled sharply as if embarrassed by it. I'm sorry, I said. For what? There were too many answers. For opening the package, for following the bin, for turning the whole thing into a problem I believed I could solve if I gathered enough information, for nearly choosing the house over her. I should have listened sooner. She was quiet. You did listen, she said. Eventually. That was not forgiveness. It was something more useful. Accuracy. We were discharged the next afternoon. The hospital gave Laura a walking boot, crutches, and instructions not to bear weight until the orthopedic follow-up. My nose was taped. My hand was wrapped from wrist to fingertips, leaving only my thumb free. Neither of us could drive. A victim services coordinator arranged a ride to a hotel near Buckestown Pike. The room had 2 queen beds, a humming wall unit, and a framed print of red barns under a blue sky. Her entire life fit into 3 plastic bags. Medication, phone chargers, a change of clothes purchased by one of Laura's coworkers, the warped metal toolbox, which a firefighter had placed in an evidence bag before learning it had no evidentiary value. I set the toolbox on the small desk. The lid was blackened. One corner had collapsed inward. Heat had fused the clasp shut. Laura stared at it from the bed. "You don't have to keep that." "I know, do you?" I looked at my bandaged hand. "No." I kept it anyway. For the first week, people called constantly. Family, coworkers, insurance representatives, reporters. My supervisor told me to take whatever time I needed, then emailed a medical leave form that same evening. Laura's principal visited the hotel with a tote bag full of cards made by students. Most said, "Get well soon." One said, "Sorry about your house," in large purple letters. The insurance company assigned a large loss adjuster named Peter Hanley, 53 male, who wore spotless boots to the property inspection and spoke in careful conditional phrases. "Coverage may depend. We'll need to establish. The concealed infrastructure creates complications." Complications. That word followed us everywhere. The house was not a total loss, but it came close. The basement had to be stripped to concrete. The rear portion of the first floor required structural reinforcement. Smoke had entered the ductwork and carried soot into every room. The upstairs bedroom, where Laura had been hanging curtains, appeared untouched until a restoration worker wiped one finger across the wall and revealed a pale stripe beneath the residue. The photograph from the box had been taken through that window. I did not go inside. I stood at the driveway while Peter and the fire marshal moved through the rooms wearing respirators. Every few minutes, the house made a quiet sound as wet wood dried and shifted. A click, a creak, water dripping somewhere it should not. The blue front door had been removed. The hole from the roofing nail was gone with it. That should have felt like relief. Instead, I kept looking for the chipped crescent of paint. The arrests became public within 48 hours. Grant Bell was charged with conspiracy, false imprisonment, stalking, malicious destruction of property, and several counts related to unlawful access and interference with utility systems. Raymond faced assault charges in addition to conspiracy. Caleb's attorney argued that he had been hired for maintenance work and did not understand the full purpose of the review. Marion was not charged immediately. She gave a statement, then another. Eventually, prosecutors described her as a cooperating witness. Laura read that phrase on her phone in the hotel room and said, "Convenient." I understood the bitterness. Marion had warned us in fragments. She had also watched. She had participated enough to know when the phone would ring and what refusal meant. Her fear was real, but so was her compliance. Detective Ortiz later told us Marion's own basement had flooded 11 years earlier during what residents then called a line emergency. Her husband had suffered an electrical shock while trying to move a freezer through standing water. He survived, but developed heart complications and died 2 years later. Did Grant threaten her? Laura asked. Yes. With what? Financial ruin, code complaints, exclusion from community decisions. He also suggested her husband's insurance claim could be reopened for fraud. Could it? Probably not. Probably. That was enough for someone already afraid. Marion had spent years becoming useful to the people who frightened her. I could understand that without forgiving it. The management company denied knowledge of the offering system. Dana was placed on administrative leave after investigators recovered internal emails showing she had repeatedly asked supervisors how to respond to legacy utility practices at Bellwether. Her supervisors had advised staff not to interfere in board operations unless a formal complaint was filed. There had been complaints. They were categorized as neighbor disputes. One came from Lot 22, whose basement had flooded 3 years earlier. Another came from a renter who reported strangers entering the property during a water shutoff. A third mentioned a bell symbol painted on a utility room wall. Each complaint had been closed. No police conspiracy emerged. Deputy Cole had not been working with Grant. The committee had watched his arrival through neighborhood cameras and assumed, correctly, that no immediate enforcement action would follow an ambiguous harassment call. Cole visited us once at the hotel. He stood near the door, hat in his hands. "I should have looked harder," he said. Laura did not answer. I asked, "Would it have changed anything?" He considered that. "I might have stayed longer." "Might," he nodded. It was not an apology shaped for comfort. That made me believe him. The county condemned portions of Bellwether's private water infrastructure. Engineers found undocumented cross-connections, illegal pumps, corroded valves, and abandoned cisterns beneath multiple properties. Some lines had been installed during the first phase of development, then altered over decades by contractors working without complete plans. Grant had not invented the system. He had inherited it. What he invented was the offering. According to the continuity binder, the board began assigning monthly properties after a major line failure 12 years earlier. At first, the selections were voluntary. Homeowners received dues credits and reimbursement for repairs. Then the money ran out. Participation declined. The language changed. Volunteer became host property. Host property became designated property. Eventually, offering appeared in handwritten notes beside lot numbers. The ritualistic parts, the red thread, the bell symbol, the nailed notices came later. Grant understood that people obeyed procedures more readily when procedures felt older than they were. He made intimidation look like tradition. That was the part I found hardest to stop thinking about. Not the hidden chamber, not the contaminated water, the paperwork, the portals, the binders, the neutral language. People had been hurt because every piece of the system looked too boring to be dangerous when viewed separately. 6 weeks after the fire, Laura and I signed a lease on an apartment in downtown Frederick. 2nd floor, brick building. No HOA. The landlord apologized because the dishwasher was loud. Laura and I both laughed, then stopped at the same time. We did that often. Ordinary sounds caught us wrong. A delivery left at the door. A maintenance worker knocking. The click of a deadbolt behind us. Laura returned to school wearing the boot. She kept a chair near the front of the classroom and told her students she had injured herself hiking. She did not want them searching the news. I returned to work part-time. Typing was slow. My middle finger improved after therapy. The ring finger remained weak. I learned to use voice dictation, though hearing my own claims notes read aloud made me feel as if someone else had entered the room. we did not move back into the house. For months, the insurer, mortgage company, county, and attorneys argued over responsibility. The hidden infrastructure had not been disclosed at closing. The title documents mentioned a utility easement, but did not describe underground access through the basement. Our seller claimed ignorance. Investigators found an old patch in the shelving door where the keyhole had been painted over. Someone had wanted it forgotten. We eventually agreed to sell the property to the county as part of a drainage reconstruction project. The amount covered the mortgage, not the lost furniture, not the temporary housing, not the years taken off whatever confidence we had in closed doors, but it released us. On the day the sale finalized, Laura and I drove to Bellwether one last time. I had regained enough movement to steer safely. Her ankle still ached in cold weather, but she no longer needed the boot. The stone entrance sign had been removed. So had the clubhouse bell emblem. Several houses were for sale. Others had plywood over basement windows, while contractors excavated along their foundations. Orange fencing surrounded the retention pond. A county sign warned residents not to enter the water. Marion's pale gray house stood empty. The curtains were gone. A rectangular patch on the front door showed where her camera had been removed. We parked across from 1427 Harrow Lane. House looked smaller without landscaping. Fire crews had cut away part of the exterior wall, and reconstruction workers had covered the opening with white sheeting that breathed in and out with the wind. Laura stayed in the car. I walked up the driveway carrying my father's toolbox. I had finally forced the clasp open with a pry bar. Inside, the tools were rusted and smoke-stained. A screwdriver handle had melted. The small level my father used for every shelf he ever hung had cracked down the middle. I set the box on the porch, not as an offering, not for anyone. I simply did not want to carry it anymore. When I returned to the car, Laura reached across the console and took my damaged hand. We sat there for a while. No speeches, no sense of triumph. A construction excavator started behind the house, its diesel engine knocking steadily. 2 workers unrolled drainage pipe near the curb. A woman pushed a stroller along the opposite sidewalk while talking on her phone. Almost ordinary. Before we left, I looked once more at the front door. The replacement door was unpainted fiberglass. No nail, no envelope, but near the lower corner, just above the threshold, someone had drawn a small bell in black marker. It could have been a contractor's notation, a measurement symbol, a child's doodle. I did not get out to check. We drove away. 3 months later, a padded envelope arrived at our apartment. No return address. Laura found it in the lobby mailbox. She called me down rather than bringing it upstairs. We stood beneath the fluorescent light while other tenants passed with groceries and laundry baskets. The envelope was not nailed to anything. It had come through the postal system, proper postage, machine cancellation from Baltimore. Inside was the small brass key from the first package, the one I had used on the clubhouse door. Police had taken it as evidence, or I believed they had. There was no note, only a short piece of red thread tied through the hole in the key. Laura looked at me. "What do we do?" Months earlier, I would have photographed it, checked the cancellation code, called Detective Ortiz, searched the case inventory, and kept pulling until every gap had an explanation. I still wanted to. That part of me had survived. I placed the key back in the envelope. Then we walked together to the police station. I did not open it again. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My New Dorm Has a Bathroom Rulebook, and Rule 6 mentions my name. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing wrong with the bathroom was that somebody had changed the lock while I was carrying my last box upstairs. I knew because the door had been propped open 10 minutes earlier when I passed it with a laundry basket balanced against my hip. Now it was shut, and a bright brass padlock hung through a steel latch that looked freshly screwed into the frame. Flecks of pale wood still clung to the carpet beneath it. From behind the door came the soft rush of a faucet, followed by 3 deliberate knocks from the other side. Then nothing. There were ordinary explanations. Maintenance, a clogged drain, somebody cleaning up a broken bottle. The knocks could have come from a pipe shifting in the wall. Still, I stood there longer than I should have, holding a cardboard box marked desk stuff, listening to the fluorescent tube above me tick every few seconds as it warmed. My name is Daniel Mercer. I was 18, male, and 2 hours into my first day at Bellwether College in Western Pennsylvania, when I learned that moving into a dorm was mostly waiting for elevators, pretending not to judge strangers' parents, and discovering how many objects you owned that suddenly seemed embarrassing. Bellwether sat in the hills outside a town called Brookfield, about 40 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, where the streets climbed at angles that made old cars complain, and the brick buildings always looked damp around the foundations. I had chosen the school because it was far enough from my parents' house in Columbus to feel like leaving, but close enough that my mother could say, "We can get there in 3 hours if something happens." She had repeated that line twice during the drive. Something happening was exactly what I didn't want. I shifted the box higher and tried the bathroom door. The padlock clicked against the latch. "Occupied," I called. The word traveled down the 3rd floor corridor, past open rooms and piles of bedding, still wrapped in plastic. Somewhere, a father was using an electric drill. A girl laughed too loudly near the stairwell. The dorm smelled of industrial carpet cleaner, microwave popcorn, and the wet wool odor of rain blowing through open windows. No one answered from the bathroom. I knocked once. A second later, something scraped across the tile inside. I stepped back. "Daniel." My mother's voice came from behind me, and I turned so quickly that the bottom of the box struck the wall. Carol Mercer was 47, female, and capable of noticing a stain on a shirt from across a parking lot. She stood outside my room holding a clear storage bin full of towels, medicine, sewing supplies, batteries, and enough over-the-counter cold tablets to open a small pharmacy. Her brown hair had frizzed in the humidity, and there was a dark patch on one shoulder of her cardigan where the rain had hit her. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing. You're standing outside a locked bathroom." I noticed it was locked. That isn't nothing. This was how my mother operated. Every detail was evidence, and every vague answer meant I was hiding either an injury or a bad decision. I pointed at the latch. It wasn't there before. She came closer and bent to examine it without touching. "Maybe the plumbing is broken." "Probably. Did you call anyone?" "I've been standing here for 12 seconds. It looked longer. That's because you worry in slow motion." She gave me a look, but there was a tired smile under it. "Help me with this bin before your father tries to carry the refrigerator by himself." The mini fridge was technically mine, although it had belonged to my cousin, and smelled faintly of onions, no matter how many times we wiped it down. We had left it beside the elevator with my father, who considered asking for help a moral failure. I followed my mother toward room 318. Halfway there, I looked back. The padlock was still hanging closed. A thin line of water had begun creeping from beneath the bathroom door, darkening the gray carpet in a narrow crescent. I almost said something. Instead, I kept walking. That was my private weakness, although I wouldn't have called it that then. I had a habit of noticing things and immediately constructing reasons not to become involved. I told myself it was independence. Mostly, I was afraid of being the person who overreacted, the nervous kid who called campus security because a pipe made a noise. In high school, after I reported a classmate for bringing a hunting knife onto a bus, the knife turned out to be a plastic prop for a theater rehearsal. Nobody let me forget it. By senior year, people still made little siren sounds when I raised my hand. So when I saw water coming under a locked door, I decided someone else would handle it. Room 318 was 12 feet by 15, with 2 narrow beds, 2 desks, cinder block walls painted the yellow-white color of old teeth, and 1 tall window overlooking the service road behind the dorm. The rain had thinned to mist. Beyond the glass, dumpsters sat beneath dripping maple trees, their metal lids shining under a security lamp that had already switched on despite the afternoon light. My roommate was kneeling beside the far bed, trying to connect a game console to a small television. His name was Noah Bishop, 18, male, from Newark, Delaware. He wore black athletic shorts and a faded Philadelphia Eagles shirt. His blonde hair was buzzed close on the sides and longer on top, though the rain had flattened it into uneven strips. He had the restless friendliness of someone who hated empty space in a conversation. "You're Daniel, right?" he said, still holding an HDMI cable. "Please tell me you know which input this thing uses. I've tried all of them except maybe the one that opens a portal." "No portals," I said. "My mom packed for ordinary emergencies only." Carol set down the storage bin. "I packed a flashlight." Noah looked at her, then at me. "Your mom is prepared. She thinks society is always 6 hours from collapse. 4, Carol said. 6, if people remain calm. Noah laughed, which won her over immediately. My father appeared in the doorway carrying the mini fridge against his chest. Eric Mercer was 49, male, broad-shouldered, and red-faced from climbing the stairs after refusing to wait for the elevator. He worked as a warehouse supervisor and approached household tasks as if they were timed competitions. "Where?" he grunted. "Under the window," I said. He lowered the fridge and inhaled through his nose. "This building has no air conditioning." "It has windows," Noah said. My father stared at him for a second, deciding whether that was a joke. "It's supposed to get cooler next week," Noah added. "Good," my father said. "Wouldn't want the tuition paying for comfort." For the next hour, the room became crowded with movement. My mother made my bed even after I told her I could do it. My father tested every outlet with a small plastic device from his toolbox. Noah's older sister carried in 2 crates of clothes and argued with him about whether his towels needed to be washed before use. Her name was Madison Bishop, 23, female, and she had driven Noah from Delaware after their mother's car broke down. She wore blue medical scrubs beneath an unzipped rain jacket and kept checking the time on her phone because she had to work an overnight shift at a rehabilitation hospital when she got home. She spoke quickly, but never seemed rushed in her movements, folding Noah's shirts with precise, practiced squares. "You can get athlete's foot from dorm showers," she told him. "You can get athlete's foot anywhere. You can also get hepatitis. Not from a shower. Depends on what happened in it." My mother, arranging medicine in my desk drawer, said, "I bought Daniel shower shoes." "See," Madison said, "responsible family." "They're bright orange," I said, "so nobody steals them." "Nobody would steal them because they're bright orange. That is the system working." Noah sat on his mattress and watched our families organize our lives around us. "I'm going to miss having people tell me how to wash." Madison threw a rolled sock at him. At some point, I forgot about the locked bathroom. That afternoon settled into the normal awkwardness of move-in day. Names drifted through the hallway and disappeared before I could connect them to faces. Someone taped a paper sign over the drinking fountain that said "Do not use brown water," then drew a sad face beneath it. A resident assistant pushed a cart loaded with key packets and kept calling out room numbers. Every few minutes, the elevator doors opened with a metallic groan, releasing another family and another tower of plastic bins. My parents left shortly after 5. My mother hugged me twice. The first hug was for her. The second was supposedly because she had forgotten to say something, though what she said was, "Text when you've eaten." My father shook my hand, then pulled me into a quick one-armed embrace that ended before either of us had to acknowledge it. "Lock your laptop," he said. "I will. Don't lend money. Okay, check the oil. I didn't bring the car. Then remember it for when you do." From the parking lot, I watched them drive away in our gray Honda, brake lights glowing through the mist. A tight feeling pressed behind my ribs. It wasn't homesickness, exactly. It was the realization that no familiar person now knew where I was every minute, which was the freedom I had wanted. and also the thing that frightened me. I went back inside before the feeling could become visible. By 6, Madison had left too. Noah and I walked to the dining hall, ate dry chicken sandwiches, and spent 40 minutes pretending we weren't both studying the room for people we might eventually know. He told me he planned to major in sports management. I told him I was studying computer science, though I had barely passed calculus and privately suspected I had chosen the degree because it sounded like employment. On the walk back, Noah said, "You think everyone here is acting? Acting how? Like they're comfortable." "Definitely." "Okay, good." Bellwether's campus looked older after sunset. The lamps along the paths illuminated patches of wet brick and black soil. Water dripped from the gutters in steady taps. Somewhere below the hill, a freight train sounded its horn, long and low, and the noise carried between the academic buildings. When we reached Marlowe Hall, a campus police cruiser was parked outside. A uniformed officer stood near the entrance talking to a maintenance worker in gray coveralls. The officer was writing something on a pad. Neither appeared alarmed. Students stepped around them without slowing down. Noah glanced at me. Already, maybe someone locked themselves out. Police for a lockout. Maybe someone locked themselves out aggressively. Inside, the lobby television was showing a baseball game with the volume turned down. We waited for the elevator beside a stack of flattened cardboard boxes. "Third floor?" a voice asked. A girl approached carrying a paper grocery bag with a baguette sticking out of it. Her name was Elise Warren, 19, female. A second-year student from Bath, England, according to the small laminated orientation badge clipped to her jacket. She had dark curly hair gathered loosely at the back of her neck, and spoke with the weary confidence of someone who already knew which parts of college were disappointing. "Yeah," Noah said. "You too? 312. We're 318. She pressed the elevator button, even though it was already lit. "You're near the men's bathroom, then." I looked at her. "Is that bad?" "No, convenient, assuming it's open." The elevator arrived with a shudder. The three of us stepped inside. "What happened to it?" I asked. Elise shifted the grocery bag against her hip. "They locked it this afternoon. Somebody flooded the floor. I saw water. Apparently a sink was left running." "Who left it running?" She shrugged. "Nobody knows. Maintenance said the door was locked from the inside when they arrived." Noah looked at me in the mirrored elevator wall. I said could have been a stall door. "The bathroom door," Elise replied. "The main one." The elevator climbed with a dry, rattling sound. "How'd they get in?" Noah asked. "They forced it. Then they put on the temporary lock." "That explains the police." Elise's expression changed slightly. Not fear, more like she was deciding how much to say to people she had just met. "The police are here because of the paper." "What paper?" I asked. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. The doors opened. Corridor looked different at night, narrower under the ceiling lights. Several room doors were closed now. Music pulsed faintly through one wall, the bass reduced to a soft, repetitive thump. At the far end, the bathroom door stood open. The padlock and temporary latch had been removed. Fresh screw holes marked the frame. A yellow floor fan aimed into the entrance, its motor whining as it pushed damp air into the hall. The carpet around it, had been covered with flattened trash bags and strips of silver tape. A white sheet of paper was taped to the wall beside the door. From the elevator, I could see that it contained a numbered list. Elise stepped out, but didn't move toward it. Noah did. "What paper?" he repeated, although we were all looking at the answer. Elise lowered her voice. "It was found inside the bathroom. Maintenance thought it belonged to the resident staff, but the resident director says it didn't." The fan hummed. Water gurgled somewhere in the pipes. I could make out the heading now. Third floor bathroom rules. Beneath it were at least 8 numbered lines printed in plain black type. "Probably a prank," I said. "It came out too quickly." "Probably," Elise agreed. Noah walked several steps closer, stopping at the edge of the taped plastic. "Then why did campus police come?" Elise glanced toward the stairwell. "Because one of the rules includes a student's full name." A door opened behind us, and someone called for Elise. She turned, lifting the grocery bag in acknowledgement. "I've got to put this away," she said. "The floor meeting starts at 7:30. The Ra said we're supposed to leave that sheet alone until then." Noah looked at the paper. I looked too. From where we stood, the individual rules were too small to read. We could obey the resident assistant, go back to our room, and wait 40 minutes for an explanation in a room full of people. Or we could cross the plastic, stand beside the whining fan, and read the list ourselves. Noah took one step forward. Then he stopped and looked back at me. "Well?" he asked. Noah waited for me to answer, one sneaker already on the taped plastic. The floor fan blew the loose hem of his eagle's shirt against his stomach. Behind it, the bathroom lights were on, too white and too bright, reflecting off wet tile. I could smell bleach, soaked carpet, and something metallic underneath, like old coins held in a damp hand. "We should wait," I said. Noah looked back at the paper. "You don't actually mean that." "I mean the Ra specifically said not to touch it." "We don't have to touch it. We have eyes." That sentence usually comes before touching something. He smiled, but only for a second. Elise had disappeared into room 312. The hallway wasn't empty exactly. Doors opened and closed. Someone down near the elevators was arguing with a parent over the phone, but nobody else was looking at the bathroom. It felt less like they hadn't noticed, and more like they had already made a decision not to become involved. I knew that decision. It was my specialty. Noah stepped over the edge of the plastic. The tape crackled beneath his shoe. "Come on," he said quietly. I followed him. The floor fan sat on a plastic milk crate, aimed chest high into the doorway. As we passed it, the air hit my face with a sour, refrigerated smell. Bathroom was laid out in a long rectangle. Sinks on the left, toilet stalls on the right, showers at the far end behind a tiled divider. Water still beaded along the grout lines. One ceiling panel above the sinks had turned brown at the corners. The rule sheet was fixed to the wall with 4 strips of clear tape. It wasn't handwritten. The text had been printed in 12-point Times New Roman, centered under the heading like a school assignment. Noah leaned close enough that his breath stirred the page. I read over his shoulder. 3rd floor bathroom RULES 1. Use the bathroom between 5:30 a.m. and 1:00 a.m. only. 2. If the last shower is running, use another floor. 3. Do not remove personal items from the blue lost property bin. 4. If someone asks for help from inside a locked stall, call the resident assistant before opening it. 5. Report any damaged ceiling tile immediately. Then, Rule 6. The line was longer than the others. 6. Daniel Mercer must not enter the bathroom alone after 11:45 p.m. for a few seconds. Neither of us spoke. The fan motor produced a faint vibration through the wall. Somewhere inside the bathroom, a droplet fell into a sink with a hollow tap. Noah turned his head slowly. That's you. Thanks. I mean, there's not another Daniel Mercer on the floor, right? I don't know. Maybe Bellwether recruits by full name. He looked back at the page. Maining rules read: 7. Do not block the east service door. 8. If the lights fail, leave immediately and use the main stairwell. Do not use the service stairs. At the bottom, in smaller print, was a sentence without a number. Failure to follow these instructions may place other residents at risk. Noah let out a breath through his nose. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, that's messed up. It's a prank. Obviously. But it's a targeted prank, which is different. I examined the paper without touching it. The edges were clean. No water damage, even though it had supposedly been found inside a flooded bathroom. The ink wasn't smudged. There was no school logo, no housing department footer, no date. Somebody got the move-in list, I said. Can students access that? Names are on the doors. Our names had been printed on small white cards and slid into plastic holders outside room 318. Anyone walking down the hall could have copied mine. Noah glanced toward the entrance, but they would have had to make this after seeing it. Unless Residence Life printed the cards ahead of time. Why pick you? Because I look easy to murder in a communal bathroom. That's not funny. You laughed. I laughed before I pictured it. He moved closer to Rule 6, studying the letters as though a font could reveal intent. A voice snapped behind us. What are you two doing? We turned. The resident assistant stood on the plastic outside the bathroom, holding a ring of keys and a clipboard. Her name was Tessa Morno, 21, female, a senior from Erie, Pennsylvania. She had a compact build, dark hair pulled into a low bun, and the tired, controlled expression of someone who had spent all day answering questions about Wi-Fi passwords and mattress heights. Her blue Bellwether Residence Life polo was damp under the arms. A radio was clipped to her belt. I told the floor not to approach the bathroom until the meeting, she said. We didn't touch anything, Noah replied. It's not what I said. We were already here when Elise told us. Tessa looked at me. Then her eyes moved to Rule 6. Her expression didn't become dramatic. That would have been easier. Instead, her jaw tightened slightly, and she lowered the clipboard against her thigh. You're Daniel Mercer, I nodded. Room 318. Yes. Did you make this? No. Do you know who did? No. Have you received any messages today? Texts, emails, social media accounts you don't recognize? No. The questions came quickly, already arranged in her mind. Noah folded his arms. Why would he make a rule about himself? To get attention, Tessa said. To scare another resident. To create a situation. People do strange things during move-in. I didn't make it, I repeated. She studied me for a moment longer than I liked. Old school bus embarrassment returned with perfect clarity. The principal holding up the plastic knife, the driver shaking her head, somebody behind me making the first little police siren noise. I felt the familiar urge to back away from my own certainty, to make myself less inconvenient. "I only saw it just now," I said. "I saw the bathroom locked earlier, but not the paper." "When?" "Around 3, maybe a little after." "Did you see anyone come out?" "No." "Hear anything?" There it was. I could tell her about the knocks and the scraping sound. That was what a sensible person would do. But the explanation had already been supplied. Maintenance, pipes, the forced door. Repeating it now, after discovering my name on a rule book, would make it sound shaped for effect. I said, "Just water running." Noah looked at me. He knew that wasn't the whole answer. His face changed only slightly, but I saw it. Tessa unclipped her radio. "Both of you need to leave the bathroom area. The floor meeting starts in 20 minutes. Daniel, stay afterward. Campus safety may want to speak with you." "Campus safety already came?" Noah asked. "Yes, because of one sheet of paper. Because someone entered a restricted maintenance area, tampered with a bathroom lock, and caused water damage." I looked at the latch holes in the doorframe. "I thought maintenance added the lock." "They did. Then who tampered with it?" Tessa paused. "The temporary padlock is missing," she said. Noah and I both looked toward the doorway, as if the brass lock might be lying on the floor in plain sight. "Missing since when?" I asked. "Since about 5:40. Maintenance left to get a replacement section of pipe. When they returned, the latch was bent open and the lock was gone. The wet carpet outside suddenly mattered more. So did the fact that the bathroom was standing open. "Was the rule sheet here before that?" Noah asked. "No, it was taped up afterward. So whoever posted it came back." "We don't know that." "How else?" "We don't know," Tessa repeated, with enough force to end the exchange. "Go to your room, meeting at 7:30. She stepped aside and pointed down the hall. Noah crossed the plastic first. I followed, feeling the fan push cold air between my shoulder blades. As we passed Tessa, her radio crackled. A man's voice said, distorted by static, "Marlowe 3, you still have water pressure fluctuation." Tessa raised the radio. "Affirmative. Sink line is isolated, but pressure's dropping in the west stack." "Copy. Facilities says don't let residents use showers until they check the valve room." Tessa looked into the bathroom. "How long?" she asked. "Unknown. Could be 20 minutes, could be overnight." The radio clicked silent. Noah waited until we were halfway to our room before speaking. "You lied." "I didn't lie. You said you only heard water." "I heard water." "You heard something else." We entered room 318. Noah shut the door harder than necessary. "What did you hear?" he asked. I put my hands in my pockets. 3 knocks. From where? Behind the bathroom door. And a scraping sound. His mouth opened, then closed again. "It could have been maintenance," I said, "or somebody dragging a mop bucket." "Was maintenance there?" "I don't know." "You said the lock had just been installed." "I assumed." "You told Tessa you only heard water." "Because I didn't know if the other sounds mattered." "Your full name is on a list telling you not to go into that bathroom alone." "I think the sounds matter now." The room had warmed while we were gone. Noah's television displayed a blue input screen. Outside the window, the security lamp shone over the dumpsters, turning the mist into a loose halo. I sat on the edge of my bed. This is exactly what whoever made it wants. What? People getting dramatic. I'm not being dramatic. You're interrogating me in a room that smells like Cousin Onion refrigerator. That smell is real. So is your name on the wall. He picked up his phone. I'm taking a picture. Of what? The list. You didn't already? No, because I was distracted by the personalized bathroom threat. He opened his camera and walked back to the door. I stood. Tessa told us not to go near it. She also acted like you might have made it. I want a copy before somebody takes it down. That stopped me. The paper could disappear. Campus safety could remove it, or Tessa could decide it was disruptive. Then I would be left describing the wording from memory, while people asked whether I was certain it said 11:45 and not 11:15, whether it used my full name, whether the last sentence was really there. I had spent years avoiding being the unreliable witness. Now I was considering letting evidence vanish because I didn't want to look troublesome. Fine, I said. Take the picture. We opened the door. The hallway lights flickered once. Not off, just a quick dimming, enough to make the far end seem to jump closer. The floor meeting was already beginning to gather near the lounge beside the elevators. Students carried folding chairs and sat along the walls. Tessa was talking to a maintenance employee near the drinking fountain, her radio in one hand. Noah and I headed the other way. We had made it 3 doors when a phone alarm started ringing from inside room 314. A basic electronic trill. It stopped, then began again. Noah glanced at the door. Somebody's popular. We reached the bathroom. The floor fan had stopped. Its blades were motionless behind the plastic grill. Without the motor, I could hear water moving inside the walls, not a steady flow, but a series of heavy pulses. The light above the sinks buzzed. The rule sheet was gone. 4 clear strips of tape remained on the painted wall, each one curled outward around an empty rectangle. Noah stood still. So took it, I said. She's at the other end of the hall. Before that, we were gone 5 minutes. I touched one of the tape strips. It was still firmly attached. Noah stepped into the bathroom entrance and aimed his phone at the blank space anyway. A stall door near the center of the room swung inward by an inch, then settled. The hinges gave a small, rubbery squeak. Noah lowered the phone. Is somebody in here? No answer. He took another step. Don't, I said. He looked back at me. Don't what? I don't know. That's useful. The sink closest to the door coughed. A splash of brownish water burst from the faucet and struck the porcelain, although neither handle had moved. It ran for 2 seconds and stopped. We both backed up. From the hall, Tessa shouted, "Everyone to the lounge now." Noah stared at the faucet. Pressure fluctuation, I said. Right. Another shout came from the lounge, this one male and sharper. Is anyone missing a key card? People began talking over one another. Noah and I returned to the gathering. About 20 students crowded near the elevators. Tessa stood in the center beside the maintenance worker, whose name patch read H. Dawson. He was in his late 50s, with gray stubble and a red indentation across his forehead from a baseball cap he had removed. A student held out a damp plastic card between 2 fingers. I found it in the bathroom, he said, under the last sink. Tessa took it. Whose is it? The student shook his head. No idea. Tessa wiped the card on her polo and examined the front. Her eyes lifted toward me. The photograph was mine. So was the printed name beneath it. Daniel Mercer, Marlowe Hall, room 318. I reached instinctively for my pocket. Empty. I checked the other one. Then the back pockets of my jeans. My card had been clipped to a temporary lanyard when I checked in. I remembered using it to enter the dorm after dinner. I remembered taking it off in the elevator because the strap had twisted against my neck. After that, nothing. Tessa held it up. When were you last in possession of this? Downstairs. Maybe 10 minutes ago. You entered the bathroom, only the doorway, just now. The maintenance worker looked from me to the card. Tessa said, "This floor uses electronic access. If someone had your card, they could enter the building and the west service corridor." "What's in the service corridor?" Noah asked. "Mechanical rooms," Dawson said. "Storage, electrical panels." The lights dimmed again. This time they stayed low. A murmur moved through the residence. Dawson looked up at the fixtures, then at his phone. "That's not the water line." His phone rang before he could say anything else. He answered, "Dawson." We watched his face change. "What do you mean it's open?" he said. He turned toward the bathroom. "No, I'm on 3 now. Who authorized?" The call cut off. At the same moment, an alarm began sounding somewhere behind the bathroom wall. Not the fire alarm. This was lower and slower, one flat electronic tone every 3 seconds. Dawson pushed through the students. "Everybody stay here." "What is it?" Tessa asked, following him. "Leak sensor in the east service chase. You said the sink line was isolated." "It is." The next tone sounded, then another. Dawson reached the bathroom door and stopped. His eyes went immediately to the far end, beyond the tiled shower divider. "The service door," he said. "Rule 7 returned to me. Do not block the east service door." Dawson looked at Tessa. "It's supposed to be locked from the mechanical side." "Is it?" "No." He pulled a heavy flashlight from his belt. Tessa raised her radio. "Campus safety, Marlowe 3. We have an unsecured service access and an active water alarm." Static answered. Then a voice. "Marlowe 3, evacuate the affected floor. We've got a fire panel fault and elevator interruption. Officers are en route." The elevator indicator above us went dark. Students began speaking at once. Tessa lifted both hands. "Everyone use the main stairs. Take your phones and room keys. Do not go back into your rooms." "My inhaler's inside," someone said. "My laptop, leave your belongings." "Main stairs now." Noah moved beside me. "We should go." I was looking at the card in Tessa's hand. My card. A card that had been found inside the bathroom near the same wall where a stranger had posted a rule using my name. Dawson entered the bathroom with his flashlight raised. The beam slid across the sinks and stalls, then vanished behind the shower divider. The electronic alarm sounded again. A second later, Dawson shouted, not in pain, a warning. Doors jammed. There was a heavy metallic bang from the far end of the bathroom. Tessa stepped inside. What's blocking it? I can't see. Something wedged on the other side. Water began spreading across the bathroom floor from behind the tiled divider, carrying scraps of dark material that looked like wet cardboard. Tessa turned toward us. Move, she shouted. Everybody downstairs. The students surged toward the main stairwell. Noah grabbed my sleeve, but I didn't move fast enough. Through the open bathroom doorway, above the rising alarm and the slap of shoes on tile, I heard 3 knocks from behind the blocked service door, evenly spaced. The same rhythm I had heard that afternoon. Dawson froze. Tessa looked at him. Then a voice came through the metal door, muffled but unmistakably human. "Daniel." Noah's grip tightened on my arm. The corridor lights went out. And for 1 second, everyone became a shape without a face. Then phones came up. White rectangles blinked on across the hall, catching mouths, hands, the shine of wet tile, the pale underside of people's chins. Somebody screamed near the stairwell. Another student swore. The emergency fixtures above the exit signs failed to come on immediately, which caused a brief surge of bodies toward the green glow at the far end. Noah's hand stayed clamped around my arm. "Daniel," the voice behind the service door called again. It sounded male. Young, maybe. Strained. Tessa swung her phone light toward the bathroom. "Who's back there?" she shouted. The answer came through metal, plumbing, and several feet of narrow service space. "Open the door." Dawson stepped behind the shower divider. His flashlight beam jerked across the wet floor. "Back away from it," he called. "If you're in the chase, move back from the door." "I can't." "Are you injured?" A pause, then, "Daniel has the key." Every phone near me seemed to tilt in my direction. "I don't," I said. The words sounded weak in the dark. Tessa turned to the residence. "Main stairs. Now, single line. Use your phone lights and hold the rail." The main stairwell was at the west end of the corridor, past the elevators and lounge. The bathroom was at the east end, beside a short cross hall leading to the service door and a housekeeping closet. Between those points were 18 rooms, 9 on each side, arranged along a straight hall that suddenly felt much longer than it had 15 minutes earlier. Students began moving west. Noah pulled me with them. "Tessa," I said, "that person knows my name." "I heard. They said I have a key." "Keep moving." "I don't have one, Daniel." There was something in her tone that stopped me from arguing. Not disbelief, fear, tightly managed. She pointed at the stairwell. Noah and I joined the line. The west stair door stood open beneath the exit sign. Students funneled through, phone lights bouncing off painted concrete walls. The stairwell smelled like dust and hot wiring. Below us, someone shouted that the second-floor door would not open. The line stopped. People compressed on the landing. "What do you mean it won't open?" Tessa called from behind us. A voice from below answered, "It's locked." "It can't be locked from the stair side." A metal handle rattled repeatedly. Noah looked down over the rail. "Maybe the card access failed." "That door has crash hardware," Dawson said. He had left the bathroom and was standing several steps above us, breathing harder than before. "Push bar should release mechanically." Students began talking over one another. "There's smoke." "No, that's dust." "Is nobody answering the radio?" "My phone has no service." "Move back," Tessa said. "Give the door space." She squeezed down the steps, with Dawson behind her. I could see their phone lights sliding along the wall below. Then came the hard clank of someone hitting the push bar. Again. Dawson said, something S against it. The same sentence he had used about the bathroom service door. A girl on the landing began to cry quietly. Noah leaned close to me. This is not a prank anymore. I know. You don't sound like you know. What do you want me to do? Shout. I want you to tell people the whole truth before another door gets blocked. His voice was low, but not low enough. The student in front of us glanced back. I whispered, this isn't the time. It became the time when someone stole your card. Stop. No, you heard knocking hours ago. You heard scraping. Now someone behind a locked service door says you have a key. I told you I don't. I know that. But maybe you saw something you decided not to see. That landed harder than it should have, because he was right. I had seen the new latch, the water under the door, the fresh wood on the carpet. I had heard 3 knocks and walked away because getting involved frightened me more than the possibility that something was wrong. Below us, Dawson grunted. Metal scraped against concrete. The second floor stair door opened 6 inches. A student shouted. Everyone backed upward at once. For a moment, through gaps in the railing, I saw something pale and narrow pushing through the opening at floor level. A hand. It looked like a hand. The fingers bent and scraped against the threshold. The girl beside me screamed, and the sound tore through the stairwell. Dawson jumped back. Then the pale shape folded in the middle. It was not a hand. It was the end of a collapsed vinyl banner, rolled around a metal rod. Someone had stored it upright in the second floor vestibule, and it had fallen across the doorway when the lights went out. The pressure of the push bar had forced one corner through the gap, making the loose vinyl bunch into finger-like strips. Dawson shoved the door again. Tessa reached through and dragged the banner aside. The door opened. Air moved through the stairwell, cool and stale. People laughed, but the laughter was ragged and too loud. Relief came out of them in short bursts, mixed with embarrassment. Okay, Tessa said. That was storage obstruction. Nothing else. Keep moving. It should have calmed everyone. Instead, the explanation made the danger feel more ordinary and therefore less contained. Nobody had trapped the second floor door. Somebody had simply stored something badly, and in an emergency, that small act had nearly blocked 20 people in a dark stairwell. We descended. The second floor corridor was dim, but not fully dark. Battery-powered emergency lights had switched on there, casting weak cones every 30 feet. A fire panel near the elevators flashed yellow. Tessa tried her radio again. Campus safety, Marlowe 3, relocating to second floor west stair. Do you copy? Static. A fragment of voice. Then nothing. The students continued down toward the first floor while Tessa counted heads. Dawson remained at the second floor landing, staring at his phone. I'm getting leak alerts on 3 and 1, he said. 1? Tessa asked. The mechanical room is in the basement. Main shutoff panel reports pressure loss in the east riser. Could be sensor failure. Could also be a rupture. Water hammered somewhere inside the wall. A heavy, irregular banging traveled down the vertical pipe chase beside the stairwell. Noah flinched. Dawson said, That's air in the line. The building gave us explanations one at a time, each just plausible enough to keep us from panicking. At the first floor, the stair door would not move. This time, there was no fallen banner visible through the gap. Tessa pushed the bar. Dawson joined her. The door opened less than an inch, then struck something solid. "What's on the other side?" Noah asked. "Lobby," Dawson said. "Nothing should be there." A dull alarm sounded beyond the door, not the slow leak tone from upstairs. This was faster, almost a pulse. Tessa turned to the students. "Back to second." A boy near the bottom protested. "Why not use the other stairwell?" "The east stair is past the bathroom service corridor," she said. Rule 8 moved through my mind. If the lights fail, leave immediately and use the main stairwell. Do not use the service stairs. At the time, it had sounded theatrical. Now it sounded like somebody knew the building's weaknesses. We climbed back to the second floor. Students filled the corridor between the west stair and the lounge. Some sat against walls. Others called parents, holding phones out to find signal. The air grew warmer with so many bodies and no functioning ventilation. Tessa divided the floor into room groups and ordered everyone to stay together. "You too," she said, pointing at Noah and me. "Sit by the vending machines." "We can help," Noah said. "You can help by being where I can see you." Her eyes remained on me. I sat. Noah stayed standing for a moment, then dropped beside me. The vending machine's refrigeration unit had shut off, but its internal light still glowed faintly from a backup circuit. Candy bars and chips sat behind the glass with absurd normality. Across the hall, a student wrapped a t-shirt around another student's bare foot. She had cut it on something in the stairwell, leaving a thin trail of blood along the tile. My phone showed 1 bar of service, then none. I opened the Bellwether safety app. It loaded halfway and froze. Noah rubbed both hands over his face. "You okay?" I asked. "No." It was the first completely honest thing either of us had said for a while. He lowered his hands. "My sister told me not to choose the 3rd floor." "Why?" She said higher floors are worse in emergencies. She works in rehabilitation, not fire safety. She also told me to wash my towels. "You ignored that too." "They're new." We both laughed once. Then the building shuddered. Not violently. A low mechanical thump traveled beneath the floor, followed by a distant metallic crash from somewhere toward the east end. Every conversation stopped. Dawson looked down the corridor. "That came from the service elevator," he said. "I thought there was only one elevator," I said. "Freight lift, east side, maintenance access." "Does it still work?" "Should be locked out during move-in." He and Tessa exchanged a look. The rule sheet had mentioned the east service door, not the lift. Dawson started walking toward the east end of the 2nd floor. Tessa caught his sleeve. "You're not going alone. I need to check the controller. Campus safety said evacuate, and we can't evacuate west. We wait for fire. Fire panel is faulting. They may not even have the correct zone." He pulled free, not roughly. Tessa looked at the students, then at the stairwell, then back at Dawson. "5 minutes," she said. "I'm coming." She turned to a tall student in a Bellwether basketball sweatshirt. "Marcus, keep everyone here. Nobody uses either stair." Marcus nodded with exaggerated seriousness. Tessa pointed at Noah and me, especially them. Then she followed Dawson east. Noah watched until they disappeared around the lounge corner. "We should tell her," he said. "Tell her what?" "Everything. The knocks, the scraping, the person saying you have a key." She heard that part, the first part. "She has more important problems. That's your whole issue." I turned to him. He He kept his voice low. You decide information doesn't matter because you don't want to be responsible for what happens after you share it. The room seemed to tilt slightly, though I knew it was exhaustion. I'm not responsible for this. I didn't say you caused it. You're acting like I did. I'm acting like somebody picked you. At the far end of the corridor, Dawson's flashlight flashed across the wall and vanished. Then Tessa shouted, not words, just a sharp sound. Noah stood immediately. Marcus stepped in front of us. She said, stay. Something happened. She said, stay. From the east hall came a clattering noise, followed by Dawson yelling, shut it, shut it. Tessa's radio squealed. Marcus looked uncertain. Noah moved around him. I followed. Hey, Marcus called. Come back. We ran east. The second floor mirrored the third. Rooms along both sides, lounge at the center, communal bathroom near the far end. But the eastmost section narrowed into a short service corridor behind a gray fire door marked authorized personnel only. The fire door stood open. Beyond it, Tessa and Dawson were struggling with another door made of corrugated metal. Water sprayed through the gap at ankle height in a hard, white sheet. Dawson shoved his shoulder against it. Help me, he shouted. Noah grabbed the handle. I put both hands against the door. The metal vibrated under my palms. Together, we forced it nearly closed. Water pressure fought from the other side. My shoes slid on the wet concrete, and my right wrist bent backward against the edge. Pain shot into my forearm. Again, Dawson said. We pushed. The latch caught. For 2 seconds, the door held. Then something struck it from the opposite side. Bang, the latch jumped, bang. The door opened half an inch, spraying water through the seam. Noah recoiled. Is somebody in there? It's the freight lift shaft, Dawson said. There shouldn't be anyone. Bang. The sound came again. 3 evenly spaced impacts. Tessa stared at me. I stared back. Dawson said, counterweight cable or debris. Don't invent things. He pulled a red emergency lever beside the frame. Nothing happened. The isolation valve is in the basement, he said. Can we reach it? Tessa asked. West side basement access is through the lobby. Blocked. East stairs. Dawson looked toward a door at the end of the service corridor. A narrow sign read stair, E-basement/roof access. Rule 8 again. Not use the service stairs. Tessa shook her head. No, if the pipe bursts fully, the east electrical room floods. How long? Dawson looked at the water forcing through the freight door. Minutes, maybe less. What happens if the electrical room floods? Best case, the building loses all power. And worst, he didn't answer. Behind us, Marcus and several residents had followed. Their phone lights filled the service corridor. Tessa turned on them. Back. Everyone back. A sharp crack sounded above. One of the ceiling tiles split down the center. Water poured through. People scattered. The tile dropped, struck the floor, and broke into wet gray chunks. A metal support strip came down with it and hit Tessa across the shoulder. She fell against the wall. Noah reached her first. She stayed conscious, but gripped her left arm close to her ribs. I'm fine, she said through clenched teeth. You're not, Noah replied. Dawson examined the ceiling. Pipes running above us. We have to close the basement valve now. Tessa tried to stand straight and failed. Marcus said, I'll go. No, Dawson said. You don't know the route. I can follow you. Dawson looked at the service stair door. The west route was blocked. The east electrical room was taking water. Campus safety was unreachable. Tessa was injured. Students remained trapped above a first-floor exit they could not open. Every option had narrowed to the stairwell the rulebook told us not to use. Dawson took out his key ring and selected a long brass key. Before he reached the lock, the service stair door opened inward by itself. Not far, 6 inches. A dark shape stood on the other side. Noah raised his phone. The shape lunged forward. Several people shouted. It was a student. He stumbled through the opening and fell to his knees. His name was Peter Lang, 19, male, a second-year engineering student from Cleveland who lived on the first floor. I recognized him from the check in table downstairs. His gray bellwether hoodie was soaked black from the chest down. Blood ran from a cut above his right eyebrow and collected along his cheek. Tessa crouched beside him despite her injured shoulder. "Peter, what happened?" He gulped air. "The lobby's flooded," he said. "Ceiling came down near the entrance. The front doors are blocked." "Where did you come from?" "Basement." Dawson knelt. "How did you get into the basement?" "Freight stairs. First floor east door was open." "Is the valve room accessible?" Peter shook his head. "There's someone down there." The corridor went still. "Who?" Tessa asked. "I don't know. I heard them moving behind the laundry room, then the lights cut out." "Did they speak?" Peter looked toward me. That look was enough. "What did they say?" I asked. His breathing slowed slightly. "They asked if Daniel had come downstairs yet." Water struck the freight door again. Bang, bang, bang. The latch began to deform. Dawson stood. "We close the valve or we lose the building." Tessa shook her head. "Nobody goes into that basement until police arrive. The police can't enter through the lobby. Then they'll use another access. The exterior basement hatch is chained from inside. Why? Because it's supposed to be." The freight door flexed outward. A bolt snapped free and skittered across the floor. Water widened through the seam. Dawson grabbed the service stair handle. "I'm going." Noah said, "I'm coming." "No," I said. He looked at me. "You're not going alone." "I didn't say I was going." Peter lifted his head. "He said something else," he whispered. "What?" I asked. Peter swallowed. "He said you'd come because you always wait until it's too late." The words hit with humiliating accuracy. It did not matter whether the person downstairs knew me or had only watched me for a few hours. They had understood the part I tried hardest to hide. I looked at Tessa. "I heard the knocks this afternoon," I said, "before the flooding. 3 knocks, then scraping. I didn't tell you." Her face tightened. "Why not?" "Because I thought I'd sound stupid." Dawson pulled open the stair door. Dark concrete steps descended in a narrow turn toward the basement. Water glimmered on the first landing. The freight door behind us groaned. Tessa tried her radio one last time. "Campus safety. We are entering east service stairs toward the basement valve room. Multiple system failures. Possible unauthorized person below. Officer assistance urgent." Static answered. Then, faintly, a dispatcher's voice. "Do not enter." "Repeat, do not." The transmission died. The freight door tore loose from its upper hinge. Water exploded into the corridor. The force knocked Dawson through the service stair entrance. Noah grabbed Tessa and dragged her clear. Marcus and the other students ran west. I caught the stair door before it slammed shut. but the water hit my legs hard enough to drive me across the threshold. Noah followed, pulling Tessa with him. The metal door banged, closed behind us. Water pressed against it from the corridor side. Dawson climbed back to the landing and yanked the handle. It would not open. The frame had shifted. Above us, water thundered through the service hall. Below us, the basement stairwell descended into darkness. Then someone at the bottom switched on a flashlight. The beam pointed upward, straight at us. The flashlight at the bottom of the stairs did not move. It stayed fixed on us, white and steady, flattening the concrete steps into alternating bands of glare and shadow. Water pressed against the jammed door behind us with a continuous heavy roar. The frame creaked each time the pressure shifted. Dawson raised his own flashlight. "Bellwether Facilities," he shouted. "Identify yourself." The beam below snapped off. Darkness dropped back into the stairwell. Noah whispered, "That's not a good answer." Tessa leaned against the wall, one hand bracing her injured shoulder. Her face had gone pale beneath the weak light from our phones. "We stay together," she said. "Nobody runs. Nobody follows a voice around a corner." Dawson started down. The staircase turned once at a square landing, then continued to the basement. Water trickled along the edges of the steps, carrying grit and flakes of ceiling plaster. The air grew colder as we descended. It smelled of wet concrete, detergent, and the burned plastic odor I had noticed in the west stairwell. My right wrist had begun swelling. Every time I used the hand to steady myself against the rail, pain climbed to my elbow. Noah noticed. "Use your left. I'm fine. You're doing the thing again." "What thing?" "Lying because the truth is inconvenient." He said it without anger this time. That made it worse. At the bottom, Dawson stopped before a gray metal door with a wired glass window. The glass was fogged from the inside. A red sign read "Basement Mechanical Access, Authorized Personnel Only." He selected the long brass key from his ring. The lock turned. The door opened inward. Beyond it, the basement corridor ran east to west beneath the building. To the left, west, were the laundry room, storage cages, and the main mechanical room. To the right, east, were the freight lift machinery, electrical rooms, and the exterior hatch Peter had mentioned. Bare pipes crossed the ceiling. Water dripped from them in several places. A portable work light stood 20 feet down the corridor. It was aimed at us. No one stood beside it. Dawson muttered something under his breath. Tessa said, "That light belongs to you. Facilities inventory, usually kept in the valve room. So someone moved it." Yes, a metal door farther west slammed. Noah flinched. Then came 3 knocks, not from the walls this time, from the laundry room door. Dawson swept his flashlight toward it. The painted letters "Laundry B" were half hidden by old tape residue. A blue plastic bin sat on the floor beside the door, the kind used for abandoned clothes. The blue lost property bin. Rule 3. Do not remove personal items from the blue lost property bin. Something orange protruded over the rim. My shower shoes. The bright orange pair my mother had packed less than 5 hours earlier. I stared at them. "They were in my room," I said. Noah looked at me. "You sure?" "Yes. You didn't take them out." "No." Tessa shifted her weight, breathing shallowly. "Whoever did this has been inside room 318. Dawson examined the ceiling and walls rather than the bin. How? Noah asked. The door locks automatically. My card, I said. The card Tessa had been holding before the lights failed. The card found beneath the bathroom sink. Whoever took it had entered our room, stolen the shoes, and returned the card to the bathroom to implicate me, or to prove access. The laundry room door knocked again. 3 times. Dawson approached it. Tessa caught the back of his coveralls with her good hand. Don't open it. The isolation valve is through the laundry room and left into mechanical A. Then we find another route. There isn't one. A muffled voice came from behind the door. Daniel. Noah moved in front of me without seeming to decide to. The voice continued. You came down. It was the same voice from behind the bathroom service door, clearer now. Male, young, calm in a way that sounded practiced. Tessa raised her phone. Campus safety has your location. Police are entering the building. No signal showed on her screen. The man laughed once. No, they are. Dawson looked toward the ceiling. He may be right. Exterior response keys won't help if the lobby and hatch are blocked. Who are you? I called. No answer. Why are you using my name? The laundry machines inside were silent. Water dripped behind us. Then the man said, You reported me. My stomach tightened. I don't know you. You reported the knife. For a second, I was back on the school bus in Ohio, holding my phone with the anonymous reporting app open, convinced the black handle sticking from a backpack was real. The theater prop. The months of jokes afterward. That was high school, I said. Yes. Noah turned partly toward me. You know him? No, the man behind the door said. You never looked at who got suspended. I tried to remember. There had been a student with a backpack, a boy from the technical theater program. The school removed him from the bus for 3 days while they investigated, even after the knife was confirmed as plastic. I remembered his face only in pieces, dark eyebrows, acne along one cheek, a black hoodie pulled too far over his hands. Evan, I said. The door went quiet. Then the lock clicked. It opened 6 inches. A young man stood inside. His name was Evan Rusk, 19, male, from Westerville, Ohio. He had been 1 grade above me in high school, and now looked thinner than I remembered, with damp brown hair stuck to his forehead and a pale scar cutting through his left eyebrow. He wore a Bellwether Facilities jacket over a black t-shirt and held a short pry bar in one hand. No weapon beyond that. Nothing theatrical. That made him more frightening. His clothes were soaked below the knees. Behind him, the laundry room floor was covered in 2 inches of water. Several machines had been pulled away from the wall, exposing pipes and electrical cords. You go here? I asked. No. How did you get in? He looked at the facilities jacket. Dawson's jaw tightened. That belongs to Carl Jennings. Who's Carl? Tessa asked. Night maintenance. Called out sick this morning. Evan smiled faintly. His locker code was still his birth year. Dawson took a step forward. You caused the flood. I opened valves. You ruptured the riser. I loosened a coupling. The building did the rest. Tessa said, people could have been killed. They're college students. They'll post about it for a week. You blocked the exits. The lobby ceiling blocked one. The banner blocked another. That was luck. The fallen banner had not been part of his plan, The distinction did not comfort me. "Why the rules?" I asked. He glanced toward the blue bin. "So you'd come looking. You could have texted me. You would have blocked the number. You could have spoken to me at school. You never spoke to me then." He lifted the pry bar slightly. Noah moved closer to my shoulder. Evan noticed. "New friend. He has nothing to do with this." He came anyway. Water flowed steadily beneath the laundry room door and around Evan's shoes. Dawson said, "The east electrical room is flooding. If the main breaker arcs, you're standing in water connected to the same conduit path." Evan's expression shifted, only a little. He had learned enough about the building to sabotage it, but not enough to control every result. "Valve," Dawson said. "Where is it?" Evan nodded toward the rear of the laundry room. "Past the machines. Move aside." "No," Dawson's voice hardened. "You wanted Daniel. He's here. Now move." Evan looked at me. "I want him to admit what he did. I reported what I thought was a knife. You reported me anonymously. I was scared. You were wrong." "Yes." The word came out before I could soften it. Evan blinked. I continued. "I was wrong. You got suspended. People treated you like you brought a real weapon onto the bus. I didn't correct it publicly because I was embarrassed." Noah looked at me. Evan's grip tightened around the pry bar. "You never apologized." "No." "Why?" "Because I told myself it was over." It wasn't over for me. The laundry room lights flickered weakly and went dark. Dawson's flashlight caught Evan's face from below. He looked exhausted, not wild, not detached from reality, just committed to a grievance he had carried long enough that wrecking a building had become, to him, an acceptable way to make another person stand still and listen. A low electrical hum began somewhere to the east. Dawson turned his head. "That's the transformer room." The hum rose. Tessa said, "We have to shut the water off now." Evan stepped into the corridor and pulled the laundry room door nearly closed behind him. "No one goes in until Daniel reads Rule 6. I stared at him. "What?" He reached into his jacket and took out the missing sheet. It was folded into quarters. He tossed it onto the floor between us. The paper landed in the water and began absorbing it. "Read it," he said. "I already did. The real one." I crouched and picked it up with my left hand. The paper unfolded badly, wet at the edges. The rules were the same except for Rule 6. There was an extra line beneath it in smaller text. Daniel Mercer must not enter the bathroom alone after 11:45 p.m. because that is when Evan Rusk will make him understand what a false accusation costs. Noah said, "You plan to wait until tonight." I plan to talk to him with a pry bar to open doors. Tessa gave a short, humorless laugh. "You caused a building evacuation to stage a conversation. I wanted him alone." The electrical hum became a rapid buzzing. Dawson shouted, "Everybody off the wet floor." A blue-white flash lit the east end of the corridor. The sound came after it, a flat crack that punched the air from my chest. The basement went black. Tessa cried out. Somewhere behind us, metal dropped and rolled. Then came the smell of scorched insulation. "Phones," Dawson shouted. "Lights up," our screens rose. Evan was no longer in the doorway. The laundry room door swung inward. "He went for the valve," Noah said. Dawson pushed past us. We followed. The laundry room was a rectangular space with 2 rows of machines. The back row had been dragged crookedly across the floor. Water reached our ankles. The blue bin remained outside in the corridor, but loose clothes floated near the drains. "Stay near the wall," Dawson ordered. "Avoid cords." At the rear, a narrow passage led left into mechanical. Evan stood there with the pry bar jammed through the wheel of a large red valve. He was turning it the wrong direction. Dawson shouted, "Stop." Evan looked over his shoulder. The valve wheel slipped. The pry bar spun free and struck him across the mouth. He fell backward into a steel pipe. The impact made a dull, compact sound. He dropped into the water and did not move. Noah stepped toward him. Dawson grabbed his shirt. "Don't touch him until I kill the circuit. The power's already out." "Not every circuit." Another flash snapped behind the machines. Tessa pulled us back. Dawson pointed to a yellow disconnect box mounted high on the wall. "Daniel, flashlight." I raised my phone with my left hand. He moved along the wall, boots feeling ahead before each step. At the box, he used a screwdriver from his belt to open the panel and pulled the main disconnect lever down. The hum stopped. "Now," he said. Noah and I reached Evan. He was conscious, but dazed. Blood ran from his split lower lip. His left leg was trapped beneath a washing machine that had shifted when he fell. "Don't move him," Tessa said. "The water's rising," Dawson replied. The machine was full-sized and industrial, bolted at the rear, but torn loose at the front. We could not lift it straight up. The outlet testing device my father had used in our room came back to me for no useful reason at all. Then another seated detail did. The orange shower shoes in the blue bin. Rubber. Insulation. Not enough to make floodwater safe, but enough to protect hands from sharp, wet metal while the disconnect was down. "I need the shoes," I said. Noah stared at me. "What?" "The orange shoes. Outside." He ran. Dawson looked at the machine base. "We need leverage." "The pry bar," I said. It lay near the valve. I picked it up with my left hand. My right wrist could barely close around anything. Noah returned with the orange shower shoes. I shoved one over the end of the bar to give it grip against the machine's metal lip. Dawson wedged the other beneath the rear corner as a crude pad. "On 3, he said. Tessa knelt beside Evan, keeping his head above the water with her good arm. 1, we leaned into the bar. 2, the machine lifted a fraction. 3, my injured wrist gave way. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I lost my grip and fell to one knee. The machine dropped. Evan screamed. Noah shouted at me, "Get up." "I can't use the hand." "Then use your shoulder." We reset the pry bar. Water had reached midway up my shins. Dawson braced his boots against the wall. Noah gripped the bar beside me. "Again," Dawson said. We pushed. The machine rose. Tessa dragged Evan's trapped leg free. The machine slammed down so hard the floor shook. Evan curled onto his side, gasping. His lower leg bent incorrectly above the ankle. No plot armor. No clean escape. He had survived, but the bone was broken badly enough that even in dim phone light, I could see the shape of it beneath his jeans. Dawson went to the red valve. "This direction," he said. Together, he and Noah forced the wheel clockwise. It resisted, then moved. A deep vibration traveled through the pipes. The rushing water in the walls slowed. Not stopped, slowed. Dawson kept turning until the wheel locked. "That isolates the east riser," he said. "Main brake may still feed the lobby, but this buys time." Tessa sat back against a dryer. Her breathing had become shallow and uneven. She was cradling her shoulder again. Evan opened his eyes. He looked at me. "I wanted you scared," he whispered. "I am." The honesty seemed to confuse him. "You should be." "No, I mean I was scared then too. On the bus. I saw a handle and panicked. Then I was scared to admit I had been wrong. That part was mine." He looked away. For a moment, all we heard was water draining through the floor grates and Noah's breathing. Then someone pounded on the exterior basement hatch. 3 hard impacts. Everyone froze. A voice shouted from the other side. "Bellwether Campus Police, call out." Dawson laughed once and nearly fell over. The hatch was east of the electrical room, accessible through a narrow maintenance passage. Evan had chained it from inside, using the same brass padlock he had removed from the bathroom. Dawson found it hanging through the chain. The missing lock. He tried his keys. None fit. Noah held up the pry bar. "This one actually opens doors." It took all 3 of us. Dawson wedged the bar through the chain. Noah pulled. I pushed with my left shoulder while my right arm hung uselessly against my side. The chain stretched. One link bent, then snapped. The hatch opened 6 inches before striking debris outside. Police and firefighters cleared it from the other side. No sudden saviors. They had reached us only because we had shut the valve, cut the circuit, and broken the chain ourselves. 2 firefighters entered first, wearing helmets and breathing packs. They assessed Tessa, then Evan, then my wrist. Police moved through the basement behind them with weapons drawn, until Dawson shouted that the suspect was injured and unarmed. Evan did not resist. They carried him out on a rigid stretcher with his legs splinted and his wrists restrained in front because he could not safely lie on them behind his back. Tessa was placed in a sling and walked out under her own power, though she nearly fainted at the hatch. Dawson stayed behind with the fire crew to identify panels and valves. Noah and I emerged into the rear service yard behind Marlowe Hall. Rain had started again. Red emergency lights flashed across the dumpsters and wet maple trunks. Students stood beyond a temporary barrier in blankets, pajamas, and borrowed shoes. The security lamp still burned above them, fed by a separate exterior circuit. My parents' car was gone. My room was 3 floors above us. My name was still printed on a card outside the door. An ambulance worker wrapped my wrist in a temporary splint and told me I would need X-rays. Noah sat on the curb beside me with a cut on his palm he had not noticed until someone pointed it out. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. Then he said, "You apologized to him." I admitted what I did. That's not the same thing. Not always. Police led Evan past us toward a cruiser after the paramedics stabilized his leg. He turned his head. Our eyes met. There was no dramatic promise in his expression. No smile. No rage. Only exhaustion and something unfinished that belonged to both of us now. The conflict was over. The water was shut down. The building was evacuated. Evan was identified, injured, and in custody. But when a firefighter tested a metal door nearby, The tool struck it 3 times. Clang, clang, clang. My body reacted before my mind did. I dropped off the curb and covered my head with my good arm. Noah caught me before I hit the pavement. The emergency room doctor told me my wrist was not broken. He said it twice, because the first time I kept staring at the X-ray on the wall, trying to find the fracture he claimed wasn't there. Severe sprain, he repeated, tapping the image with the capped end of a pen. Possible ligament damage. You'll wear the brace, use ice, keep it elevated, and schedule an orthopedic follow-up if the pain hasn't improved in 7 to 10 days. My right hand had swollen until the knuckles looked shallow and misplaced. Purple bruising had begun to spread beneath the thumb. Every pulse of my heart seemed to tighten the skin. "So nothing's broken?" my mother asked. She sat beside the examination bed, wearing the same cardigan from Move In, except now it had dried into stiff wrinkles. My father stood near the curtain with his arms crossed, looking as if he had personally ordered my bones to remain intact. "Nothing visible," the doctor said. "That doesn't mean nothing is injured." My mother nodded seriously, storing the distinction for later use against me. It was almost 1 in the morning at Rookfield Regional Medical Center. The waiting room outside was crowded with displaced students from Marlow Hall, firefighters being checked for minor injuries, and parents who had driven through rain after receiving partial alerts from the college. Wet shoes squeaked along the vinyl floor. A vending machine compressor clicked on and off every few minutes. Noah sat in the chair across from me while a nurse cleaned the cut in his palm for the 2nd time. "It doesn't need stitches," he said. The nurse, a woman with silver-framed glasses, did not look up. "That's correct. So I can go. You can stop moving it while I bandage it." He glanced at me. His face had lost the restless energy he carried all afternoon. There were gray half-moons beneath his eyes. He had borrowed a bellwether athletics sweatshirt from someone outside the dorm, and the sleeves hung past his fingertips. Tessa had been taken to a hospital in Pittsburgh because her shoulder was dislocated, and the first scan suggested a fracture near the top of the humerus. Dawson stayed at the building with the fire department and facilities crews. Evan went to the same Pittsburgh hospital under police guard for surgery on his leg. Nobody said the phrase life-threatening. That became the measure by which everything was declared fortunate. No one had died. The dorm had been evacuated. The electrical room had not fully flooded. The fire had not started. The main pipe rupture had been contained before the eastern half of the basement became inaccessible. Each fact was true. Together, they were supposed to form relief. They didn't. My father waited until the doctor left before speaking. "You knew this person." The curtain had barely stopped moving. "Not really. He knew you. We went to the same high school. That is knowing someone. I knew who he was." My mother leaned forward. "Why didn't you tell us about the bus incident?" "I did tell you. You told us someone brought a fake knife. I thought it was real when I reported it. You did not tell us that another student was suspended. I didn't know the details at first." My father's voice stayed quiet. "You knew later." Noah studied the fresh bandage around his palm. I said, yes. The room filled with the small mechanical sounds of the hospital. Airflow through the vent, a monitor chirping behind the next curtain, wheels bumping over a seam in the floor. My mother rubbed her forehead. Daniel, did you do something to him after that? No. Did you argue, threaten him, post anything? No. Then why would he carry this for years? My father looked at her. People don't need sensible reasons. He had a reason, I said. Both of them looked at me. It wasn't a reason for what he did, I continued. But I made it worse. My father unfolded his arms. You made a mistaken report, he said. That does not make you responsible for someone sabotaging a building. I let everyone keep thinking he had brought a real knife. Did you start that rumor? No. Did you repeat it? No. Then stop trying to divide blame like it's a bill. His tone was hard, but his face was. He looked frightened in a way I had never seen before, and anger was the only shape he knew how to give it. My mother said, you should have told the school the full story. I know, you should have told us. I know. You should have told the resident assistant about the knocking. I know. The last answer came out too sharply. Noah shifted in his chair. My mother stopped. I looked at my swollen hand. The argument had changed without warning. It was no longer about Evan. It was about the thing in me that had helped him. Not caused him, helped him. The hesitation, the editing, the instinct to trim facts until nobody could accuse me of making too much of them. I know, I said again, quieter. My mother reached for my left hand instead of the injured one. This time, I let her hold it. Bellwether put us in a hotel near the interstate. It was the kind built beside an exit ramp for people who planned to sleep 8 hours and never remember the room. Brown patterned carpet, framed photographs of covered bridges, a heater beneath the window that smelled like dust when it turned on. The college had reserved 2 floors for displaced Marlowe residents. Families filled the hallway in pajamas and raincoats, carrying plastic bags of pharmacy supplies and phone chargers bought at the 24-hour supermarket across the road. Noah's sister returned at 3 in the morning. Madison entered our hotel room without knocking, crossed directly to Noah, and hugged him so hard his bandaged hand got trapped between them. Ow, he said. Good. That doesn't make sense. You're alive enough to complain. She released him and examined the bandage herself, even though a nurse had already done it. My parents had taken the second bed. Noah and I were supposed to use the pull-out sofa and a rollaway cot, but nobody slept immediately. The television remained on with the sound muted. Local news showed Marlowe Hall behind flashing lights and yellow tape. The footage had been shot from across the lower parking lot, making the building look calm and sealed. A caption called it a major infrastructure failure. Evan's name had not been released. Neither had mine. Madison stood near the television with her arms folded. They're saying a student may have caused it, she said. He wasn't a student, Noah replied. The phrase made all of us look at the screen again. A person who did not belong at Bellwether had crossed the campus during move-in, entered a residence hall wearing a borrowed maintenance jacket, used information available on doors and check-in materials, stolen an access card, and moved through service spaces that were supposed to be secure. The college president sent an email at 3:17 a.m. It thanked first responders. It praised staff. It said the university was cooperating with law enforcement and beginning an immediate review of residence hall security, facilities access, emergency communications, evacuation procedures, and contractor credentialing. The email did not mention the rulebook. It did not mention the bathroom. It did not mention that the main stair exit had been obstructed by a fallen banner, or that the exterior hatch had been chained from inside. My father read the message twice. "They're writing the lawsuit version already," he said. Noah gave a tired laugh. My mother did not. At 4, Madison took Noah into the hall to call their mother. My parents lay down fully clothed and turned off the lamp. I stayed in the chair by the window. The interstate shone beneath orange lights. Trucks passed at regular intervals, tires making a soft, tearing sound on wet asphalt. My phone had collected 83 notifications, class group chats, housing alerts, messages from people I had not spoken to since graduation. Someone had already posted a screenshot of the bathroom rules to a student's social account. The image was angled and blurry, but readable. The account captioned it, "Who is Daniel Mercer and why did the dorm warn HIM?" There were hundreds of comments. Most were jokes. A few accused the college of covering up a hazing ritual. One person claimed the rules had existed for years. Another said a student had disappeared from that bathroom in 2009. Neither statement was true. I stared at my full name until it stopped looking like language. Then I opened a message from an unknown number. No text, only a photograph. It showed the third-floor bathroom wall before the rule sheet was removed. The image was clearer than Noah's would have been. Straight on. No people reflected in the mirrors. The metadata had been stripped. I zoomed in. Rule 6 was visible, but it was the shorter version, the one without Evan's additional sentence. The photo had been taken at 6:42 p.m., according to the timestamp embedded in the message preview. That was before Noah and I read the paper, before Tessa confronted us, before the floor meeting. I showed it to Noah when he came back. He sat on the edge of the pull-out sofa and studied the screen. "Could be Evan," he said. "Police have his phone. He could have scheduled it. Why send this version?" Noah pinched the image larger. "Maybe to prove he was there. He already confessed. Not to you directly. He did more than confess." Noah looked toward my sleeping parents. "Send it to the detective." Bellwether Campus Police had assigned a detective named Andrea Holt to take our statements. She had given me a card outside the hospital and told me not to delete anything, respond to strangers, or post publicly. I forwarded the message. Then I blocked the number. 10 seconds later, a second message appeared from another unknown number. "You left out Rule 4. I read it twice. Rule 4. If someone asks for help from inside a locked stall, call the resident assistant before opening it. Noah saw my face. "What?" I handed him the phone. He stood. "We wake your parents." "No, yes. It could be someone trolling after seeing the post." "That's exactly what you said about everything." The words came hard. He regretted them immediately. I could see that. But he did not take them back. I woke my parents. The Police arrived at the hotel 20 minutes later. Detective Holt was 38, female, from Brookfield, with damp auburn hair tucked behind her ears, and a voice that remained level even when everyone else in the room spoke too fast. She photographed the messages, recorded the numbers, and asked me to walk through every moment involving the rule sheet again. This time, I told her everything. The knocks, the scraping, the stream beneath the door, the missing padlock, the sounds behind the freight door, the voice, the photograph, the second message. I did not decide which details were important. I gave her all of them. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "The first number is registered through an internet-based service. The second may be spoofed. We'll subpoena the provider." "Was it Evan?" my mother asked. "We don't know yet." "Did he have another phone?" "We recovered one phone from his jacket and another from the laundry room. Both are being processed." "Another person?" Noah asked. Holt looked at him. "We have no verified evidence of an accomplice." "That isn't the same as no accomplice." "No," she said. "It is." She asked whether anyone else from our high school attended Bellwether. I knew of 2 people, neither close to Evan. She wrote down their names anyway. The second message did not lead to a second arrest. At least not that week. The investigation established most of the timeline within 10 days. Evan had arrived on campus shortly before noon in a used maintenance jacket purchased online. He entered Marlowe Hall through the loading entrance while delivery crews were moving furniture. He watched the check in tables, copied names, and learned my room number from the door card. He stole my access card after bumping into me in the crowded dining hall vestibule. I had not remembered the contact until detectives showed me camera footage. A shoulder against mine, a muttered apology, a face turned away beneath a baseball cap. He used the card to enter room 318 while Noah and I were at dinner. He took the shower shoes, photographed personal objects on my desk, and left without disturbing anything else. He loosened the pipe coupling using tools stolen from a facilities cart. He opened valves at different points to produce pressure changes and flooding. He removed the brass padlock and used it later on the basement hatch. He printed the rules in a public computer lab using a guest login. He had also taped small Bluetooth speakers inside the 3rd floor bathroom service chase and near the basement laundry room. That explained how his voice seemed to move through the building. The first knocks I heard, however, were not from a speaker. Police found scrape marks on the inside of the bathroom door and damage to the temporary latch consistent with someone forcing it while inside. Evan admitted he had hidden in the bathroom before maintenance arrived and escaped through the East Service Passage after creating the initial flood. The 3 knocks were his, a signal intended only for me, although he had no way to know I would be standing outside at that exact moment. He called it luck. The brown water came from sediment shaken loose when he manipulated the valves. The fallen banner was accidental. The lobby ceiling collapse was an unintended consequence of the water damage. The freight door impacts came from a loose guide assembly and debris moving in the shaft. The voice that called my name from behind the blocked service door came through one of the speakers. Every frightening detail received a mechanical, procedural, or human explanation. Except the messages. Evan denied sending them. Forensics showed neither recovered phone had accessed the messaging service used for the first photograph. Investigators found the original bathroom photo on Evan's second phone, but the angle was slightly different. His version included the edge of a mirror and part of his jacket sleeve. The image sent to me had been taken by someone else. Campus police believed another student photographed the sheet after Evan posted it, and later used the viral attention to frighten me. They interviewed several residents. No one confessed. The second number disappeared from service. Bellwether did not reopen Marlowe Hall that semester. Water had entered wall cavities on 3 floors. Sections of ceiling contained asbestos that had been safely sealed until the collapse disturbed them. The building required remediation, electrical replacement, and a complete access control review. Noah and I were moved to separate rooms in different dorms because no doubles were available. He went to Stone House on the north side of campus. I went to Calder Hall, near the library. At first, we told each other we would still eat together every day. Then classes began. He met people in his building. I missed 2 weeks of labs because of medical appointments and police interviews. My wrist needed physical therapy after all. 2 ligaments had been partially torn. Tessa had surgery and took a medical leave for the semester. Dawson returned to work, but was reassigned away from emergency maintenance, while the college investigated the unsecured locker codes and missing tools. Evan remained in county custody after his surgery. He was charged with burglary, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, criminal mischief, unlawful restraint, and several other offenses related to the sabotage and blocked exits. His lawyer requested a mental health evaluation. I gave a formal statement to prosecutors. I also wrote Evan a letter. I did not send it. The first version apologized too much, as if an apology could explain the building, his leg, Tessa's shoulder, or 20 students pressed into a dark stairwell. The second version defended me too much. The third was 6 sentences. I was wrong about the knife. I should have corrected the story when I learned the truth. I should have apologized years ago. What you did at Bellwether was deliberate and dangerous, and it was not my fault. Both of those things are true. I will not confuse them again. Letter stayed in my desk drawer. By October, Calder Hall felt almost ordinary. The radiator knocked when it warmed. The communal bathroom smelled of soap, damp towels, and the lemon cleaner used by the night custodian. People left shampoo bottles on the window ledge, even though signs told them not to. There was no rule book. The first week, I walked to the library whenever I needed the bathroom after dark. The second week, I forced myself to use the one on my floor. I always checked the stalls. I always looked at the ceiling tiles. I never entered alone after 11:45. I knew the rule had been invented by Evan. I knew the time meant nothing now. He was in custody 40 miles away. Knowing did not change what my body did. Noah and I ate dinner together on a rainy Thursday near the end of the month. He had stopped wearing the bandage, though a pink line remained across his palm. He told me Madison had mailed him 6 new towels and labeled each one with the day of the week. That's only 6, I said. She says Sunday is for reflection. We laughed. For a few minutes, we were 2 first-year students complaining about dining hall pasta. Then he asked, "Do you still hear the knocks?" "Sometimes. In the dorm, pipes, doors, people being people." "That's not what I asked." I looked down at my tray. "Yes," he nodded. He did not tell me it would pass. That was one of the reasons I still trusted him. When I returned to Calder Hall, a student was brushing his teeth in the bathroom while watching a video on his phone. Someone showered behind the tiled divider. The exhaust fan rattled overhead. Ordinary sounds. I washed my hands. As I reached for a paper towel, I noticed a white corner protruding from behind the dispenser. My body tightened. I pulled it free. It was a torn piece of notebook paper. On it, someone had written in blue ink, "Please stop leaving hair in the sink." Below the sentence was a badly drawn, angry face. I laughed, quietly at first, then enough that the student brushing his teeth looked at me in the mirror. "You good?" he asked. "Yeah." I folded the note and put it on top of the dispenser where people could see it. Then I left the bathroom. I had almost reached my room when 3 knocks sounded behind me. Evenly spaced. I stopped. The bathroom door remained open. Light spilled across the corridor. The student at the sink was still visible in the mirror. He pulled the toothbrush from his mouth. "What?" he asked. "Did you knock?" He shook his head. We listened. A washing machine entered its spin cycle in the laundry room on the floor below. The unbalanced drum struck the side of the cabinet 3 times, then again faster. I let out the breath I had been holding. There was an explanation. There usually was. Still, before going into my room, I checked the time. 11:44 p.m. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.